Hello, hello, and welcome to the stream. We will be covering the recent Kari Lake, Katie Hobbs lawsuit coming out of Arizona. Case number CV 2022-095403. If you want to follow along with me today, links are in the description. The first link should take you to the live stream. The second link takes you to their docketing page, which has some of their most recent information available in terms of court filings. Some of those things I want to cover for you today are actually the motion to dismiss has been ruled on. The judge has given us some information there, and I have gone ahead and done the homework for us all so that y'all can sit back and enjoy a quick summary of what is going on. Of the 10 claims Kari Lake's team has brought against Maricopa County, it appears that 2 of them have survived the motion to dismiss. So before I begin with those 2 claims, I want to just cover kind of what the legal standard is on a motion to dismiss and what we're really talking about here. So this is actually not going to necessarily rule on the substantive issues of the case. That would be a motion for summary judgment, which may come next following the evidentiary hearings. But at a motion to dismiss phase, the judge is supposed to look at the non-moving party in the light most favorable. So effectively, anytime there is a factual dispute between Katie Hobbs and Kari Lake's team or Maricopa County and Kari Lake's team, the judge must factually settle with Kari Lake as though it was true for the purposes of constructing whether a claim and a valid claim exists. So that's a pretty easy topic. You always side with Kari Lake on factual issues. Now, the real thing is, but you don't have to settle with Kari Lake on legal issues. Here's where the judges can use standing and other doctrines in order to throw out cases without ever hearing any of the substantive information, which we've heard a lot of times over. And let's get right into those 2 counts that did survive. It is count 2 and count 4. Count 4 survived in part. I'll do a quick little summary of what the judge was kind of concerned with not wanting to get into and rehashing, which I kind of agree with him on the premise of let's not rehash 2020, but I will tell you why 2020 is relevant and why Kari Lake's legal team did bring it up. As far as standing and the redressability aspect, it is relevant. However, for the particular claim, it is not necessarily relevant, and that's what the judge, I think, was mentioning too. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. Count 2 from Kari Lake's team was actually regarding the illegal tabulator configurations, and this is where she's essentially saying that in order to change anything on the tabulators, that it needs to be a certified change under an Arizona statute. This needs to have authorization and approval. And effectively, some of the counties in Maricopa, or some of the voting districts within Maricopa County had, they begin with allegations of intentionally, although they settle with intentionality is not a requirement of the statutory authorization process. So whether they intentionally did it without authorization or not, it's listed as a Class 5 felony. And that is one of the claims that the judge is willing to listen to evidence for. Now, one of the main things that came up in oral arguments, and it is going to be very relevant here, is an expert testimony regarding the outcome determinative factor of both of these claims, actually. So I probably should have started with this. But in order to win an election claim, the claim you're making needs to be outcome determinative, meaning that enough votes need to have been affected that the outcome would have switched places. And so on this issue alone, it's almost logistically impossible to, let's say, go out and get affidavits upon penalty of perjury for every single voter who potentially was affected and have enough of those in time to, fulfill your laches statutory of limitations criteria in filing the case soon enough, but still being able to collect, tens of thousands of affidavits. Not an easy feat, and theoretically, logistically, virtually impossible. So Kari Lake's team has come together with some expert testimony to try to get over this hurdle, because experts can introduce facts onto the record that are effectively require refute from the other side, typically. And so Kari Lake's expert is claiming that the structural flaws that are at issue are so vast and so wide that they conclusively affect enough voters to be outcome determinative. And he can make a conclusion because he's a legal expert. So the real battle that's going on right now is Katie Hobbs' team is actually trying to argue against this. They're trying to quash the ability for the expert to actually provide evidence. It looks like the judge has allowed the expert to go forward, so perhaps we will see what the evidence looks like. Who knows whether we will get expert testimony objections during the hearing. That would be interesting to listen to if they do play out. So without further ado, let's talk about the other claim that did survive and we will be listening to today. And that is count 4 from Kari Lake's team. And this one's actually a really short count. This one is just the invalid chain of custody. Chain of custody is required under statute. Some of the, I believe the early voting statute or early voting counts had wonky, basically duplicate ballot counting and weird counting going on because of a lack of chain of custody. And this is something that the judge is at least open to listening to evidence on and seeing what truly might have happened. Now, just covering what sort of remedies they're asking for. In both of them, they're effectively saying that this should be outcome determinative. They're not necessarily asking for like a new election. They don't want to rehash an election. What they're saying is, under that count that I just told you, the chain of custody one, that they are entitled to an order either setting aside the election or proportionately reducing the tabulated returns of Kari ballots, of early ballots. So effectively, they're saying proportionally reduce the early ballots, allowing Kari Lake to win, or alternatively do a new election. Set that election aside and do a special election in Arizona, which likely isn't going to happen. If anything, they would overturn it, but most likely, I'll tell you my conclusions at the end here. So stay tuned 1 second as I cover count 2's request for relief is a little bit broader, and they are just asking to set aside the election, saying that basically there's too much tampering. We can't adjust this in any proportional or measurable way. We just need to set it aside and do a special election. I think that's an entirely reasonable thing to ask for. Not that I think a judge is willing to grant it, unfortunately. And that's where I think we see our dilemma. Now, as we wait for this stream to go ahead and get started, it looks like the website may be crashing at the moment. Hopefully we have a little bit of luck here. I wanted to discuss one other issue that a lot of people were excited about. The news was the ones really writing about this. I think that's why this is newsworthy. But effectively, that Katie Hobbs was going to be dragged into court. This is the first election lawsuit where we're finally getting to bring people to court. Well, the subpoena to drag her into court has been quashed. And it hasn't been quashed by the judge. In fact, it was actually withdrawn from Kari Lake's team. So there was a motion to reconsider the quashing of the order of the judge to not quash that was happening late last minute. Last night, it looked like on the docket here. I wasn't able to, it doesn't look like they've published anything on it at the moment. So I will have to keep you updated on that. But it does look like the Kari Lake's team did withdraw it. And so the point is moot. Katie Hobbs is not going to be in court today. It seems like, but with that, it looks like perhaps we have some streaming started. Not yet. It looks like we just have, I'm going to switch us over to our share screen here. Perfect. So we have got their teams kind of setting here popped up. Well, that's working on loading, whether they start the hearing here at exactly 9 o'clock. Yesterday's hearing was about 10, 15 minutes late. This is totally normal. Court dockets are packed. And there's a lot a judge has to do in preparation, a lot the clerk has to do in preparation. There we go. My search to make sure I had just that one pulled up, finally loaded on the page. But here is the other link I've provided for you guys in the description. This is to their court filings. This is where you'll get some of the court hearings, some of the dockets, information, any of the kind of rulings on some of the minor issues. It looks like they've actually updated it today with a lot of information. About an hour ago, all we had. Ooh, we've got. Yeah, so here's the quashing of the subpoena. So this page here, let me zoom in for you guys. Here's the motion to quash subpoena, expedited motion to sequester ballots, responses.
403. This is Kari Lake versus Katie Hobbs et al.
It looks like the hearing has
I'll take
begun.
appearances beginning with plaintiff, please.
So let's switch over to the
Brian
stream,
Blem and Kurt
I
Olson on
will
behalf of
be quiet for a
Kari
moment.
Lake, Your Honor.
Okay, and who do you have with you at table? Is that?
Oh, this is our audio visual technician, Your Honor. Is he fine here?
He is fine there. That's fine.
I figured it is either me yelling across the courtroom.
It's fine. For defendants.
Your Honor, Abba Khanna from Elias Law Group on behalf of Governor-elect Hobbs.
Your Honor, it's Thomas Liddy on behalf of Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer. With me is Joseph LaRue and Cameron Hartman-Tellez. And Emily Krager from the Burgess Law Group is of counsel for defense.
Morning, Your Honor. Andy Gaona with Coppersmith Rockelman and Bo Duell with States United Democracy Center on behalf of Secretary of State Hobbs in her official capacity.
Thank you. All right. I appreciate the list of witnesses and anticipated time for examination for each witness in this matter. We'll endeavor to stay as close as we can to that schedule. There are two matters that have been brought to my attention that I'll address in just a second. It's a housekeeping matter. There are two sides to the case. I'm not going to divide the time by attorneys because it's inconceivable to me that I would affirm the election or make a ruling as to one defendant and not the other. So as far as defendants go, I will leave it to you as to who will be the lead to examine witnesses. As far as argument goes, I can hear from each of you with regard to closing argument, that type of thing. But for objection's sake, I will assume, if you wish me to, that all three defendants join in any objection made by any attorney who's handling a particular witness. Will that be a fair process?
Yes, Your Honor, I appreciate it.
Lenny?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anna?
Yes, Your Honor, we agree.
Very well then. All right. There are two motions that were filed last night.
I really like that order of
And,
process that we get to hear from each
responses,
attorney, as there's
that
multiple
I've
parties that
considered.
are defendants here, and they don't all
The
have
first
co-counsel,
is
although
there's
several
a
of
motion
them are
to
represented.
exclude
Most of the county members
plaintiff's
are
expert
represented by one attorney.
witnesses. I've considered those. What I intend to do at this time to expedite things, I believe that under the local rule, it's been briefed. I have everything I need to decide it, so I don't need oral argument on that because we need to get started on the actual trial. With regard to the motion to exclude plaintiff's experts, Rule 702A allows me to consider expert testimony if they have qualifications or expertise beyond that of, in this instance, it's going to be the court with regard to particular matters relating directly to this case.
So this
I
was
find
the
that is
expert I
the
was
case that
referencing
the
earlier in the
experts do
video.
have some expertise that will allow them to opine to certain things. However, that's subject to foundation, and it is also going to be to relevance because one of the motion went as far as to seek to strike the reports of both experts. I haven't had those offered in evidence, but I will tell you that my inclination is if the witness is testifying, it's cumulative to have a report. And furthermore, the reports also contain opinions that go beyond the remaining counts that we have for trial. So my position on that, I will,
Limited to the
if you
testimony,
seek to admit them, I
probably.
will rule at that time, but I'm giving you an
That's,
indication of what you might expect.
Perfectly fair.
Um,
The interesting
the
thing,
other
oral arguments had a fantastic moment where the
motion
Maricopa County attorney actually
under
said that he
Rule
would rather
807.
have the printer guy at Staples than
There
Gary
are
Lake's experts
many,
as experts on printers
many
and tabulators.
affidavits
Hilarious.
in this case.
They did gather a
I've read
lot,
them.
even though they didn't hit outcome
This is a trial to
determinative
the court.
necessarily.
I am persuaded that under Rule 807, given the intersection of Rule 807 with the time constraints set by the legislature for holding an election contest, that there is no alternative reasonable method that the plaintiffs have to get 219 witnesses in front of me and allow cross-examination. Second of all, those affidavits that are attached to Mr. Sonneklaar's affidavit that deal with observations by voters, poll workers, or persons present on the voting day, November 8, 2022, are under oath, and I have no reason to suspect there's any indicia of unreliable information in the affidavit. So I would grant a request to enter those into evidence, but plaintiff's exhibit numbering system left something to be desired, and the clerk has now numbered your exhibits.
This could be
You
problematic
identified them
as
by
far as the
description and not
defendant's
number.
right to
So what I
cross-examination
need
is
is
concerned, but
clarification of which
that would be an
exhibits
appeals
you
issue.
are actually offering. For the record, not right now, because I'm not going to take up your time to do that. At the first opportunity, I want you to go through and for the record, what I'm asking you to do is to provide me the exhibit numbers for
Interesting. So it's more of a procedural issue here, but talking about that appeals issue there, if he doesn't allow the defendants to actually cross-examine these and he enters them as evidence, as affidavits, which is penalty of perjury, they're considered to be factually true unless the defendant can file their own affidavits in contest, which the defendant possibly could. I don't think that's logistically
what are
possible here.
attached in your
Listen.
pleadings, plaintiff, as exhibits A1 through
And we have a crash. It looks like it's on their end. Let's see if we can get that to reload for us. This was happening a few times yesterday as well, or 2 days ago, I should say, at the oral arguments on the 19th. Most likely these are going to be much more popular to be streamed than even those were. I hope you did stay tuned for the oral arguments. They are on my channel. Hit the subscribe button if you're curious. I will be covering both days of testimony. Hopefully we can get this back up and running. In the meantime, I was just curious how much foundation the judge was able to lay down there in terms of making sure that the defendants didn't have a right to cross-examine those affidavits. Looks like the
that
live
I
stream
believe
is
that
back
are
up.
being sought to be entered. To that end, specifically,
Hopefully we don't lose service too many times, as everyone wants to watch.
Exhibit 1 attached to your affidavit, Mr. Olson, is not relevant, nor is exhibit number 2 because of the rulings of the 19th. Exhibit 3, same thing. Exhibit 4, same thing.
He's quickly ruling on which exhibits are relevant according
Exhibit
to
5,
his motion to
same
dismiss,
thing.
where he only kept those
Next,
two
exhibits
claims that we went
6,
over earlier today regarding
7,
the tabulators in the chain of custody.
8, 9, 10, 11, 10 fall within what I would believe or construe as that 807 exception to allow for observations that took place at the time and place of the election and the persons who are the declarants. The others, the declaration of Mr. Barris, he's an expert. He's retained for the purpose of litigation. He's got a report, et cetera, and I've talked about that. The declaration of Shelby Bush is also not pertinent to what I have for me. The affidavit of Clay Parrick, is that how I pronounce it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Kelly KJ Kutchta, they are all prepared in anticipation of litigation, and I'm not admitting those under 807. Okay, so what I need for you to do is to get with the defendants, show them their exhibit numbers, get me those numbers, and then I can address admitting those at a later point. Now, having said all of that, either at the time we move to admit them, actually, or right now, I can allow the
Truly unfortunate, as this is probably one of the most important cases in recent memory, and we have not enough internet service here in Maricopa County, apparently, to allow everyone to see the broadcast. Hopefully we can bring it back as the page reloads. I apologize for the interruption. There we go.
anywhere from 0 to great weight. And so
Perhaps if I leave
I will
it out
rely
of the full
upon
screen,
you, counsel, both sides
we'll
to
see.
present
We get a little lucky.
argument or to present the case in a manner that indicates to me what you think has more weight. To that end, I'm a little concerned that you've allocated yourself 15 minutes and 5 minutes for closing argument. So you may want to rethink that. So I believe that those are all the matters that I have.
It's a quick
before we
closing
can get
argument, but plenty of time. You don't want
Housekeeping
to
item,
waste
Your
too
Honor.
much time.
We could, defendants would like to invoke the rule to exclude any non-expert testifying witnesses from the courtroom.
Join.
They're trying to sequester the witnesses in a live
Well,
trial.
The rule has been invoked. I'm going to have to rely upon counsel because I don't know these people by sight. There are persons who are non-parties who are witnesses.
Interesting.
to
Perhaps
this
they do
case
have
who
a
are
right.
present. They must
Because it's live
leave the
streamed.
courtroom, not discuss their testimony either before or after they testify with anyone other than the attorneys.
Is he non-testifying or testifying? Oh, because that's fine. You can
Your Honor.
sequester
Mr. Scott
testifying
Jarrett, the
witnesses
Elections
that they don't
Department
get
Director,
biased
is
by
here as a
previous
party
or
representative.
witnesses.
He's
before
also
their
listed as a
testimony.
witness, Your Honor.
Very well, I'll accept the designation. Very well, we ready to proceed?
Your Honor.
Parties
Ready
are
to
allowed
proceed,
in the room.
defense?
Your Honor.
Mr. Liddy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good ruling.
Yeah.
Let's move.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Let's do it.
Mr. Olson?
And we're off.
Oh, well, Mr. Blam?
Your Honor, we would like to start with Recorder Stephen Richer. My understanding, he's online and prepared to give his testimony now.
Okay, we have Mr. Richer then.
Do you see him in the waiting room here? Yeah, it looks like not going full screen has been helping here, keeping the stream moving.
Very well. You'd swear, Mr. Richer, in, please.
Please your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very well. Mr. Blam, you may proceed.
way I can see the witness via video or audio feed, Your Honor?
I'm not sure.
All right.
I think the answer that I've received from somebody with technical knowledge is the witness needs to turn his camera on.
Recorder Richard, can you please turn your camera on?
Very
Oh,
well.
thank you very much. All right, could you please state your full name for the record?
Stephen Richer, R-I-C-H-E-R.
We also live in the boomer era, apparently.
What is your occupation?
Maricopa County Recorder.
Maricopa County Recorder. How long have you held that position?
I was elected in the November 2020 election. I took office on January 4th, 2021.
Thank you. And as Maricopa County Recorder, you play a pivotal role in Arizona elections, do you not?
I am statutorily responsible for recording operations, vote registration, and early voting.
With respect to your recording of operations, does that include maintaining written chain of custody for all ballots?
The recording operations I refer to are the recording of public documents mostly related to the real estate industry, such as titles and deeds.
All right. Do you maintain in your office, with respect to your duties, election-related duties, chain of custody documents for
Yes,
ballot?
sir.
All right. Are those required by law?
Yes.
Yes. And Arizona is a significantly larger county than any other state of Arizona. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so is it fair to say that as Maricopa County goes, so too goes Arizona?
I don't follow.
Well, the population center in Maricopa County is significantly larger than all the other counties. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, but it's not dispositive, as was shown in the superintendent of public instructions race and another statewide race.
And a Republican won that race. Is that correct?
I believe that race is in recount.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So explain to the court then what your role is in running elections in Maricopa County.
As mentioned before, I am
It's interesting to see the hostility of this witness in answering questions that he clearly knows what's
doing all
being
the
asked.
background checks, confirming identity, confirming location, maintaining the voter registration database, having that available at the cutoff date, which this election was 28 days before the election day. Ordinarily, that's 29 days before election day, but this year we had Columbus Day on the 29th day, and so it moved to the 28th day. On the 27th day, we mail out early ballots to all people who are either on the active early voting list or who have requested a one-time early ballot. That this general election was approximately 1.9 million registered voters out of the approximately 2.4 million registered voters overall in Maricopa County. We send those out. We are also responsible for all forms of early voting that could include dropping off a ballot at a drop box, that could include dropping off a ballot at a voting location, that could include going to an early voting location, getting a new ballot printed. That's still governed by early voting laws, meaning it still has to go in an envelope. That envelope has to be sealed and signed, and it comes back to us. My office is also responsible for things like UOCAVA, which is uniform and overseas voting. Now that begins actually 45 days under federal law before the election. We are not responsible for election day operations, emergency voting, which is the weekend before election day, or for ballot tabulation.
All right. And so those
So
responsibilities
the attorney's actually
lie
getting to
with
count
the
4
Maricopa
here,
County
which is a
Board of
chain of
Supervisors,
custody
correct?
of the early voting.
That's correct, and that's
not
true of all 15
day of.
counties.
Day of is
All right.
the claim.
And so I
count
believe
two
you
claim.
mentioned drop boxes. You are responsible for those
So we
and
can
for
follow along
ensuring
which claim they're
that the
trying to get
ballots
relevant info
get
out
from
of.
drop boxes to Maricopa County, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified earlier, you're required by law to maintain chain of custody. That includes chain of custody from pickup at Dropbox to delivery to Maricopa County. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, does that also include when they leave Maricopa County and they're delivered to Runbeck?
They never leave our chain of custody because they are with our personnel at all times. But yes, they go to Runbeck.
Okay, so are Runbeck your personnel?
No,
No, they are a third-party vendor, correct?
correct.
You're the only county in the
So we're
state of
giving our
Arizona
ballots
that
to a
uses
private party?
third-party vendor for intake of its
You
ballots.
gotta be kidding me. We just pay some Joe
Maricopa
Blow to
County
pick
has
them
been
up.
doing
It's all
this
right.
since the 1990s,
All secure.
and I
My
believe
question
We've been
was
doing
a
it
simple yes
forever.
or no. Are you the only county
We've
in the
been-
state of Arizona that uses a third-party vendor for intake of your ballots?
No,
Okay, and so was your testimony just a moment ago with respect to my question on chain of custody with delivery of Maricopa County ballots from your custody and control at MC Tech to Runbeck, a third-party vendor, that they are not governed by chain of custody laws?
they are.
They are. And that would also apply to the return of those ballots from the third-party vendor Runbeck to MC Tech. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I follow, but
Chain
The-
of custody. Are you required to maintain chain of custody from third-party vendor Runbeck back to Maricopa County?
chain of custody is preserved throughout all times of the early voting process. It's documented when it goes to Runbeck. It never leaves the site of our personnel. It's documented when it comes back to MCTEC, correct?
So just
Okay.
during
So you
transit,
document
is
every
when
transport
we
of ballots from
technically give it to
MCTEC.
some
to
private
Runbeck.
third party.
Correct.
Interesting.
What
Hopefully,
kind
I
of
fixed my
forms do
audio
you
for you
use?
guys as well.
It's a ballot transportation slip. It's a white form.
Does that include the total number of ballots you're taking to Runbeck?
It does include the total number of ballots for early voting.
Okay, thank you. That would include election day ballots?
Election day ballots are treated a little differently. If you're talking about election day ballots that are voted on site, those are under the domain of the Board of Supervisors. If you're talking about early ballots that are dropped off on election day, those all come to MCTEC first, where they are gathered, and then they are transferred over to Runbeck, where they are counted by our people at Runbeck because they have a high-speed counter, because that's the only day in which approximately 300,000 early ballots come in on one day.
Okay, is it your testimony here today that you, once election day happens, are no longer legally responsible for the ballots that are dropped into drop boxes?
Your Honor.
No.
Your Honor, wait just a minute, Recorder Richard. Your Honor, this line of questioning is calling for a legal conclusion from the witness. I object.
First big objection.
Your Honor,
Let's
he
see how it
understands
goes.
the laws as they apply to his job.
You're asking for the
What is
witness's
that?
understanding, is that correct?
I'm asking if that's his understanding. He just testified that the
Good,
drop
good, good, good.
boxes in the voting centers, Your
Carrie's
Honor,
attorney is
are
amazing.
under the
His oral
control of the
arguments were
Maricopa
great,
County
too.
Board of Supervisors.
Your Honor, with that being the question, we withdraw the objection.
That's fine. I was,
That's right. Sit down. Look at him.
Richard.
Carrie Lake's attorney is incredible.
these
Yes, sir.
questions are directed
work.
to you and your
He had to
understanding.
come up from out of state, I
And
believe.
if you understand the question, we'll presume that that's the case. If you don't understand the question, you can ask to
Don't quote
have
me
it
on
rephrased.
that, but
Do you need this
there was,
last question rephrased, or do you remember it, sir?
hard licensure issue that was
Well,
raised for one of her
Perhaps
attorneys.
because that was a
Wait.
inaccurate representation of my position.
Richard,
Okay, Mr. Richard.
I'll let
I like it. Hostile
Sorry, Ron.
witness.
Lem
He's
ask the
clearly not
question.
biased.
Proceed.
Mr. Richard, with respect to drop boxes in vote centers on election day, who is it that is responsible for those ballots?
Voting locations on election day are overseen by Board of Supervisors in all
It's in
15
the drop
counties.
boxes, not
Understand
voting
that.
locations.
I understand that, Recorder, but you're not answering my
Oh,
question.
the statute isn't clear, so that's why he
Wait.
probably
It's not
doesn't
true.
know.
That the drop boxes are under your purview as a recorder.
I wonder.
When the ballots get back to MCTEC, the early ballots,
Look at
we
his
then
smug ass
process
smirk.
those,
It's a
we
delayed
oversee
video
them,
here on
we
this terrible live
organize
stream,
them,
but
we get them all aligned in the same manner,
Uh,
we count them,
Zoom
we
isn't
then
perfect.
send them with our personnel to MCTEC such that they can be scanned and imaged overnight, such that at 7 a.m. on Wednesday
So
morning,
they're in
we
charge of
could
it.
begin the signature verification process for those 290,000 ballots, the early ballots that were dropped off on election day. I
290,000
was
is plenty
distinguishing
outcome
those from
determinative.
the day of ballots, which are cast in person, which is overseen by the Maricopa County
I
Board
bet
of
you were
Supervisors.
distinguishing. 'Cause you're trying to obfuscate because you're a
are you
hostile
familiar with
witness.
the statute, first of all, that governs chain of custody of ballots?
I am generally familiar with Title 16 and Title 19.
Does the statute draw a distinction between election day drop box ballots and early ballots that take place before election day?
It does.
Okay. Does it draw a distinction with respect to your responsibility to provide chain of custody for all
Just can't
drop
figure out
box
where I want
ballots?
my mic to be, apparently.
I don't follow the line of questioning.
All right. Does
course
the
you don't.
statute requiring you to maintain chain of custody for all Dropbox related ballots say shall or may?
We must maintain
Put it
chain
in
of
front of him.
custody for all early
Enter it as an
ballots.
exhibit.
Okay, so now again,
Make 'em
you're
read it.
parsing with early versus those dropped at a polling center in a drop box, correct?
I'm not attempting to, I'm just distinguishing those from ballots that are cast in person on election day. There are early ballots that are dropped off on election day. We maintain chain of custody for those ballots.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you know if any chain of custody exists for the transport of ballots from drop boxes at vote centers to MC Tech? On
It
election?
does.
It does. Okay, so you can tell me exactly how many ballots left each vote center on election day that came from a drop box?
I can tell you how many early ballots we received on election day.
Okay. Can you tell me, based on chain of custody documents,
But not from where.
how many ballots
Once they
left
get to the
the
central
drop
hub.
boxes from the vote
Right.
centers and were
There's a whole
transported to
transport
MC Tech?
section.
Yes,
That's crazy.
Based on documents that you have in your possession?
yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You're familiar with EPM, correct?
Are you referring to the Elections Procedures Manual?
Yes, I am. Thank you
I
very
am.
much. Okay, and that also contains specific language with respect to early ballots, Dropbox ballots, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it contains the same statutory language as shall as opposed to may? Is that correct?
I can't recollect.
Okay.
And put it
When
in
you
front of them
first
if you want to.
took office in
That's
Maricopa
important enough.
County, were there
You can
some
enter in an exhibit and make
concerns
them read it.
about
Are you familiar with this document? Yes.
Dropbox chain of
See
custody
what it
in
says on
Arizona?
line 12? Is that a may or shall? Boom. Can you read that whole paragraph for us?
If you're
Give everyone the
asking if
context.
there were in the general public, yes, and I'm certainly aware of many
maybe he's
things that
just
have
trying
been
to
alleged
demonstrate
over the
his
last 2
incompetence.
years. Perhaps most noteworthy of which was the documentary 2,000 Mules.
All right. And are you aware
We're
of
on the
a report issued by
This is
Arizona Attorney
fantastic.
General with respect to Dropbox ballot chain of custody?
Shout out to D'Souza, I believe, was the producer of that.
I am, and that pertained to the 2020 general election.
The 2020 general election. Okay, well, and that was the basis of my question. When you took office, did you make any changes to chain of custody forms based upon that report?
Based upon that report, which came out in April 2022, no.
No. Okay, so you changed forms prior to that period of time?
We did change forms prior to that period of time, correct?
All right, why did you do that?
For the same reason that we changed personnel, for the same reason that we added personnel, for the same reason that we revisited all of our processes, for the same reason that we're rebuilding our voter registration database, for the same reason that we rebuilt our website, because I'm in this office to try and move it forward. I hope to leave it better than I inherited it, and I'm sure the next person will want to do the same.
Okay, thank you very much. And so you testified to me that you can tell exactly how many ballots were transported by from vote center drop boxes to MC Tech on election day. I believe you recall tweeting at about 11 a.m., I believe it was. And can we go ahead and pull up Exhibit 61? That's the court's exhibit number. I'm sorry. G1. Bates number 0078115.
For the record, I need to have the official number.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's why I said 61.
It's 63.
63. My mistake, Your Honor. 63.
Thank you.
So I think this, like I said, I think it's an out of
Are
state
you
attorney,
able
so
to
he's
see what's on?
likely
Well,
used
that's
to other
not it.
state courts. State courts have all different rules in terms of these little minutia things of how you label exhibits,
Be
how you
right here,
introduce them, and things
G1.
like that. So he might struggle a bit with some of those issues, as we'll see. But I do not knock him as an attorney. He's been fantastic with his
Oh, that's not yours.
questioning.
Okay.
And he's at
63?
least his demeanor is strong. He's not backing down and being
Yep.
weak, which is important in a case like
That is the one on the corner. Yep.
It's appearing on the laptop.
But I would recommend for anyone watching while they get this exhibit going, go back to the oral arguments video on my channel.
And while we're pulling
watch
this
the
up,
moment.
you help supervise the transport of
Let him continue the questioning.
EVBTS containers, is that correct, on election day?
Yes, I was part of the team that spent the whole evening organizing the early ballots as they came back to MCTEC.
Okay, and you did not at any time see any chain of custody forms attached to those EVBTS bids, did you?
I don't quite know what you mean. We scan in every single box as
Man.
it comes in.
Okay. And what does that scan tell you? Where it came from?
So when the early ballots are removed from their blue container at the voting location, they're
Okay,
placed
that's,
in a Tupperware.
you've gone beyond the question I've asked. They unload these blue containers from the vehicle or the truck, whatever, it's a Ryder rental truck or a personal POV. They unload them and they put them on what's called the blue line, isn't that correct?
No.
Now, where do they put them?
Well, your previous statement was inaccurate.
Okay. Do they contain any documentation contained on the bins for
He's
chain of
truly a hostile
custody
witness. This is
from
tough.
transport to the from the vote center to MC Tech?
Yes.
They contain those forms on election day.
Yes.
On election day. Okay.
Yes.
So if we were to show video of you opening some of those bins, would we be able to see those forms?
There's a piece of paper on the side of the bin. The bin is also affixed with two scannable, serialized tamper evidence seals that we scan in upon receipt. We then take that piece of paper that is on the side of it after we have broken those seals, and then we begin processing those early ballots on election night.
Okay, so that piece of paper tells you exactly how many ballots are in each bin.
No, not on election night.
Okay, that's
That's
the
the issue.
nature of
There's
my
no count
question.
before and after.
You don't have any idea how many ballots are in those bins, do you?
We count them at.
Yeah, when we
MCTEC.
get them.
Okay, you
Once they
count
show
them
up.
at Big Tech. Okay,
In
and
the
then do
meantime,
you
we had a
create a
sticker
chain of
on it.
custody form on election day?
And
at
if the
MTech?
sticker's broken, we know it's been tampered with, right? Is
Yes,
that how it works?
before it goes
That's
to run.
no
Have you
criminal has
produced
ever
all of
gotten
those
past
in response
that
to a
method
FOIA
of
request that was
defense.
submitted to your office?
I
Objection,
don't
Your
think we're
Honor.
bound by federal law.
Okay. Have you submitted them in respect to a public records request under Arizona law?
Sorry, I see Joe standing up, but I don't know if that's lag.
Yeah, he's sitting. I can see him too. He's sitting.
I believe we have.
And so on election day,
Yeah,
it would have
almost
been
watching
easy
is
for
terrible.
you
You
to
just want
figure
the
out how
audio.
many ballots you received.
Yeah, well, we had to get them all in, and it was quite a process throughout the
You
night.
could
I
add-
don't believe it was.
You could look at the forms and add the numbers, correct? You could have a staff member do that?
No, we added them up. They're not counted at the individual voting locations. They are counted when they get back to MCTEC, and then they are recounted at Runback.
All right. And so you reported then on, I believe it was the 9th, that's the day after the election, that there were 270,000 early ballots received. Is that correct?
That was my estimate at the time,
Oh, you tweeted it, correct?
if you say so.
And then you said that again in the afternoon on the
If you
press
say
conference.
so.
Is that
How
correct?
hostile. Just say, yeah, I tweeted it.
I
What?
said, I believe there were at least 275,000 early ballots dropped off on election day.
All right. And was that the same number you
Now you're
reported to the
admitting it.
Secretary of
What-
State's office on that day?
Why?
I do not report to the Secretary of State's office. That's handled by the tabulation side.
Okay, and that would be the Maricopa County Recorder?
I am the Maricopa County Recorder. No, that would be the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
All right, so they count the ballots when they come in.
No.
Okay, all I want to
Um,
know is, does anybody know when those ballots leave the polling centers, the voting centers, how many are in the bins?
When the early ballots leave the voting centers, no, they are not counted at the voting centers.
So nobody knows how many are in the bins when they arrive
Before they
at
get on the
MC.
trucks.
Correct.
But according to your testimony, they contain documents that tell you how many are in the bins?
No, they contain chain of custody documents.
And it's your testimony that you count them at MC Tech.
They don't contain chain of custody order. They contain a seal.
All right.
A
can we go ahead
tamper-proof
and,
seal.
I guess just pull up a
Supposedly.
different exhibit
Whatever a
if that one's not
tamper-proof
working.
seal is. You've testified to that.
It's the computer.
It's tough because I don't think you're getting anything more out of this witness. But it's important that you stress this point. This witness is incredibly hostile. And it's not going to tell you that, yeah, our tamper-proof system is not, tamper-proof. He won't make that conclusion, but we're all supposed to get there. That's what the attorney's trying to set up. We're supposed to get to that conclusion, even though obviously this hostile witness is never going to admit it.
I believe so.
Maybe some of our tamper-proof seals are not perfect, or they're duplicatable. Huh? Is that a word? We're sticking with it. They could have extra bins of envelopes already in
Do
those
you recall
private trucks,
sending
ready
an
to go
email
with their
on the
own
10th to the Board of Supervisors?
tamper-proof seal, ready to
saying
go.
that,
All ballots filled out.
you
Harvest.
really have no
Who
idea how
knows?
many ballots
Who
there are?
knows?
No,
Recall that?
I do not recall that.
All right.
It's great. I mean, whether the lawsuit wins or not, it's at least pointing out a great flaw in Arizona that I hope will drive some attention to get it changed. Make sure that, like, hey, we count it on site and then we put it in the private trucks and then we count it when it gets there, just to make sure, just to have that chain of custody. A seal is not good enough. And a promise.
Okay, so I'm not finding it really, and I want to get over this very quickly. Do you recall on the 10th of November at 2022 at 2:13 p.m. sending an email to Ray Valenzuela, Scott Jarrett, Megan Gilbertson, Matthew Roberts, Phil Morsley, as well as CCing Bill Gates and a few others? that states, and I'll read this verbatim if anybody wants to
Just let's
challenge
let
it.
this play out.
Unable to currently reconcile SOS listing with our estimates from yesterday. Do you recall sending that email?
That, if you say I sent that, then I sent that.
Your Honor, I'd like to lodge an objection. We need to see the exhibit if he's going to use it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Correct the record if I quoted that wrong.
That'd be fine. In fact, that's
All right.
required. If you're going to use an exhibit, that you show the other side before.
Understood, Your
you
Honor.
do
My
that.
apologies.
And is that one of the,
This is, Your Honor, this is Exhibit 69. But for some reason, we did come in and test this system with that computer, with this AV technician prior to trial, Your Honor. Everything functioned perfectly fine. We're not sure what the disconnect is at this time.
okay.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank
I
you.
would move to admit then Exhibit 69, Your Honor.
No objection?
Did anybody from your office,
Wait.
Miss?
Asking if they had an objection.
The email that I just looked at, there's no objection. I don't know if that's number 69 or not, but assuming it is, there's no objection to the admission.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're vowing to me that it is 69.
I'm pretty sure, yes, Your Honor.
Pretty sure isn't going to get us there.
But yeah, Exhibit 69, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then Exhibit 69 is admitted.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Before we move on, they provided letter numbers. Can we get the letter number so that we can just keep track of?
Can you have Mark? I'll have a list provided to council that jives our numbers with the court's numbers, Sean.
Thank you. But for the interim, I'd like to use the court's numbering system.
Understood, Your Honor. And that's what I'm doing when I said Exhibit 69, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And my AV tech knows which exhibit that is.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
We're going to have to pause it to make sure that they understand what you're referring to before we go forward.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would like to request that, despite me saying that I have no objection to the admission, assuming it's 69, that we confirm that exhibit number before the court actually admits it.
That's what you're supposed to do at the time he's seeking to admit it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna put an asterisk next to it and.
Well, there is no way, Your Honor, that I'm without seeing the numbering system and making sure that we're not objecting to the right exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 60.
Okay, Your Honor, he's shown me the list. There's no objection to the admission.
Gentlemen, let me do this for you. Because the numbers were not correctly, the exhibits were not correctly labeled by
Understood.
plaintiff. My clerk worked on this till 11 o'clock last night.
Understood, Your Honor. And
So I'm not, let me finish. She has a list that she's using to correlate what you originally submitted with the numbers that have been assigned. So what we will do is, once you are referring to an exhibit for the record, Mr. Blem, as you've done, I appreciate that, then she will provide the defendants with the reference that is associated with your list that you shared with them yesterday.
And Your Honor, if it pleases the court, I can cite both. I can say court's exhibit, defense exhibit.
That would be fine as well, if the defendants are all right with that. Are you good with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well then, thank you, Mr. Blem. Let's move on.
Recorder Richard, did you have anyone from your office call Runbeck on December 10th asking them how many ballots they processed?
Not at my direction.
Not at your direction. On November 10th, did you actually know how many ballots you had processed with
So-
respect to drop boxes? Yeah, I mean, yes or no?
I mean, process is not even a term we use, so I'm a little confused as to that. And also,
Okay.
we do it at Runback. It is not done by Runback. It is our personnel at Runback under the observation of the political parties.
Okay. And so do you recall reporting to the Secretary of State on the 10th of December that there were actually 200, or would that have been the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors? My apologies.
My office and I do not report to the Secretary of State's portal.
All right. And so the numbers you were putting out of 275,000 on December 9th were not correct. Is that correct?
I believe I said 275,000 plus.
Okay. And so the correct number as reported, at least by the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, are you familiar with that as being 292,000?
That sounds right.
Okay. And are you familiar with Maricopa County delivery receipts?
From which particular receipt? I might know them under a different name.
Maricopa County delivery receipts are those that Maricopa County uses to deliver ballots to Runbeck.
The white slip, that's the one that has to date, serial number, transport staff.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna spend the time if you don't understand your own documents.
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Blem? That's not a question. That was a comment.
Thank you.
Strike that.
I'll strike the comment and the question,
It's
Your
your
Honor.
first strike.
Okay, has the Attorney General opened an investigation into the 2022 Maricopa election?
No.
You don't know? Have you received
No. I said no.
Yes, I understand that. My next question is, have you received correspondence from the Arizona Attorney General's office asking you to explain certain components of the election?
They were almost exclusively redirected to the Board of Supervisors. I responded. I have not received a response back from Ms. Wright.
Almost exclusively, correct?
I believe there were some questions about provisional ballots.
Okay, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have. Are we gonna have exhibits or not? Yeah, are we gonna?
Go ahead and proceed, Mr. Wu.
Your Honor, is there any way that we can have the camera on me so that the recorder can see me?
So,
I could not see Mr. Blem, I believe it was, asking the questions.
excuse me.
I'm not sure if that's automated or not.
Okay, we can move on. It's all right.
I can see Mr. Blem now, though, and I can see.
Okay.
I can see the both attorneys' benches.
It's all right. We can move on. Good morning, Mr. Recorder. Good to
Good
see
morning,
you.
Joe.
You don't have to identify the exact location, but where are you right now?
Panama City.
Well, all right. And so are you on vacation?
First time in 4 years.
All right. And have you been busy the last couple of years?
I have been. It's been exciting and worthwhile.
All right. And just for the record, Recorder, would you normally appear in court without a suit?
I most certainly would not, and I apologize for any breach of sartorial standard. It was all I had available to me when I was made aware that this might be a possibility.
All right. Thank you, Recorder. I'm sure that Your Honor understands. I want to ask just a few questions to follow up with what Mr. Blem asked you. First, do you have in your employee a co-director of the elections department for early voting?
I do. His name is Mr. Valenzuela. He would be more knowledgeable about these topics than I.
Okay. And I know you're very hands-on, but you have appointed him to oversee the recorder's early voting operations. Is that correct?
Him and many others, but he leads those, correct?
Okay. Would the Ray's oversight extend to the receipt of early ballots at McTech?
It would.
Okay. Do you have an employee who oversees public records requests?
We do.
And you have a small team that handles public records requests, isn't that right?
We have a team that handles constituent relations, but there is only one individual who is exclusively tasked with public records requests, and she has been quite busy over the last 2 years.
Yeah, quite busy. I don't expect you to know the exact number, but do you have a reasonable estimate of how many public records requests your office has received this calendar year?
I believe it's about 1,500, which represents a approximately tenfold increase over previous years.
Okay. And do you personally respond to public records requests?
No, I do
You as the
not.
recorder? Yeah, you do
I do
not.
not.
Okay. And so while you're very hands-on on elections operations, would you say you're hands-on on public records requests?
I have a system that is built, but no, I do not see that. And that's by design because a lot of the public records requests make requests of my emails specifically. And so I think it's a good practice to delegate that to other people, especially people who are not the target of as many requests.
So a line employee.
Correct.
Okay.
Though a celebrated and appreciated line employee.
Very much so, recorder. So as you sit here today, and as you're sitting here testifying, do you actually know whether your public records team has completely responded to a public records request for chain of custody documents?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. On election night and the first few days following the election, do you know whether your office and the Board of Supervisors sometimes make estimates regarding how many ballots were returned?
We try to make estimates as quickly as we can while still doing it responsibly, which is why I gave that 275,000 plus, because as I'm sure you'll appreciate, candidates, campaigns have a strong interest in assessing the size of remaining ballots to run their own models to assess whether it's over or whether they still have a chance. And so we try to get those out, like I said, as quickly as possible while still being responsible.
Okay. So when you wrote 270,000 plus or 275,000 plus, I don't remember the exact number, but when you included that plus, what exactly were you trying to communicate?
The plus I thought was a clear indication that it was a estimate. Obviously, it was 275,000 followed by 3 zeros, which would be unlikely if that were the final number. I apologize if that wasn't clearly conveyed.
I think it was clear, recorder. Do you know whether sometimes estimates are done by counting the trays of ballots, by counting the number of trays in which ballots are?
Correct, and that is what we are doing throughout the evening. So we'll get these between 10 p.m. and midnight on election night. This is those early ballot drop-offs. Now, we received 120,000 more early ballot drop-offs on election night than that the office had ever received before. So as these boxes were coming in and as we were organizing them, we were assessing them by tray before confirming the official count, and that's how I most likely got that estimate number.
Okay, thank you, recorder. Again, I'm not asking you to be a legal expert. I'm asking, do you know, or do you have an understanding? Do you have an understanding of whether the law requires that early ballots be counted at the vote center?
Early ballots actually cannot be counted at the vote center because they are governed still by early voting law, which is my domain, if you will. And we have to do a whole bunch of things before we can properly tabulate the ballot that is inside that early ballot envelope. And that includes scanning it in, that includes imaging it, that includes signature verifying it, that includes sending it to a signature verification audit queue, that includes sending it to a bipartisan ballot processing team. We keep all tabs all through this process such that if somebody, for instance, puts 2 ballots in one envelope, or if a ballot is damaged inside of an envelope, that will be marked by the bipartisan team. And that's actually what I spend a lot of my time on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in that big room doing. And then at that point, we send them in batches of 200 with that slip, that pink and yellow and white slip, into the Board of Supervisors such that they can then tabulate them.
Okay, thank you, Recorder. And I believe you testified earlier. Well, let me just ask you, because I don't have what you testified in front of me. Is it true that early ballots are transported in a secure and sealed transport container back to from the vote center back to McTech?
Yeah, I'll add a little more color to that if you don't mind.
Please.
They are, so prior to election day, they make daily sweeps. And when I say they, I mean a bipartisan team of 2 temporary employees of the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. They go to, say, a voting location where there's a ballot drop box. They will sign the form. The person at the location will sign the form. They will write down the tamper evidence seals on the Tupperware bin in which the early ballots are placed after removing them from that big blue container. They'll write down the seals to make sure that the seals are affixed. They'll put it back in the truck. They'll have one of these for every single
Where they put
box.
the seal on.
Then when they go back to MCTEC, they'll make
Then
sure
we count
that the
them?
seals are still affixed. They'll make sure that the numbers are the same. They'll scan them in, and then they'll break those seals, and then they will count the number of early ballots there, and they will sign off at MCTEC as well.
Thank you, Recorder. Just a few more questions and we are done. First, would you state for the record your party affiliation?
I'm a registered Republican.
Okay. Recorder, I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Did you personally do anything to sabotage the election, the 2022 election, including some type of activity performed on the printers to make the printers not print correctly?
Absolutely not. And as mentioned previously, election day operations are not under my statutory control, but certainly irrespective of that, I certainly wouldn't have done that. I feel that the early voting process went well in both the August primary
Don't be
and the
fooled by
November
the fact
general
he's a
election.
Republican.
We'll continue to analyze it. We'll continue to hopefully improve it. I'm already talking with the state legislature about maybe changes to our law such that we can continue to improve the system. But no, to answer your question directly, Joe, that would be unacceptable. And the first thing that I tell every single new employee is that integrity is of the utmost importance to this office, both because of the values that we should seek to cherish and because of the intense spotlight. And so even something like an email like that, that Mr. Blem referenced, we would of course document and we produced. I assume that email was produced by our public records office, and we do that because it's the appropriate thing to do and because we have nothing to hide.
Okay, final question, Mr. Recorder.
Then why were you
thank
such a hostile witness?
Are
have
you
nothing
aware
to
of
hide.
anybody who purposefully interfered with the printer's ability to print ballots dark enough to be read by precinct-based tabulators?
These are obviously going towards count
Okay,
two.
thank you, Mr. Recorder, and we appreciate you
discussed
taking your
earlier.
time to be here. Nothing further, Your Honor.
I've just got a couple of quick
However,
questions.
Kari Lake's attorney primarily
Recorder,
focused on count 4.
Is it true that
with
you
him.
did not support
Interesting.
my client in the election for governor's race?
I don't believe I ever made a single public comment about Miss Lake's candidacy or her as
You
a
could just be
person
like, I'm a
prior to
staunch
November
supporter of
8th,
Kari Lake. I'm a
2022.
Republican.
Isn't it true that
Next
you
question.
ran a
That's
political
not
action
true,
committee
is
that
it?
was opposed
Is
and
it
spent money
true?
opposing my client for governor?
That is 100% false.
100% false?
Correct.
Thank you. And I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
May we excuse the witness?
Yes.
You could have just said, I'm a Kari
Thank
Lake
you,
supporter.
Mr. Richer. You're
Why not?
excused, sir.
He didn't want to
Yeah, Your
perjure
Honor,
himself.
apologies again
Mr.
for
Blount,
He didn't
hold
want
on.
to perjure himself.
Mr. Blam, did you have something before I excuse him?
No, I don't.
Thank you. You're excused, Mr. Richer.
Thank
Yes.
you.
I just want to take
that
about a
was
minute
Maricopa
to
County
address the
Recorder.
technical issue, Your Honor. As I've informed this court, my
Stephen
audio video
Richer.
specialist and I did come to this courtroom and test our audio video equipment on this court system, Your Honor. And we used a cable that was attached in this desk here that is no longer present. Everything
Shenanigans in
functioned
the court.
perfectly at that test, Your Honor. And so we came today and that cable's gone and we're using a different cable. It's my understanding the staff is working with the technical side to try to fix what's happening. But I wanted the court to be
Oops.
aware that we did do our due diligence and come before this court to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Lum. Okay. Who would be your next witness?
There's also like, yeah, and the other attorney was talking about how
Your
he's
Honor,
not wearing a
plaintiff to call
suit.
Mr.
Judge
Jarrett.
doesn't give a fuck. Nobody cares whether the guy was wearing a suit. Ay, ay. Sometimes the show theater is just too much. Too much. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if you think everyone in court should be wearing a suit,
Sir, if you'll make your way in
put it in
front
the
of my
comments
clerk,
below.
she
Let
will
me
swear you
know.
in.
I could be wrong. I'm over here in the west
Sir,
side
if
of
you'll make your way
America,
in front
though,
of my
so
clerk,
lawyers over here
she
do
will
not
swear you
wear
in.
ties. We are not the suit and tie people. We do wear ties or suits, just no ties.
Thank you, sir. If you'll just make your way over to the witness stand. All right. As soon as you're ready, Mr. Olson, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Jarrett.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah. Robert Scott Jarrett.
And what is your occupation?
I am the co-elections director. I oversee in-person voting and tabulation.
How long have you held that position?
So I was appointed by the Board of Supervisors, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors in June 2019.
Can
It's
you
like the other
please
one
explain
was
to the
to
court what
count
your
four
role is
in
in overseeing
early
elections
voting.
in
This
that
one's going to be to
capacity?
count two.
Yeah, so I oversee
with
all
election day
in-person
voting,
voting
tabulators.
operations, for that, I actually report.
That's why I
up
was
to
curious
both
why
the
Katie
Maricopa County
Hobbs'
Board of
attorneys was
Supervisors and
talking
recorder,
about
so that'd be the early in-person,
tabulation
as well as
stuff
the
with
election day
the
operations.
recorder.
That includes recruitment
Didn't
and
make
training
sense.
of poll workers. That includes our warehouse operations for distributing all materials and supplies out to voting locations. And then I also oversee all tabulation functions.
So focus in on count two. This is one of the ones that wasn't
When you
dismissed.
say it includes all tabulation functions, what do you mean by that?
So that would include tabulation at our central count facility. So where we had about 84% of the early ballots come through and be tabulated at central count. That would also include at our voting locations where we have an on-site tabulator as well. And so it would include the programming of
Got the
that
homework.
equipment or the staff that do the actual programming. I oversee them and supervise them, as well as any of the tabulation that happens on site. So the poll workers and the training on how they would assist voters as they are inserting their ballots into those tabulators.
Ooh, this
And
guy
are you
is
following
nervous.
the procedure set
Can you
forth
hear it
in
in
the
his voice?
2019 election procedure manual? When
Oh, and finally we've been kicked again. It looked like we had finally resolved the issue
logic and accuracy testing?
by keeping the screen
That's
in
correct.
small mode.
What
as
is logic
opposed to
and
full screen.
accuracy testing?
So logic and accuracy test, that is
Quickly bring it back. Here we
two
go.
different sets of tests for a federal or a statewide election that requires
Excuse
that a test be performed by the county itself, as well as a test performed by the Secretary of State. So I don't oversee the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. I have to make the equipment available for the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. For the county's logic and accuracy test, that is to run test ballots through, and for the county's tests, it's thousands of test ballots through our tabulation equipment, both the central count tabulation equipment, as well as the tabulation equipment that will be used at the vote centers to make sure that they're accurately programmed to tabulate those ballots.
And when you say that to make sure that they're accurately programmed to tabulate those ballots, what are you referring to being programmed?
So for every election, we have to design a unique election program to tabulate the specific ballot, because each ballot is unique or specific to an election. In Maricopa County, we had over 12,000 different ballot styles. So in that, we're for all the various different precincts that we have in Maricopa County, as well as our early ballot style, our provisional ballot style, and our election day ballot style. So it is essentially making sure that the tabulation equipment will then be able to read a ballot and then be able to determine how that, if a voter fills in that ballot, that it will accurately count the votes for those ballots.
And so it's very important for the tabulator to read the ballots, that it be properly programmed with respect to the ballot definition, correct?
That's correct.
And Maricopa County uses ballot on demand printers, correct?
That's correct.
What is a ballot on demand printer?
So a ballot on demand printer, we have two different ballot on demand printers. One is a Lexmark printer and one is an Oki printer. And those allow us at our voting locations to print any one of those 12,000 ballot styles.
Okay. And in performing logic and accuracy testing prior to the 2022 general election, did you perform, or did your office perform logic and accuracy testing with test ballots from ballot on demand printers in the precinct-based tabulators?
So yes, we did. We printed ballots from our ballot on demand printers, and those were included in the test that the Secretary of State did. We also performed stress testing before the logic and accuracy test with ballots printed from our ballot on demand printers that went through both central count tabulation equipment as well as our precinct-based tabulators for the voting locations.
And how were those test ballots configured in terms of the size of the ballot?
They were the exact same size of the ballot that we were using in the general election,
And what size was that, sir?
a 20-inch ballot.
20-inch ballot. What would happen if a ballot was printed out of a ballot on demand printer at the vote center if it was printed with a 19-inch image on 20-inch paper and run through the tabulator?
You need to be more specific with your question.
So we talked about the ballot definition. And for the 2022 general election, Maricopa was operating with a 20-inch ballot image, correct?
That's correct.
And the tabulators at the vote center were programmed to accept and read a ballot with a 20-inch image, correct?
That's correct.
What would happen if the ballot on demand printer printed out a 19-inch image on the
This is why
20-inch
it
paper
was faulty.
and
I don't
ran
know.
it through the tabulator?
Could be.
We did not specifically test for that because in this specific election, because none of the ballots on our ballot on demand printers had a 19-inch ballot. They all had a 20-inch ballot. So I can answer a question about our testing related to the 20-inch ballot that was installed on all of our ballot on demand printers.
If a 19-inch image was installed, or strike that, if a 19-inch ballot image was printed out on a ballot on demand printer and run through the tabulator that was configured for the 2022 general election, would that tabulator accept that ballot or reject it?
Objection, Your Honor. First,
That's
this
a fair
calls for
objection.
speculation, and second,
Yeah.
I think the witness just said he hasn't run that test. I don't.
I got your objection, speculation, without speaking objection. So, Mr. Jarrett, if you've understood the question, you can answer it. If you haven't understood the question, ask to have it rephrased. Or if you don't know, don't guess. Just tell us you don't know. So do you want the question
Proper ruling.
re-asked or rephrased, sir, before you answer?
So I'm willing to say that I don't know specifically for this 2020 election. I know based on my historical, or the 2022 election. I know based on my historical knowledge, the timing marks
The
on the ballot
2020
matter, and it
election.
would need to be a 20-inch ballot to run through that tabulation
Freudian
equipment.
slip. That's what
But
they'd
we did not
say.
specifically test a 19-inch ballot through the 2022 tabulation equipment because there were no 19-inch ballot images installed on our ballot on demand printers.
Prior to the 2022 general election,
Does
did
he have
Maricopa
evidence that they somehow
County
were?
employ a 19-inch
Otherwise, this
ballot
is very
image?
speculative.
Yes, we did.
And
be
when
fair,
did
like, I'm not
Maricopa County
even-
employ a 19-inch 19-inch image just prior
Clearly
to the
on Kari Lake's
2022
side, all bias is
general
out
election.
there, but
The most recent election would be the August 2022 primary election.
Did Maricopa County perform logic and accuracy testing?
just didn't even test.
Strike that. What evidence exists that shows the results of the logic and accuracy testing that you say was performed in connection with the 2022 general election?
So the stress testing, we have a report that summarizes that stress testing that we performed of. So I'm aware that would be documentation. I also know that the Secretary of State produces a summary level report for their testing that they performed using those ballot on demand printers, 20-inch ballot on our precinct-based tabulators, our vote center tabulators.
So if we were to issue a subpoena or a discovery request, would your office be able to produce such testing results?
I can produce them for the ones that with Maricopa County has that information. Yes.
Yes. Mr. Jarrett, I'd like to introduce what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 3. Excuse me, 2, which is the 2022 elections plan. And it's up on the screen if you can see that.
I can see it.
And is this a document that you oversaw the creation of?
That's correct.
And what's the purpose of this document, sir?
This purpose was to establish the guidance that the elections department would use in carrying out the August primary election and the November general election. And it is to present that information to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors so then they can approve the plan. And then our team within the elections department will implement that plan based on this document.
So we just get basically write-off.
How much effort
signatures
is put
from the
in
elites. This is why we
by
don't
your
have
office
any
in
accountability
creating
in
this
this
plan?
country.
A significant amount of effort.
And why such a significant amount of effort?
Because carrying out elections in the second largest voting jurisdiction with millions of different voters and hundreds of different voting locations, and then tabulating millions of different ballots takes a significant amount of planning and preparations.
And part of that is because you want these elections to go off without a hitch, all things considered, correct?
I'd say there's no perfect election, but yes, to minimize the issues and then be able to have redundancy plans to be able to respond to those issues.
I'd like to go to the page that's Bates stamped last 3 digits 41, which is page 11 of the actual document.
And they do this on their
And while
little
we're doing
Zoomer
that, sir, do you have
PowerPoint
any
presentation
reason
here?
to not believe that this is a true and accurate
They
copy
couldn't even use PowerPoint. They've literally got a
of the
projector screen up
2022
here.
election plan?
This is ridiculous.
I have no reason to believe. I take your word for that.
And this is your council's production, so do you have any reason to
Can
disbelieve?
anyone read that?
No, I do not.
He's also just on this
And,
Zoom call.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move to.
How they don't have to ask him
exhibit
to
into
read
the
it out
record.
loud.
Exhibit 2,
Yes, Your Honor.
any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 is admitted. Thank you.
Sir, at Bates number, last 3 digits 041, which again is page 11 of the actual document, you'll see at the top is a section entitled 2.0 - forecasting turnout and reducing
Oh,
wait
there we go.
times. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What is the
This is
purpose of
old school.
forecasting turnout?
It is to guide us on resource planning to determine how many poll workers we need to hire, how many temporary, or how many poll workers, sorry, not just poll workers, but temporary workers that work at McTech, how much training we need to provide, how many voting locations that we need to identify and find, how many check-in stations that we will need in each of our voting locations, how much paper we need to procure. So all of those types of information are based off the forecast.
How much of an effort does your office place on producing an accurate forecast in order to plan for the election?
So every election is unique. So we go back to historical elections, similar or like type elections, to try to identify how many people will participate in those different elections, because that's the best guiding post. So usually it's the most recent like elections. So in this case, it would have been the 2018 gubernatorial election or the 2014
Look at that
gubernatorial election.
early
But then we also use
ballot
other
participation
factors,
rate.
other similar and close elections. So the 2020 elections,
94%,
differences in
92%.
the
That
difference
is
in the turnout
incredible.
between a gubernatorial election and
It's
the
probably similar here in
subsequent,
states like Colorado.
presidential election, how that impacts turnout. And then we also went back to decades and decades of turnout rates and ranges to identify. So a significant amount of effort goes into forecasting turnout.
Yeah. And is that analysis performed in-house? Or do you outsource it to, an outside?
It's performed in-house.
And is it fair to say that you rely on those forecasts in planning for the election, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And a significant amount of money is expended by the county in reliance on this forecast, correct?
That's correct.
And you generally trust those forecasts before you promulgate them in this document, before you go ahead and start actually undertaking actual efforts to manage the election.
We understand that they're forecasts.
Correct.
So they're not exact, but yes, we use those forecasts to make decisions.
I'd like to turn to the page that is Bates
So we
stamped.
might be going to where they're trying to
Last three
argue
digits,
that
043.
the impact of any of these
It's actually
tabulation
page
issues
13 of
actually
the
affected
actual
Republicans
document.
more than Democrats here. I'm not sure if they're exactly getting
You
to
see
the
that,
point
sir?
they're trying to make, but we'll see if they
I do.
can.
Do you see where it says the first forecast model, the 2022 November general election?
I do.
And under 2022 projected voters for election day turnout, the forecast was for 291,863, correct?
That's correct.
And if we turn to the next page, Bates stamped 044, you'll see a second forecast model. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Okay. And the projected turnout under the second forecast model was a lower number of 251,615, correct?
That's correct.
Why did you do two forecast models?
Again, because you're looking at historical elections and variances can occur. So the first forecast model looked at 2014 and 2018. My recollection, 2014 was a historically low turnout year. 2018 was one of the higher turnout years. So we expanded this model to look at more and broader number of elections to include in that forecast model. So it was the two combined, which gave us a guiding. And when I look at this, 251,615, we had 248,000.
So they're using two different models and
in-person
taking the
voters on
average of
election
it.
day. So
And so this document was put out prior to the
Where is he going
2022
with this?
primary election, correct?
in May of 2022.
And
I have to do a quick refresh. Glad I'm doing
How
a small
was
screen
the,
here. Makes it a little
the
quicker.
turnout for in the election day turnout for the
Looks
primary,
like people are trying to crash the
for the
website fairly
2022.
quickly.
Primary election.
I don't remember the specific, but it was, I think, right around 106 or 108,000, which was in line with our turnout forecast for the August primary as well.
Mhm. And if we turn back to the page that's Bates stamped, the preceding page 043, and you see the first forecast model for the 2022 August primary election. That's 108,080, correct?
That's correct.
And that's associated with the first forecast model, which was the higher turnout, correct?
No.
That's correct.
So the second
what?
forecast model,
So they,
which had a lower election day
so they
turnout for
described
the
two
primary,
models wrong originally.
was not the most accurate, correct?
Now yeah, I think
It was within the range of both, but yes, this first forecast model for the August primary aligned closer with the turnout for August, or the in-person turnout for the August primary.
Did the forecast, well, strike that. You recall that there were issues with ballots being rejected on November 8th, 2022 in the election day, correct?
I don't recall ballots being issues with ballots being rejected.
Do you recall tabulators rejecting ballots at least 70 vote centers during election day?
So you're
Yes,
gonna deny
I
this?
recall
Okay,
that
there
there
we
was
go.
about 70 voting locations that we sent
You got 'em
technicians
there.
out to change printer settings at because our tabulators were not reading those ballots in.
And did
What did those
your
texts report back?
forecast model
That's who we need
for
in the room right now.
for the second forecast, where you forecasted 251,615 election day turnout figures? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Did that take
second one's
into account
Larger.
the
The first one
problems
was
you
the
just
smaller of the
mentioned
two.
in
Anyway,
terms
whatever.
of the tabulators at 70
They fumbled their way
locations
through that. They got
having
there.
issues to reject ballots?
What is your specific question?
So was the election day issues that we just discussed, and by the county's own admission, that occurred at 70 vote
That
centers,
was the general, not the.
was that event factored into, or an event like it, factored into the second forecast model?
No.
So first, let me clarify.
He's
I
trying
didn't
to
acknowledge that there were
drive
70 vote
perhaps
centers that had
to
printer
the
issues.
number
I
of
acknowledge that we
potential
sent out 70
affected ballots based on their
technicians to 70
forecast
voting
compared to what
locations.
actually happened.
Now, for
And not
this
and
forecast was
basically
just
saying that
based
the
off
forecast
of
didn't
prior
account for this.
historical
So
models
therefore, you
turnout.
know,
there was no
this did
analysis to
happen,
include if
dropping
there was
it
an
to
issue
X. So
on
if
site
it's
at any
lower
voting
than the
location.
forecast number,
So there was no
that's
analysis
the
of the
amount that's
second
affected
forecast model
potentially.
of 251,000 projected turnout.
They spent a lot of time and
that
effort making these
took
forecasts,
into
so
account a
potentially they're accurate.
disruption in the
Because
election
the first model
on
isn't very
election day,
accurate in the
November 8th,
primaries.
2022.
And that one, we do know what
None
happens
of the
where there's no
forecast models
contest
include that
going
type
on
of
there.
analysis.
So clearly the second
Would
model
a
is the better model.
disruption,
Here's why we're on the second
such as
model.
what was experienced, I mean, would you agree with me that there was a
Curious point. This
disruption on
isn't
November
listed
8th,
in their
2022
complaint, but I
in the
think it's a
election?
great way to approach it without
I would
necessarily getting
say that
experts
we
involved
had
to get
some
that outcome
printers that were
determined
not
if it's
printing
passed,
some timing marks on our ballots dark enough
which
to be
is
read
a
in
standard
by
of law.
our
So on a
tabulation
motion for
equipment.
summary judgment,
Voters
the
had
defendants could try to
legal
argue that,
and
you know,
valid
they haven't met
options
that
to still be able to
standard.
participate
Judge can
within our
dismiss
voting
without, you know,
locations. So
considering
I
anything
don't
else.
agree and will not couch it as a disruption.
So you don't believe that what happened on November 8th was not a disruption in the election process?
I do not couch it as that.
Are you aware that Supervisor Gates came out on election
Not a
day and said
disruption.
20% of all vote centers were affected by these issues with ballots being rejected by the
Not a
tabulators?
disruption, just 20%.
Again, we didn't have ballots rejected by tabulators. They were not being read in by tabulators, but that's not a disruption when voters still had valid options to participate in dropping in those ballots in our secure door number 3, which is a similar process that 8 other counties use as their only option for voters to be able to return their ballots.
Yeah, Mr. Jarrett, you're not answering my question. My question isn't what other options existed for voters. My question is, would you agree that there was a disruption
Right,
of
that
at
might have
least
affected a few
20% of the
voters.
vote centers in
Right.
Maricopa that caused delays in the voting process?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already answered this question as to whether he characterizes
Been
it as
asked
a
and
disruption.
answered. Good objection.
I'll overrule. If you can answer it, you may, sir.
Nice overruled by the judge. He
I'm not
seems to be
changing
leaning
my
on
response.
in the favor of.
Okay.
There you
Is
go.
it,
I'm not changing my response.
Do you believe that there? did
Cued
you
by
hear
his
of any
attorneys.
Reports of
Well
wait times
trained.
to vote of over 60 minutes?
Yes, I did.
And what is the target wait time for in your model? Do you know?
On average, a half an hour.
Yeah. See, I told you they're trying to get with the amount of affected individuals to try to beat that outcome determinative test. They're worried that their later expert who makes these
Please turn
expert
to
opinions,
date
which can
stamp
be conclusions,
047. It's page
is going to
17.
end up being objected to and not allowed to proffer
Still
his
Exhibit 2,
opinions
correct?
on certain
Yes,
things,
Your Honor.
such as their outcome determinative test.
You see the section entitled "Time Needed to Vote a Ballot," Mr. Jarrett?
Like I said, it's a good pivot.
Yes, I do.
They didn't necessarily bring this up in
And you
some of their
see
other
the
documents.
second paragraph under that section where it says, on average, we estimate
relied
that
on
it will
their
take
expert.
voters between 4.4 and 6.4 minutes to vote in the 2022
Look at this, and
primary
it does
ballot,
take it into
and
account.
between
They've got
8.5
it.
and 10.5
Man, they are
minutes
working hard. This
to
is a
vote
solid legal team.
the
I hope
2022
they can put this
November general
together.
election ballot.
That's to complete and fill out the ballot.
So is it your testimony then that 30 minutes is the time allotted projected for a normal election to enter into the vote center?
And we can run
cast
through
your
some
ballot, and
affidavits
leave?
that say that's clearly not what
No, our
happened.
average was 30 minutes in line to check in, and then a few minutes to
He's
receive
gonna
their
fight.
ballot.
He knows what's
upwards
happening
of
now. He's caught on to it as well.
8.5 to 10.5. So in the 2020 general.
Here we go.
election,
Hostile
8.5
witness
to
number 2.
10.5
It's
minutes
almost like
to
nobody
complete
is,
the ballot.
not even
And
the
then there
hostile
could
witness
be
number 1,
some
a
time
quote
to
unquote
then wait in line at the
Republican,
tabulator to put in their
is in favor of
ballot
Kari
and feed
Lake.
it into a tabulator.
Did you ever become aware
The
of
establishment is pushing
multiple
back.
reports at various vote centers in Maricopa County where wait times exceeded 2 hours?
Exceeded 2 hours? No.
You were not aware of that?
Not aware.
Our
at our
data
affidavits.
shows
Here they
that
are.
we had some voting locations approaching 2 hours, but not exceeding.
Oh, okay. It was 2 hours on the dot.
Even at some
not 2 hours
locations
in a minute.
approaching 2 hours, would
Sorry
you
for
consider that
his
a disruption?
mistake there.
That's why we post wait times on our website, which was highly publicized and advertised. And all of those locations, we had close by locations. So for example, Biltmore was approaching 2 hours in the last hour of the voting day.
They're arguing they
With
should have gone
2 miles
somewhere else.
away at Faith Lutheran, there was a voting location that had a 1 minute wait time
People with families
during that same time, the
and
longest time.
basically inability
that
to
last
travel
hour
if they're
of the
taking
day.
public
So there were
transport, if they're
options
using
for voters to
Ubers.
be able to
These aren't
participate,
options.
even at those other voting locations.
They just went home
What are you basing the
like,
report
maybe
wait,
people
the
who don't
accuracy
care
of the
enough to
reported
vote.
wait times on?
and do this.
On information that
Shouldn't be voting, but
poll workers return to
apparently
us.
they
So it's
have
the
the
number of
right.
voters in line at that point in time. They
that's
report
a
those every
debate for a
15
whole
minutes.
nother day.
And then we can calculate the wait time based on how long it would take someone to check in at a voting location.
So if those poll workers were testifying under oath of wait times exceeding 2 hours at multiple locations, how would that square with what the county was reporting on its system? Are they just mistaken, or making it up?
People can make estimates, but unless they're actually timing them, they could be inaccurate. Our wait times are based off exactly how long it takes a voter to check in through that process, have a ballot printed, and based off those numbers of voters that are standing in line at that point in time.
And how is that figure calculated? When you say
Ba-
it's based off that number, how do you calculate it?
Based off
their
prior
goal.
elections, and so we
It's their
can
goal.
gauge how long it takes a voter to get in,
We
checked
want it to
in.
be that
Then we
long.
can also see how many voters are checking in
or less,
at a
obviously.
voting location.
30 minutes or
throughout
less.
the day.
It's your pizza.
So you're basing the wait time calculation on prior elections, not on what's actually happening on scene at the day of election?
Based on how
course, it's a forecast.
quickly a voter can check in through that process. That's correct.
Sir, I want to go back to the
He's not
earlier
doing a great
question
job as
about
tying the
the
bow at this.
19-inch ballot image being placed
Perhaps
on
we
a
have our full
20-inch
circle bow tying.
paper.
Here it comes.
Did you hear of any reports of that occurring in the 2022 general election?
I did not.
If that occurred, would that be a failure of Maricopa County's election process?
I'm not aware of it occurring, and I'd be surprised if there was a
But
ballot
would
on
it
the
be a
main printer
violation?
that had a
Yeah.
19-inch
Let's
ballot.
come on. Hostile witnesses.
I understand that,
They
sir,
just
but-
killing
And
me.
the reason why
Killing
is
me.
we did not design
Killing him
a
too. I
2022
understand
general
that, sir.
election
Yeah.
on a 19-inch
Ugh.
ballot. That ballot does not exist. The only ballot that exists is a 20-inch ballot.
And when you say we designed, who designed the ballot? Is that outsourced to another company or is that done in-house by Maricopa?
In-house by Maricopa County staff.
What
getting
department
chilly.
would that staff fall under?
Colorado is a coal state.
Is there a specific name for it?
Our ballot tabulation team, so reports to me.
And do you maintain records as to the ballot definition that was created for the 2022 general election?
Yes, we have records of all the ballots that were designed.
And so I'll go back to my question again. If a 19-inch ballot image was put on a 20-inch paper in the 2022 general election, would that be a failure of your election process?
If it happened, it's speculative, but I think
would-
he, within his
If
job,
something like
would
that
be able to answer.
happened, which I don't know how it would,
Right.
yes, it would have been a mistake.
There we go.
Could that have also been a deliberate act?
Yes, it could have been.
Again, you're
But he doesn't have
asking me
to-
to
he
speculate about
There-
things that I have no
he's
knowledge
been
of
coached well.
occurring.
He's
So,
been
I
coached
don't know if
well.
it could have been a
And that was a
deliberate act
great
or not.
setup by that
I
attorney
don't
there
believe
to
that
try to
that
get him
occurred.
into that next question because it was a back-to-back question.
How involved in you
Get 'em
are
talking.
you in creating
Have
the
that
ballot
dialogue.
definition?
He almost slipped up.
So my team does, and then I overview it and I'll review examples of those. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
he was hoping his trap worked. Well done. Good coaching by Kari
Your Honor,
Hobbs' team here for
a
the
quick
witness.
clarifying question as to how the
I
court
suppose
would
he's
like
just-
us to proceed.
Knew what was occurring.
We intend to
and
call
was
Mr.
very
Jarrett in our
defensive from
case
the
in
beginning.
chief tomorrow. And so if the court would like me to reserve all questions for him until tomorrow, we are happy to do that. However, I would like to ask him a few questions directed just to what was just
Interesting. So we'll be hearing from him again
discussed
tomorrow.
during the direct examination of Mr. Jarrett.
You can choose to do it either way you wish. I won't dictate how you try your case. You need to stay within the time.
Understood, Your Honor. I have just a very brief cross then. Thank you.
Very well.
Good morning, Mr. Jarrett. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks, Joe.
Just a few very quick questions. I believe you testified that your election day plan called for, or, assumed an average wait time of a half hour for each vote center. Was that what you testified?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what the actual average wait time was?
It was less than a few minutes on election day, on average for all of our votes.
Average for all the vote centers was less than a few minutes on election day, you just said.
That's correct.
Okay.
In
They're
our
trying to
canvas
argue
presentation, we have the
again
exact
towards that
number. I don't
outcome determinative
recall it off the
factor
top of my
of
head right now.
what is the
Thank you, Mr.
impact
Jarrett.
of these delays because of the tabulators.
Are
Are
you
they large
aware
enough
that
to
one
have
of the
caused
political parties
a big
urged
impact?
their
And
voters
this
forego
can you
early
use this
voting and
forecast
vote
to
in person
you know,
on election day?
estimate the affected?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay,
Just
you're
trying to
aware of
rebuild
that
the
today.
credibility, which is weird because I think the
Were you aware
plaintiffs
of
actually
that when
want
you
that
prepared your
forecast to be
analysis
credible
for
in
the
order to
election
get
day
those
plan?
numbers.
No, I was not.
Okay, so I'm assuming, but you tell me, please. This urging by a political party was not factored into your election day plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Prior to each election, strike that. Are you familiar with the term EMS?
Yes, election management system.
The election management system. What does the election management system do?
So it is our tabulation system. So it's what we use to program and design all the ballots. It is also the system that, as we're running ballots through our tabulators, that it's then counting those ballots. It's also then what sends ballots to be sent to our
You can
electronic
tell in his
communication
demeanor
system.
how more,
And it's
more
also
confident he
hosts
is now
the
that Kari
application
Lake's
for results tallying and reporting.
Katie
So
Hobbs'
everything
attorney
that was
is
related
questioning
to
him.
The ballot
Maricopa
creation,
County
to
Board of
tabulating the ballots,
Supervisors,
to reporting
et cetera,
results
other
is
members
housed
that are
within our
represented.
election management system.
Okay. How many elections can be housed within
You know
the
which side he
EMS?
leans on.
Well, multiple elections can be housed. Given the number of ballots that Maricopa County has to tabulate, we usually only have, especially for a general election, we will only have one house on our election management system at a time.
Okay, so for the 2022 general, did you only have the 2022 general on the EMS?
That's correct. That's what my understanding is. We only had those and all the data related to those files.
What happens to the other data, the 2022 primary? What happened to it?
So we transfer those to backup archived storage devices and store those. We have one storage device of that on site within our tabulation center and then one offsite.
Okay. And Mr. Jarrett, you testified earlier that I believe you said you did not design a 19-inch ballot for the 2022 general election. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if it was not designed for the 2022 general election, does it stand to reason that there would not have been a 19-inch ballot on the EMS?
That's correct.
Okay. And if there was no 19-inch ballot on the EMS, does that also mean that there would have been no 19-inch ballot programmed into the ballot on demand printers?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jarrett.
There shouldn't be, but he doesn't have personal knowledge. There should be an objection.
You were
lack of
asked
personal
about deliberate
knowledge.
acts with regard to the printers.
And
Mr.
then you should
Jarrett,
make him
I'm going to
rephrase
ask you a
the
very
question
direct
to say
question.
that, like, you
Did you
assume,
personally do
according
anything
to protocol,
to
that these
any
things are
ballot on demand printer to cause it to print too lightly to be read by an precinct-based tabulator?
No, I did not.
Did you give an order to any of your personnel to do any such thing?
I did not.
Are you aware of any order like that being given?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of any of your personnel engaging in such an act?
I am not aware.
Are you aware of anybody engaging in such an act on any of our ballot on demand printers used in the 2022 general election?
I am not aware.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can we excuse the witness?
Recross, a brief recross, sir.
Recross?
Well, redirect, excuse me.
Yeah, he should be. He should
be
be
very
allowed
proud.
this. This is why the
Very
other
well.
attorney should have just said, "Yeah, I'm actually not going to ask questions today. I should ask questions tomorrow during our direct," because then it wouldn't have given him a
Mr.
chance to
Jarrett.
redirect.
I believe
Which
you were
hopefully
just
is good.
asked if questions about whether or not members of a political party encouraged their constituents in the Republican Party to come out and vote on Election Day. Call that?
Yes.
And was that event factored into your forecast for turnout on Election Day?
When we made the initial forecast for the plans that were submitted to the board in May, no, it was not.
So your estimates in the forecast would necessarily be low because they didn't take into account that factor, correct?
Our forecast 251,000, our lowest model, and there was 248,000. So I think they pretty accurately forecasted how many people turned out in person on Election Day.
Well, tell me how that squares when, counsel just asked you a question, were you aware that members of the Republican Party were telling Republican voters to come out on Election Day, and you didn't account for that? How does that square with a lower forecast number?
Well, we had record turnout, near record turnout for the 2022 general election. So 64%. You have the only
They're trying to say that the
turnout in
forecast
the
was even a
recent
low
several
ball.
decades that exceeded that
It's a
was
good
actually
call.
2018,
That's the
which was
position they need to start
64
from.
point
And to finalize
something
it on that
percent
is a good
turnout
point.
as well.
Again,
So
pushing towards that
our
outcome
forecast
determinative.
model
There was
was
a
forecasting
large amount
at
of Republicans who
potentially
went
the
home
highest
without
turnout
voting.
percentage
They
that
need to
voters
show
would turn
that
out.
as best
That's
they can.
why it captured and forecasted 251,000, which was very close to 248,000.
Actually, your forecast model, you had the other one forecast at over 290,000, correct?
That's correct.
And that model didn't take into account Republican leaders telling their Republicans to come out on Election Day and vote, correct?
It did not. It factored in 2020 presidential and 2016 presidential factors, which usually a presidential election is much higher. So that's why it was ranging up to 290,000.
think you should end it. Unless you've got
Council asked you
another
some
topic.
questions about a 19-inch ballot image being projected onto a 20-inch paper. You recall that?
Instead of
And I asked you
objecting, go tackling
Yes,
it here
I
in the
recall.
redirect. Good work.
Do you have any idea how that could occur?
Right. You
I
don't
do
have
not.
specific knowledge.
Would
Right,
it
you were speculating.
require two different ballot definitions to be installed on the EMS?
Your first question asked if I have any idea how it could occur, and I said I do not.
Do you know what a site book is?
He's incompetent.
Yes, that's our check-in station.
And the site book pulls up the voter, correct?
Yes, it's connected to the recorder's voter registration system through a virtual private network, secure. So then it would, when a voter checks in, it pulls up their specific information and then would alert our ballot on demand printer which ballot style to print.
So where does the ballot definition reside then?
So it's on a laptop that's connected to our ballot on demand printers.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
May I excuse the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall tomorrow on our case in chief, of course.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Step down, sir. Okay. Okay. I've allocated some time to take a mid-morning break. Some of that has to do with my court reporter. So we do need
All
to
right.
take a recess for that.
It's been about 2 hours. It's about time.
Who would you be calling as your next witness?
Your Honor, matter of fact, I was just talking with counsel about asking the court for a short break. I want to reassess, given the time. And so if I may.
Yes, you certainly may, because I'm going to have the mid-morning break here.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to assess, though, is whether I can shave 5 minutes off of that or not.
Your Honor, whatever you.
No, you need a full 15 minutes.
No, Your Honor. I
Okay,
agree to 10 minutes.
10 minutes. We'll be back on the record then. We'll stand at recess.
Thank you.
All right. Quick 10-minute mid-morning break here. We will be right back. Thank you for tuning in. If you'd like more coverage, obviously hit the Rumble button, hit the subscribe button. Let everybody know that Viva Fry is not the only legal streamer here. And those Canadian lawyers don't always know our American rules. Thanks again, and I will be back.
Say that again. Well, it's not a camera, it's just a viewer.
All right. We're back on the record in CV 2022-095-403, Lake versus Hobbs. Present for the record are parties in council, the representatives in council. I was just going to bring up a matter of housekeeping. You okay with Mr. Lem not being here? Mr. Olson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. At the risk of OSHA violations for my court reporter, what I would like to do is try and maximize the amount of time we have. Rather than starting at 1:30, we'll start back at 1 o'clock. So we'll go from 12 to 1, cutting 30 minutes off of the lunch break. So we'll do that today and tomorrow. I'd like to start at 8:30 tomorrow rather than 9 o'clock if we can, stretch a little more out of the day. But I think by 4:30, I don't want to burn the midnight oil on this. I think that we need to have focus and attention and be clear-minded. But I think starting at 8:30, coming back early from lunch, that I'm not taxing anybody's mental capacity with that. Do you agree, plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defendants? Ms. Khanna?
Honor.
County agrees, Your Honor.
Final Secretary, Your Honor.
So that's what we'll do. All right. Are you prepared for your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Clay Parikh.
Very well. Mr. Parikh, if you could come forward, sir, and stand in front of my clerk to be sworn, sir.
Do we have this thing, Morgan?
Yes. Sir, if you could make your way around to the witness stand and have a seat. As soon as your witness is situated, you may begin. Are you doing the questioning, Mr. Olson?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Parikh. Could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Clay Uday Parikh.
And where do you currently work?
I work at Northrop Grumman, a defense contractor.
And what do you do with Northrop Grumman?
I'm an information security officer. I basically spend my week auditing classified systems, making sure the systems are functioning properly, looking for insider threat and those such actions.
Do you have any experience with electronic voting systems?
Yes, sir, I do. I have 9 years of experience in 3 voting labs. It's actually 2 physical sites because Wiley transferred to NTS Laboratories, National Testing Lab, and then at Pro V&V.
Does this relate to, are you familiar with what's called the EAC, the Election Assistance Commission?
Yes, sir, I am. In 2008, my very first tasking was to evaluate Wiley Laboratories test procedures, in which I had to evaluate the voting system guidelines.
And did you perform testing on electronic voting systems in order to certify them in accordance with EAC guidelines?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you did that for how long?
For 9 years.
And that was through Pro V&V, a voting system testing lab?
I was through a professional staffing company, and that's how I was contracted on, because they had, none of the labs had a permanent security specialist on their payroll. I was the only one.
And when you say, you refer to the labs, in this
Welcome
case,
back,
Pro
y'all.
V&V.
Let's listen to this expert.
What is a
And
voting
as you
system
heard,
testing lab?
starting at 8:30
The voting
tomorrow
system
morning.
testing lab
Thank you for
is where
sticking with me.
a vendor submits to the EAC a test plan. It gets submitted to the EAC, it gets approved, then they go to a voting system test lab. There's a project that's done up, and they get tested. These tests can go either by the EAC for federal certification, or they can go by the Secretary of State. That depends on the state's requirements under their laws as far as their certification efforts.
Do you know what voting system testing lab certifies the electronic voting machines used in Maricopa County?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. I believe this line of questioning about certification is no longer on the table given the court's ruling earlier this week.
Yeah, a lot of the question for certification, I mean, qualifications purposes, so I'll give them a little bit of leeway. You can answer the question if you're able to, Mr. Parikh.
Yes, it's Pro V&V.
Do you have a background in cybersecurity, Mr. Parikh?
I have about 20 years of experience in cybersecurity.
Can you, just briefly go through some of your qualifications with the court in cybersecurity?
Yes, sir, I can. I have a Master of Science in Cybersecurity, which it's on a computer science track. I also have a Bachelor's in Computer Science, a systems major. I have the Certified Information System Security Professional certification. I've had that since the beginning of 2007. That is the gold standard as far as security certifications are considered. I'm also a certified ethical hacker, and I'm also a certified hacking forensic investigator.
What is a certified hacking forensic investigator?
That means you go in, you do a forensic analysis, specifically looking for malicious malware. You do root cause analysis. You find out what the malware was, how it infected, and that. These are not your standard forensics type approaches that most law enforcement agencies would use. Their standard is a little bit slower because of the evidentiary stuff. But if you're in an incident response center, as I've helped run in the past, when you have an emergency or something happens, you have to react then. And these are the type of actions that you learn. You learn to get in, do the analysis quickly, make sure you're secure in your analysis because you have to come up with remediation efforts.
How long have you been at Northrop Grumman?
Just about 3 years.
Okay. So prior to working with Northrop Grumman, did you work in a cyber capacity for the U.S. government?
Yes, I have.
Could you describe some of your positions starting, for the past 15 years, 20 years that you've been involved in and what you did, just briefly?
I've worked in anywhere from mid-sized companies that dealt with cybersecurity information assurance to as large as some of the larger ones. I've worked for Lockheed Martin, which is a good tenure of my time, Leidos Corporation, BAE Systems, and in all those capacities, I did information assurance, cybersecurity. At one stint with a smaller company, I was to perform threat for an agency within the United States Army.
Did you ever work with the Marshall Space Flight Center?
Yes, I was. I was the IT security manager for the enterprise operations.
And just briefly, what does the IT security manager do?
I just want to mention that in oral arguments on the 19th, if you look back in my videos here,
that all the security
defendants had said they would rather have an expert of printers from Staples than this expert
operations and
for an
continuity
opinion.
of operations.
Truly hilarious.
Did you ever work for the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes, sir. I was the deputy cyber manager for their enterprise operation, which includes 52 major sites throughout the world.
And in that capacity, what were your job responsibilities?
I was the deputy cyber manager, and because of my certifications and qualifications, I helped the security operations center manager handle his task and monitoring, and I also helped the security incident response manager in her functions because they're the ones that react to when the Army Corps is attacked, and they're attacked a lot.
Do you possess a security clearance, Mr. Parikh?
Yes, sir, I do. I'm currently a top secret cleared, but I've held SCI levels before.
Did you ever work with the Army Threat Systems Management Office?
Yes, sir. That's where I played threat, ITAC systems, and whether it was an information system, a medical system, or a weapon system.
Do you have any other certifications besides CISSP or the Certified Hacking Forensic Investigator or Certified Ethical Hacker?
Yes, sir. I have an ITIL 3 certification, which is an international process for handling IT service management. It's much like the Six Sigma. Several companies like Lockheed Martin have their own that's called LM21. These are all process improvements to refine and affect the quality output and service that you provide.
Are you familiar with the phrase root cause analysis?
I am very familiar with the root cause analysis.
Could you please just briefly explain what root cause analysis refers to?
In simple terms, it's basically troubleshooting, but you have to find what caused the initial issue to happen. Sometimes this can be very complicated. Sometimes it can be fairly easy, but you have to have an intense understanding of the overall process involved in any organization. And this root cause analysis could be done from what's called a governance perspective, where you look at documentation, process, and procedures, because flaws within those can produce the issue, or it can be from a technical finding. I've done hundreds to probably thousands of root cause analysis in all different types of environments.
Could you give an example of an actual event in which you led the effort for a root cause analysis? And just a quick overview.
I've done one for the Navy Marine Corps Internet, which was the world's largest WAN. They did, which has tens of thousands of workstations. There was an issue that resolved. They were having, after upgrades of the operating systems, they had technical issues, and based on those type of issues and analyzed and know what was going on, I requested that the BIOS data be provided, and that ended up the root cause, because the problem systems have that, because they did not properly manage the BIOS. That's a low-level technical one. There's been others involved where the Air Force had it, what's I would say world-facing internet site. Was on the internet, got pulled down because a vulnerability was found, and I was put in charge to do the root cause analysis to find out how the system was compromised, what happened, and suggested the mitigation efforts.
Have there ever been any criminal prosecutions that have resulted from your work?
Yes, both federally and privately from an employer.
So the federal government relied on your assessment of a situation in order to bring criminal charges against somebody?
Several times. Some of those I cannot talk about because of the nature and the classification.
Did you do an analysis of the events that took place in the election day operations in Maricopa County?
Yes, sir, I did.
This is perhaps the most important
And
witness in laying foundation here. And
what
proving
did
the
you
witness
do in
expert
terms of
ability,
your
because
assessment
the
of
defendants
that
have already
situation?
attempted to exclude his
I do like I
expert
do with
testimony.
any system that's involved with
And he
electronic
is
voting
crucial
systems.
for their outcome.
I look at the state statutes and what they
would this be a
reported
big
to the
enough
federal government.
issue
As in this
that
case,
it causes
Arizona
a special
follows
election to
HAVA,
be needed.
and that's in their laws and statutes. Then I go from that, look at the systems they use. Then I look at their procedures. I downloaded the Secretary of State's elections manual, the Maricopa elections manual. I've read through testimony, declarations. I reviewed the EAC certification of the electronic voting system, the test reports from ProVNV concerning the election system. I downloaded and read the applicable Title 16 part of the Arizona statutes, which covers the election systems. Then I read a lot of testimony. I watched a lot of the video televised meetings that Maricopa conducted, and a lot of the video testimonies.
Okay. And did you interview or speak with any election day workers, like technicians who participated, retained by Maricopa to work at the various vote centers on November 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir, I did. I had spoken with after seeing the declaration and an interview conducted for the declaration, I asked to interview them and ask specific questions.
Did you perform an inspection of the ballots on behalf of plaintiff in connection with an inspection pursuant to ARS 16677?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when did that inspection take place?
That was just yesterday.
And without saying what your conclusion was from that inspection, did you reach a conclusion?
It confirmed my initial assumptions on the possible effects of what caused the technical issues. Yes, sir.
Your Honor. At this time, we'd like to offer Mr. Parikh as an expert.
Arizona doesn't do that. Basically, you can ask the questions and then it's an objection as to foundation. So.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Mr. Parikh, you examined the ballots in the inspection performed at MTech yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir. I was allowed to select the sampling per the request in the court's instructions.
Can you did you have a plan going into that inspection with what ballots you wanted to select and inspect?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe that plan?
Through a FOIA request, the cast vote records were publicly available. I reviewed those, analyzed the data, and selected the roundness base so I could follow the court's directions for the petition. So I knew exactly what to request because it was time consuming and Maricopa County was gracious enough to give us that time. So I wanted to use it wisely and make my decision quickly and accurately.
Do you know how many vote centers you were able to inspect ballots from?
I was allowed to inspect.
That was an interesting little exchange there as he tried to enter him as an expert. That's what I was saying is,
were you able to
Judge
execute
clarified there, but in federal courts, oftentimes you put it on the
plan
record that he's an
after
expert.
you went
so you can clearly
into
tell that
MTech
the
to select
lawyer
ballots?
is from
There
out of
were
state,
some
but he is still
modifications to the
incredible.
plans
Missing out on
because
some of those little
the
minor
election
procedural
day
state court
ballot
things that
data,
change from
the cast
every
vote
state court
record,
to state court, and even
which
within some
would be
states, if they don't
referred
have a
to as
unified
system
court
of
system
record,
between the
because
different
it has to be maintained
courts
in
within the
its
state
integrity,
as well.
what was
Well,
no
they'll have
longer
local
valid
rules.
due to the recounts.
When you say it was no longer valid, what do you mean?
The ballots had been retabulated for the recounts. Thus, Maricopa County was unable to map those back.
And were some of the ballots that you inspected duplicated ballots?
Yes, sir, they were.
And what are duplicated ballots?
Duplicated ballots are when there's an issue with the ballot and it cannot be ran through the tabulation system. Therefore, it is duplicated, and then that duplication is run through the system.
And is that duplication then the ballot that is actually tabulated
I'm trying to
and
fix my lighting
counted?
here. For a
Yes,
moment.
sir. The way the process works is the original ballot has to have the duplication ID attached to it, which Maricopa did. The part where they filled in the statute is according to the standards, that duplication ballot is supposed to be easily relatable to the original ballot. They said they could not find let me correct that. They could not find the duplicated ballot, which was tabulated.
So you inspected the original ballot that was duplicated?
Yes, sir.
And do I understand correctly that under your understanding of Arizona law is that the duplicate ballot and the original ballot are supposed to be maintained together physically?
Yes, sir. That's the EAC requirement. That's a standard when duplication is done.
And the duplicate ballot, which is the ballot that was counted,
Yes, sir.
Was not available for you to inspect because of that?
No, sir, it was not.
Why would there be, could you tell me again why there might be a duplicated ballot situation?
It would be because it was physically damaged. I did see torn ballots. They could have coffee stains on them. They could have ink marks, or they could just be improperly configured.
How long did you take to conduct your inspection?
We were there all day, except for a 45-minute lunch break. It took the morning because of not being able to track the selected ballots that I wanted to look at. We worked together and found the samplings, and that took all morning to get that sorted out.
And did you take notes contemporaneously with your inspection?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many ballots did you inspect?
There were 348 that were set aside, and then
Contemporaneous
there were
notes is an
approximately
exception to hearsay in
25
order to get
because we
those,
did not finish because of the time restraint.
notes entered into.
And out
exhibits
of
if
that
needed.
348 that were set aside, how many were ballots printed from a ballot on demand printer?
In what I analyzed between the 6 vote centers. I specifically, and then there was the spoiled ballots that could be examined. I requested that the spoiled ballots be from those same vote centers. This allows me a more accurate response to be able to look at a spoiled ballot and see it's just the same ballot ID and the same actual ballot style as another ballot within that same voting center. The one thing that I have to point out is out of all the spoiled ballots and the duplicated original ballots, there were a total of 113 ballots examined. 48 of those existed because there was a 19-inch image of a ballot printed on 20-inch paper.
So this is what he was
Objection,
getting
Your Honor.
at with
Move
the
to strike as
earlier.
non-responsive. Not sure what question he was answering.
What? He was elaborating. It's direct. He can elaborate.
Well, I don't know that it was non-responsive.
There you go.
I'll overrule it. You can cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Of course, because he got to the root of
So,
the
Mr.
issue he was
Parikh,
bringing
you-
up with the earlier witness.
It's your testimony
Could
upon
this happen?
inspection of these
He's
ballots
saying it did.
that you
I've seen it.
determined that there was a 19-inch ballot image projected onto the 20-inch paper. Is that accurate?
Which means
Yes,
someone
that is accurate.
fiddled
That's
with
one of the
the
initial things when I initially was
printers.
reviewing evidence that was presented and in the
printing
public,
protocols.
I
That's
saw that the
crazy.
ballots, and it was, to me, was easily identifiable.
And is
Right,
this
it's an inch off.
something
You'd
that
see it. It'd be
going
scrunched
into
under
this
the
inspection
paper.
you had
'Cause the
seen
paper didn't
evidence of?
change.
Yes, sir.
Just the
And
print
what
of it.
evidence was that?
That was a photograph of a spoiled ballot right next to the reprinted ballot
This is the
from a vote center
tabulator
included in my
configurations. This is
declaration.
count 2, which I've posted.
When you say
into
that's
the
included, do you mean
Rumble
the
Rants chat.
photographs?
Yes, sir.
And so when you were inspecting
The
the
gist
ballots
of that,
yesterday and
argument.
you determined that
Which relies on his
the
testimony
duplicated
almost
ballots and the
exclusively.
spoiled ballots, I'll strike that. How many duplicated ballots did you inspect?
15 total.
And out of that, and duplicated again means that the ballot was not,
We've
was
got the
rejected by the
homework.
tabulator for some reason?
Yes, sir. It could not be tabulated at either the ICP2s, which are at the vote center, or the ICC at MTech.
Out of that 15, how many of those contained a 19-inch ballot image on 20-inch paper?
14.
14. What about the other remaining one?
It was physically defective.
And when you say
It was
physically,
slightly torn.
slightly torn. Can you explain to the court how a 19-inch ballot image, we'll strike that. How did you determine that it was a 19-inch ballot image projected onto
A
20-inch paper?
ruler.
Because these ballot images are a PDF file, which gets stored along with configuration settings.
Oh,
That's what makes up the ballot
Adobe
style and the
Acrobat's
ballot
ruler.
definition, which is created usually on the EMS, which the actual application that does the ballot style is called EED, right? That's the application that actually does the ballot style. It's usually installed on the EMS servers. That application creates that style, the definition, because it needs those things because it gets loaded on the tabulator. That's how it's evaluated when the image is created. And that's the print job, to use a common term, that gets sent to the printer.
And how could, and how did you determine that it was actually a 19-inch image projected onto a 20-inch paper?
I can
Same question.
I can determine that
Say it really
100% of
Too
all the ballots are
complicated.
rejected because the mechanics of a printer, the feeds are not always accurate. On the 20-inch ballots, you can see the same, I refer to them as tick marks, but they're actually the borders of the image that is sent. And on the 20-inch ballots, you'll see about the very corner above the borders where there's any misfeed. On the 19-inch ballots, they were well viewable in the margins. There are 90-degree right angles at each corner of the page,
And
the image.
did you physically measure the ballots to determine that?
Yes, sir, I did. I requested
There
a
you go. That's what
ruler,
he's
and
saying,
Maricopa
with a ruler.
graciously got me one.
Oh,
and
they got a
one of the other
ruler.
inspectors
Oh,
a ruler.
man. I got there like 5 minutes ago. Whew, this expert. He's just two in the clouds of expertise. He's
How
way
could
over
a
what everybody can
19-inch
understand.
ballot image appear
Talking about EMS and print jobs and
Well,
protocols.
strike that. You've heard previous
You used a
testimony. Were
ruler,
you here for
right?
Mr. Jarrett's testimony?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you hear
Should've just
Mr.
asked the leading
Jarrett
question.
testify that in the November 2022 general election, a 20-inch ballot was used?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you hear Mr. Jarrett testify that it would be a failure of the system if a 19-inch ballot image was projected onto a 20-inch paper?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the testimony of the prior witness as to the
No, it
word
doesn't.
failure.
The first time he answered the question,
I'm assuming you're going
as
to
to the
follow
word
up with
failure.
a
yeah,
question
yeah. Didn't
or an
exactly phrase it.
opinion. I think you can frame it as a hypothetical without arguing about.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Correct.
Rephrase.
Judge is like, come on, lawyers. Stop with the shit. Let it play
In an
out.
election, which is purportedly designed
It's important to take note of that
take
early in the
place
trials.
with
That when
a
you're thinking of making
20-inch
objections
ballot
later.
image on 20-inch paper, how could a 19-inch ballot image appear?
Objection called for speculation.
Let's ask
no.
the question first, yes or no, if you can tell. Ask him if he can tell, and then the objection, and you can re-ask the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Parikh, given your experience and training, particularly with electronic voting systems at 9 years, can you tell what the
Lay the
cause
foundation
of
for the-
a
so it's not
19-inch
speculation.
ballot image being projected on 20-inch paper would be?
Yes, I can. I could give you both the technical ways that it could happen. There are only two ways that it can happen.
Can you tell the court the two ways that can happen?
One way is by changing the printer adjustments.
Well done. Again,
That would make the
attorney's
printer
honest toes.
adjustments and settings override the image file
Barely
that was
chose the
set.
right one.
The other is from the application side or the operating system side. This is the same for anybody who ever prints anything at home. Your Microsoft Word can send the settings, or it can say to use the default settings of the printers. And the application doing it, in this case, as it's a ballot, would have to be that there was a 19-inch image ballot definition.
And where does that definition reside?
On the tabulators.
That can vary depending on the system. But from what I heard in the testimony, it resides on the laptop that's connected to the printer,
Oh, okay,
which
right.
I've seen it referred to as a control printer, but this is actually what would be called a print spooler, and it controls the print jobs to allow the printer to take on the load. And as there
Okay.
were multiple site books, this would be the technical use that laptop should be used for.
Is there any way, in your opinion, for a 19-inch ballot image to be projected on a 20-inch ballot by accident?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because the settings and the configurations and the procedures that are
Should have been
used
defaulted.
cannot
Someone
allow
had to
that.
actively
These are
change the
not
default.
a bump up against the printer
They might not have been.
and the
so it's-
settings change.
What does that intent
There are
go
security-
to? The intent to
there are
change the
security
setting, or the
configurations.
intent to
I've
manipulate
reviewed
an
the
election?
evidence, and the printers are configured via script,
Great
which
point.
by any
Study
large
is
organization
great.
that has to do multiple systems is a standard. This takes away the human error of somebody miscoding in the instructions either on the printer.
Right. That's why it's all defaulted in and it's supposed to be checked in before the election and things like that. Now, the interesting thing is they could counter with,
Prior to
we
an
did a
election-
restart and the defaults changed, or there was a software update and the
Would
defaults changed, and we
the-
didn't check after that point. There was no intentional act.
Strike that.
All
Prior
just
to an election,
negligence.
would it be detectable
And incompetence.
that a 19-inch ballot image had been projected onto 20-inch paper?
Yes, if logic and accuracy tested that all voting styles or ballot definitions were included, which a standard logic and accuracy testing should test every style that's available. And there should be a listing of said styles.
Right, it should have been checked.
You performed testing for EAC certification, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is it permissible to have two different ballot definitions in the same election with respect to the size of the ballot image?
No, sir. For example, if you live in an apartment building and your neighbor, and you have the same school board district, you have the same precinct, all the jurisdictions for whether it's local, county, state, or federal are basically the same, that ballot style definition, the ID for it should be singular. If you do not, then you have two different styles. You're assessing them differently. That can also produce forgery. There's only supposed to be one ballot style per those voting options, and that's what controls it.
The 19-inch ballot image that you observed in your inspection on multiple ballots, including duplicated and spoiled ballots, correct?
Yes, sir.
What effect would a 19-inch ballot image projected
They
on a
wouldn't
20-inch piece of
read them.
paper used in the election in Maricopa for November 2022 have when it was placed into one of these vote
Here's
center
where they're really going to
tabulators?
have to get into
It
it.
would
is
cause it to be
how
rejected.
large
According
was that
to
effect now?
Dominion's documentation,
He's gonna have to get
they
an
perform
expert
somewhere
opinion on
between
that.
200
that means
and
he's going to have to
300
be able
checks
to lay
on the
enough
actual physical
foundation.
paper
So you saw
ballot
earlier
gets
that he
inserted
actually
into the
tried to
system.
lay foundation
They
and
state,
enter him
and
as
this
an
is according
expert.
to Dominion, the
Because
vendor
that's
who
typically how you
created
would do it in federal
the
court. And then from there on,
application,
he's an
that
expert. He can
it
make expert
reject the
opinions.
ballot for any one of those.
With
A
more common
19D
law expert opinions in
image
state
being on
courts, what
20-inch
happens is
paper
effectively you need to
increases
lay the foundation
margin.
of
Once the
expertise
timing marks
for
are seen
each
and they're
expert opinion
evaluated,
given.
the actual physical
There's an
printer
opportunity to
that
object
created
under
the
each of
image
those as
is
well.
saying,
And so then
by
they're
the
going to do the
application telling
argument over
you're
whether
done,
there was an
but there's
expert
a
foundation
remaining
laid.
inch of paper in there, so it would assume there's
Let's
a paper
see
jam.
whether there
And to
is
detect, I
enough
specifically
foundation
asked,
built
there were paper jams to where he opened up and
for
there was
that
no
larger
paper.
conclusion.
So from a
of
programming
how
perspective,
large
the
the
machine
impact
would throw
was.
the paper jam error,
Here we
but yet there
know,
would be no
you know,
paper.
it's
And
not gonna
you're
be
referring
every
to a
day. We get
tech.
it.
You say you spoke to a tech. Would that be Aaron Smith?
Yes, sir.
And what did Mr. Smith tell you? First of all, who is Aaron's? Who is your? What is your? What is your understanding of Mr. Smith's role during the November 2022 election?
I think he repeatedly followed all the procedures that he was instructed to follow. He put a good solid effort forward to resolve the issues. It finally became to where the issue could not be resolved according to the procedures, and he actually had to request a replacement tabulator, which so happened to be misconfigured.
Do you
So
know
even the
why Aaron
replacement
wanted to
was
testify
misconfigured.
today?
The backups were ready to go.
I think
Your Honor, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
That's going to call for speculation.
So here we go. Here's
Withdraw
where he
the
needs to
question.
lay that foundation. Hopefully he understands that this is what he needs to do in order to counteract these.
What would it take? You mentioned that there are only two possibilities for how a 19-inch image could be configured onto the system to be put on a 20-inch piece of paper, correct?
yes, my assessment applies to anything that is printed. Not just the specifics of this, but to anything that's printed. These are the way the technology functions.
But you testified that there's only two ways that
Yes,
this
there are only
situation
two.
could arise.
There are only two.
What would it take for you to determine which of the two possibilities is what occurred?
Specifically, as I did yesterday, inspecting the ballots. There were some ballots that were spotty, but the spottiness was also on batches from the vote centers that were correctly tabulated. So that confused me. And the stuff that was mentioned about the fusers and the heating, because they first said it was a toner issue when it's not, it's a tray weight issue, which affects the heat of the fusers. The mechanical function of a fuser and heater, from what I observed from the spottiness,
Proving his
did
expertise.
not
This is
match
good.
what is a
This is good. This is
standard
what he needs to do. Is lay that
error
foundation.
or example
Anybody
that
know
would
what
be
the fuck he's talking
demonstrated.
about?
There
Any
were
techies in
one
the
or
chat?
two occasions that were exactly that way, but that was about 2 ballots out of all that I examined.
But if you were to try to determine whether it was a printer issue, configuration issue, or an issue with the ballot definition with respect to how a 19-inch image was projected onto 20-inch paper, what would you need to do?
I would need to see the ballot styles and the ballot definitions. In totality, if there's 15,000 of them, all of them should be examined.
Do you have, obviously you've been practicing in the cyber field for 2 decades.
There we go. Lay that
Correct.
foundation.
Yes, sir. It includes everything, to include printers.
That's what I was going to ask you. Do you work with printers? Do you understand how printers function and work? And at what level is your experience?
So
To a
basic, but
detailed
yeah, he's gotta
level,
lay
to
the
where I
foundation.
actually called one of the government agencies in the missile defense side to get highly upset because I understand the protocols that run. And it's not just printers, there are multifunctional devices, MFDs as we refer to them, because they can scan, they can print, they can send file transfers. And I've evaluated protocols. I've also done root cause analysis because classified printers they could print classified data even when they're not supposed to because of the rollers. And this is one thing refer to it as ghost printing. I did see that repeatedly on the early vote ballots that were printed by Runtech because in my opinion, the ink was a little bit too deep and too shiny for that. And I was able to even see candidates' names in white space. It's very light and gray, but that's why I refer to it as ghost printing.
Mhm.
Because the rollers retain some ink and then print.
What would you recommend be done with the ballots currently stored at MTech now, given your findings from the inspection?
Objection to relevance, lack of foundation, speculation.
There it is. Let's see.
You need to rephrase the question. I'm going to sustain it.
Okay, let's see how we
Do you
recovers.
have any concerns regarding the security of the ballots, given your findings
There you go. End it with the
from your
foundation.
inspection
There you
yesterday
go.
that a 19-inch image was projected onto the samples
Yes.
from 6
There's
different
your
vote
expert
centers that you
conclusion.
examined of 20-inch paper?
Yes, I can. And if it is okay with the court, I have to answer this in 2 ways. They both are pertinent. But first, I observed how ballots were being pulled out and sampled. And they obliged in every direction, whether top, middle, or that they were provided. I observed more improperly imaged ballots that were not inspected that were there. Now, to answer the question, those should be secured. I will state in my capacity, I handle everything from physical security to accrediting buildings for classified information storage. I've been a classified courier, which means I'm authorized to transport classified information. As a forensic investigator, I fully understand chain of custody. And what I will cite is that the facility and the security and chain of custody at the vault and the tabulation center are highly inaccurate, and those ballots could be tampered with. They should be sealed and appropriate actions. For example, security seals were only placed on the boxes that we inspected, and that was due to the court order, and they wanted to ensure that the proper security was done.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive. I'm not sure, again, what question that was answering.
That was non-responsive to the questions beyond the scope. So of what's
Okay, he
before the
did
court.
respond though. He
So
did say yes immediately
Thank you,
and then
Honor.
wanted to
strike the
expand,
last
but
part of his answer, dealing with the security measures.
yeah, that's fair. Recommendation. He didn't ask for
Your Honor, just a
recommendations.
point of clarification.
examples.
You said strike the last part. And
His answer, he had 2 parts to his answer. He said first, he observed ballots improperly, imaged ballots beyond what was sampled. That was part 1. Part 2 is the commentary about the continued or ongoing storage. And
Right.
it's all right. I've been accused of being soft-spoken. Part 2 was the testimony that related
He
to
knows he's
the
live to
ongoing security
hundreds of thousands,
concerns.
probably.
That's the part that is
Tens
not
of
relevant to
thousands.
the issues that are before the court today.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Parikh, you mentioned that you saw other ballots that you could see, do I understand that correctly, had a 19-inch ballot image projected onto 20-inch paper?
Yes, sir.
And how could you tell that?
Easily
Because the
observable, and
difference in the
everyone's just
margin
holding
is
up.
they were
This would
being
explain
taken
why
out
some
of
of
the
these recorders
box
and things
and
are
placed on the
just
table
so
and shuffled
hostile because
around.
they know.
It was obvious. It was
They've seen
apparent to
it.
me.
They know the issues that happened, and they know that
Is
they
there,
can't
when,
go back.
On these ballots with a 19-inch image, are there marks that are different around the corners than the 20-inch ballots?
So you will see the corner edges of the image, which would be considered, the actual size of the paper. Those right angle marks at the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right are within the margin space. They're clearly visible.
Did you, you mentioned you kept notes
Yes, sir.
of your inspection. Did you draft a report that summarized those notes with conclusions?
Yes, sir, I did.
If the court were to ask you for it, would you be able to provide it to the court?
Yes, sir, I would.
And would that report be, would you swear to the accuracy of your conclusions in that report?
Yes, I would.
And would you swear to the accuracy of your,
Trying to get
the
report
results of
entered
your
into an
inspection
exhibit.
in that report?
Yes, sir, I would.
You testified earlier that having a 19-inch ballot image projected on a 20-inch ballot, as you observed appearing from ballots cast in 6 different vote
That's
centers.
the Parikh Declaration.
Duplicated
which is really the
ballots,
substance of their
spoiled ballots.
count 2 claim about the
That could only
tabulations
arise from,
issues.
could it be by accident or is it?
No, sir. It could not be by accident. Those are configuration changes that are administrative level on the printer, or they're with a ballot and style or ballot definition file.
Okay.
And those are done on the EMS system, which has password security and everything else. You have to add, the EED application is actually the one that creates the ballot style. That's what's used. It's commonly put on the EMS server because that's like the centerpiece.
I'm really to
And
see how the cross
those
goes on
two
this expert and
systems
whether they're able
are
to tear
controlled
apart his
access.
credibility.
You testified earlier that you have been involved in other assessments of failures relating to cyber-related issues, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that we call that a root cause analysis, correct?
Yes, sir. I was part of the working group that established what's called the IRA process, which is a risk analysis and assessment process for the Missile Defense Agency years ago. It's a standard risk analysis and assessment. And in order to do that, that's the basis of how you analyze threat. And then you also, that's why you conduct root cause analysis, because you have to be specific when you assess risk, excuse me.
In the performance, in your experience, and you testified earlier that the federal government, was it the federal government that had actually criminally prosecuted people based on your findings in a root cause analysis?
Yes, sir. And sometimes they ignored my analysis, but that's beyond.
Okay. Given your opinion that, strike that, given your opinion and your knowledge of how ballot definitions are configured and how printers work, does your finding of a 19-inch image, ballot image placed on 20-inch paper, does that implicate violations of criminal law?
Wait, hold on before you answer that.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, lack of foundation, and it calls for a legal conclusion.
Does call for a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, the witness has testified
I
that,
heard.
yes, Your Honor. I'll sit down. Based on what you have determined on your physical examination of these ballots, your experience both in the industry as a certified forensic hacking investigator, your CISSP, your skills with, I believe you called it IRAP, was that?
It's IRA. That's the acronym that does it. There are different, and this is specifically for technical risk and assessment. This is one of the issues when I work for the voting system test labs to get all the vendors. I've dealt with over 7 of them to my memory, right? None of them performed it. The labs didn't perform it. I eventually convinced one lab to do this because this is vital to when you're doing system testing, let alone security system testing. And this applies not just to electronic voting systems. This is to all information systems, all technology. These are standard engineering principles.
Is there any way you could be wrong about a 19-inch image being placed on 20-inch paper?
No, sir. I give the technical options that are there. There are 2 ways that this can happen. And based on this system and the controls in place, this could not have been an accident. And there are only 2 options. It would take further investigation, further forensic examination for me to determine exactly which one it was.
Thank you, Mr. Parikh.
Cross-exam? That be you, Mr. Liddy?
Your Honor, I think we're going to break up the cross-examination if possible, one from the county and one from the Governor-elect Hobbs as well. And if we could do the counties first, I think we might get to the other one after lunch.
Mr. Liddy?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. As some of these allegations go directly to the conduct of the election by my client, Maricopa County. Is it Mr. Parikh? Is that correct
So
pronunciation?
this is the
Yes, sir.
oral arguments lawyer that said that he would rather have the expert of printers from Staples.
And where do you reside, Mr. Parikh?
You know, the guy who helps you
I
get the
reside
right
in
ink.
Huntsville, Alabama.
And you traveled up to Maricopa County for this proceeding?
Yes, sir, I did.
It's going to take his credibility.
And who paid for your
immediately.
travel?
Oh, they did.
The,
They did.
the attorney fund.
The attorney fund? What's the attorney fund?
Kari Lake's
It's the
attorney
legal
fund.
fund. I believe it's for all
I
the
don't know.
attorneys associated with this.
With this particular litigation?
Yes.
And did the attorney fund pay for lodging as well?
Are you really
Paid
about
for
to
your
say, did
lodging.
your
Yes.
expert
Lodging
get
is always
paid?
considered travel.
And are you being paid for your time?
Duh.
Yes.
I'm
And
an
what is the
expert
rate in
witness.
which you're being paid for your time?
$250 an hour.
That's also coming from the attorney fund?
250 an
Yes.
hour? That's not
Are
even
you
bad.
familiar with an
You
event
see the attorney
called-
billables up here.
Michael Lindell's Moment of Truth?
Yes. I spoke at the event.
You appeared and spoke at the event?
Yes, I did.
And
He's
where was
Kari
that
Lake
event
supporter.
held?
I get it.
In Missouri.
Call him for it. Call him out for it.
Missouri.
Are you Kari Lake
And
supporter?
was your travel
Yes.
from
Okay.
Alabama to Missouri paid for by someone other than yourself?
The other witnesses
Yes,
said
sir.
no.
Who paid
we're
for
not.
That would, I would assume would be Michael
What's it
Lindell.
matter?
All their travel was arranged. He asked me to speak at the event and I spoke.
And that'd be true for your time? Did you also get paid for your time there
I just wanted to mention
I
Mike
did
Lindell.
not charge for my time.
and your lodging?
That's considered travel that was provided to me.
And when you say Mr. Lindell, you're referring to the My Pillow guy?
Yes, sir.
Right. We paid a speaker to come out and speak for us at our event. Wow. Shocking. Whoa. What a
And
revelation.
You are
This
a
county attorney, man.
cybersecurity professional?
Yes, sir, I am.
See if he attacks his expertise.
During
here.
your
See if it's
investigation-
substantive.
Of this election, did you detect any hacking involved in the 22 general election in Maricopa County?
No, sir.
I believe you testified that yesterday you were down at McTech performing the court-ordered inspection of the ballots. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you were asked to select batches of ballots?
Yes,
You were asked to identify them. Did you use a highlighter and highlight the boxes?
yes, I did.
Did you observe the custodian of those ballots opening those boxes?
Yes. They opened them in front of all the inspectors. There was a court reporter inspected. There was the other inspector for the other side, the gentleman sitting over there who said he was an attorney. We all were there as they went through.
Did the individual who opened their box break the seal?
By seal, are you referring to the red tape, which is simply red tape and not a security seal?
Well, I'm asking you what you observed.
I would not categorize what closed the boxes as a
There's-
seal.
Did you
That
see the
is
serial numbers on it?
fantastic as a
There
response.
were no serial numbers.
So in your
It was,
professional
that
opinion,
was red tape,
ballots
not a
were not
security
sealed.
seal.
The ballots
they
did
had
not
red
have an
tape.
appropriate security seal on the boxes.
that's not.
They had red tape. They had a piece of red tape with
my
a
question
scanner.
was, were the
tag.
ballots
That's
sealed?
fantastic. That's the security seal in
They
Arizona.
were closed with tape.
Tamper proof. Tamper proof.
And where were they stored?
In the vault and in the
I bet this
tabulation
is common
center.
practice, though. That's the thing.
Now, would you say in your profession details are important?
Yes, they're highly important.
And you said that you reviewed the statutes prior to initiating this investigation?
I always have to do that because it's relevant, especially if a state states a statute.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
And you also reviewed federal statutes.
Yes.
AVA, I think you said?
I'll go as far as back as the 1990 FEC standards. I've reviewed them all, every version of the VVSG.
And you downloaded Title 16?
Yes. I like to have references for when they're referred to because they've been referred to in the Secretary of State's manual. They were referred to in the Maricopa manuals and procedures.
Right, you would need
I like
them.
to actually read what's referred to ensure that it's accurate.
And when you read those documents, you pay close attention to detail because that's required by your profession.
Oh,
Is
and
that
he's going to
correct?
get him a gotcha moment.
I'm not a
He'll be like,
legal
there's
attorney.
one thing in your report, which I
And
haven't
so
entered.
I read the laws for what they state and how they are.
Now, you testified that you reviewed some documents that were provided to late campaign by a FOIA request. Is that accurate?
Objection, Your
He
Honor.
didn't
I
test
don't
it,
believe
yeah.
he ever testified. to
Nah,
that.
that might be in his report,
Well, it's
which you haven't
cross-exam,
entered. What is
so
this
he can
count?
answer the question if he understands it. If you don't understand the questions, Mr. Puri, you can have.
No, these were public
No,
record
what?
requests. They came from me from other technical professionals.
So they were not FOIA requests.
They were, those records were attained via FOIA request.
Are you familiar with
Or form of FOIA.
FOIA? Can you
States
tell
have
me what
FOIA as well.
FOIA stands for?
It's a Freedom of Information Act.
And is that a statute, a federal statute or a state statute?
That depends on what you're requesting the FOIA
Right.
for. That's
There's
categorized
FOIAs
at
at
the
state
federal
levels
level and
and
state levels, to my
federal.
knowledge.
So a
yes,
FOIA
there you go.
Can
He's
be
right.
either a state or a federal in your understanding.
Correct. Correct.
Yes.
That's true.
And if federal was FOIA and state was a public
It's not-
records request under the Arizona
Correct. It's not
statute,
called FOIA.
that would be a detail that doesn't interest you?
The fact that they're called something slightly different?
If
You didn't even say that
the
they were called a
data
FOIA.
was
You brought this up.
illegally obtained,
That's not
What
the
is
question. The question
happening?
is the detail.
The question is, do you
difference between a
care that it's
federal
called a
statute
public
and a
records
state
request
statute of
versus a
interest
Freedom
to
of
you?
Information
when I'm
Act
provided
request?
evidence, I always ask the
You know what a
source of
FOIA
it.
request is under the federal
And
law?
I have received,
Public records
in my
request,
experience,
in
I have
formal
received
parlance.
evidence from law
This is
enforcement
an
officials
absolute
where that,
disgrace of
in my
attempting to attack
opinion,
his
were not
credibility.
properly obtained. And as a forensic investigator who
that-
understands chain
is
of
that
custody
minute
and all the
detail not
legal
important?
ramifications, because for the court's
No.
record, the majority
Frankly,
of
it's
that
not, 'cause we
deals
all
with the
understood what I was
statute.
talking
For
about.
example, the lockpicks that I own as
For
part of
example,
my
that should have been the
security
end of his
thing, in
testimony.
my state, I have to have a private investigator license. These are the statutes that a forensic investigator handling evidence has to be aware of.
Thank you. And when you're working with your security thing, as you said it, are you familiar with federal statutes and state statutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
What
sure.
the fuck is he talking about?
That's
That's
the
what the
question.
objection should be. I
Well, if he's
apologize for my,
confused,
for
I'll
my
withdraw the
language here.
question, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next question.
But this county attorney is
You've
an
just
absolute
testified
joke.
that you
He
received
literally said he wanted a
information from law
Staples printer
enforcement
guy
as both federal
instead of this
and
guy as an
state law
expert.
enforcement. Is that correct?
This is
I didn't say that. I
embarrassing.
said it was law enforcement and
And you testified both federal law enforcement and state law enforcement. Is that correct?
Right, and you called it a
what I
FOIA
just told
request
you
at
is I
both
said I
levels.
received it from
And
law
on one
enforcement.
level, it's
Well,
called
when you
a
receive
public records
information in your profession
request.
from law enforcement, are you familiar whether the law enforcement's federal or state?
Yes, when they provide me the evidence,
Is that a
yes.
detail that's
Yeah,
important to
what?
you?
What
Yes.
the fuck are you talking about, dude? Nobody is tracking your terrible logic. At least I understand
I
what
believe
you're
you
trying to get
testified
at.
that you examined some ballots that had been duplicated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you
Okay, he's
testified
moved on. He's moved
that
on from his point of
you examined the
incessant-
originals, but
You
not the
called it a
duplicates.
public
Is that
records
correct?
request,
That's
or you
correct.
called it a
And you
FOIA.
examined
and it's actually
and you
a public
testified
record request
that the duplicates were not kept next to the
under a state version of FOIA.
duplicate. The duplicates were not
That's-
kept
that's
next to the originals. Is that correct?
Hilarious. Good, you got him.
That's correct. They're
You
supposed to
got
be
him.
traceable
Mhm.
and you should easily identify them. Mr. Garrett said that he would have to get his techs busy and that would take them over
Man,
a
that just
week.
makes me so angry
try
when
to
attorneys are
find
just
him.
so
That's
shamelessly
your recollection
trying
of what
to
Mr.
do
Jarrett
catches
said?
or catch 22s, things like
That
that. And
is
it's just
what Mr. Jarrett said.
embarrassing. Why are you wasting the court's time
And if
with
the
this line of
ballots-
questioning?
Jarrett
Infuriating
said.
me.
And if the ballots, the originals, those and the duplicates were in the boxes right next to each other, would that surprise you?
The duplicates that I was shown because they were duplicated were part of one of the vote.
Nah, I got to do a quick reset here. Stay tuned. Keeping it
Some
in
of
small
the
mode, so it hopefully doesn't take
Original
long.
duplicates.
Boom. There
They
we go.
had to run and count them so
I
they
would
could
pull it
try
up
to
at full
map them
screen.
back
However, full
to
screen
which
causes
side
it to
they
crash
belong
more
to.
often.
So that's your recollection of what Mr.
this is the
Jarrett
easiest
said
way to
when
make
you
sure that we
asked
avoid
to
any
see
long-term crashes.
the originals of the duplicates?
No, sir.
I'm
They
asking you
were-
a detail. That's a detail that's important. You're telling this court
Stuck on
that
the
when you
don't care
asked
about
Mr.
important
Jarrett
details.
to view the duplicates of the originals that he told you it would take 6 hours.
To clarify, I did not ask to see duplicates. They were part of the vote center and they provided the entirety of what they have for the vote center. They could not provide what was originally.
Thank you, Mr. Curran. I think the important point, and I want to ask you this to make sure that I understand it correctly, is that you did not ask to see the duplicates.
Objection misstates his prior testimony argumentative.
Right?
This
What
is
is
cross,
happening?
just for reference, an all cross. If he doesn't understand the question, he can have it rephrased, but particularly with an expert witness, I
Right.
think he's capable of answering. If you don't understand, you can have him rephrase it. If you do understand, you can go ahead and answer. Would you like the question restated to you?
Yes, sir. It was-
Please, Mr. Liddy.
Mr. Perrick, is it your
He's gonna
recollection
rephrase it.
that when you asked Mr. Jarrett to see the duplicates and the originals, that he told you it would take 6 hours to get them?
One, I did not ask to see them. They
Well,
were
that answers my
provided.
question then. Thank you, Mr. Perrick. That answers my question. You did not ask to see them.
Is there a conclusion? That's
Your Honor,
that's it.
If I
All
may-
right, local counsel,
There's
just
your
truly
counsel have
horrendous.
Redirect,
Yes, sir.
so just to answer his questions for you.
Yes, sir. I just want to state that we were following.
But wait,
Understood.
I have another
It's
question.
got to be
Question
asked.
for you.
Come on,
It's
expert.
appropriate.
please.
You've been here before.
You've testified that you have a working theory that some of the ballots for the 2022 general election were on 20-inch paper, but were printed at 19 inches. Is that correct?
19-inch image printed on 20-inch paper. It is not a theory.
Okay, so it was 20-inch paper. The ballot was 20 inches, correct?
The paper was 20 inches.
And the image was 19 inches, according to your testimony, correct?
The ballot image was 19 inches. Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with a shrink to fit setting on a printer?
Yes, yes, I am.
Could a shrink to fit setting account for some of the ballots you observed being 19 inches on 20-inch paper?
That is a
No.
possibility, but it would violate the configuration settings they had for the
Aye.
voting systems and the tabulators.
And you've testified that you're familiar with the election process?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that if one were to take a 20-inch ballot that's shrunk to 19 inches and put it into a vote center precinct tabulator, it would not get tabulated,
It would not get tabulated at any tabulator.
any tabulator. So,
That includes ICP or the ICCs at Central.
okay, so if it went down to central, according to your understanding, and it was tried to run through the tower tabulators, it would also not be tabulated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've just testified that you observed some duplicated ballots. Is it your understanding that a ballot that cannot be tabulated by a precinct-based tabulator and cannot be tabulated by a tower configured tabulator at Central would then be duplicated?
It would have to be because it couldn't be tabulated, so
And-
it would require duplication.
And after duplication, what would happen to that ballot?
The duplicated ballot, which is supposed to be marked with a specific ID, and that ID must be recorded on the original, and I saw those stickers on the originals.
Question is, what would happen to that ballot?
Then the ballot would be rerun through the duplicated ballot would be run through the tabulator.
So it would be tabulated. Is that your testimony?
The duplicated ballot would be tabulated. Yes, it should be.
Okay, so if a voter walked into a vote center on election day, filled out a ballot, maybe had a shrink to fit setting on
There
it,
you go.
so
This
it
is good.
wouldn't be counted on the tabletop. Would go into door number
This
3,
is what he
goes
needed to
on
get
down
to.
to McTech, they put it into the tower.
Which I think the chain of
tabulator,
custody
it
one
doesn't
might
get
be the better
counted,
route.
And then it gets duplicated, and then it gets counted, so that
Count 4
voter's
if you're following
ballot
along
was
from our
voted
earlier
and
discussion.
tabulated. Is that your understanding?
You started,
Is that your understanding?
Your Honor, I can't answer that question the way he asked the question because it's inaccurate.
So that
Don't
means it's
under-
not your, I'm sorry.
I
Your
don't
Honor.
understand. You can say, I don't understand, and he can rephrase it so you can understand. But if you don't like the way it's phrased, that's something that your counsel will have to clear up.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, if I may address the court,
Oh,
I'm provided for technical expertise and give those options. And if the technical scenario is inaccurate, I cannot answer the question.
Let me try again.
Oh no, he's gonna fall apart.
This leg,
This is not good for their expert.
right here in this room. Bona fide candidate for governor of the Grand Canyon State. Hundreds of thousands of voters would love to have had her as the next governor. One of them chooses not to vote in the 26 days of early voting or mail-in voting or emergency vote center voting, but chooses to show up on election day, gets a ballot from a ballot on demand printer, and somebody either intentionally or inadvertently has hit the shrink to fit setting, and this 20-inch ballot paper comes out 19 inches. This voter fills it out. Kari Lake, want her to be the next governor, throws it into the precinct tabulator. It comes out, goes into door number 3, goes down to McTech. The much more sensitive tabulators, according to you, it would not count it. It would then go to duplication. It would be duplicated. Then it would be tabulated. Is that your understanding of the elections in Maricopa County?
Your technical description is not possible.
I apologize. I wasn't attempting to give a technical description. I was just saying what happens based on your testimony.
Yeah.
So
What
you're
are you
saying
not
in that
following along
scenario,
there?
that
This is why the
voter
chain of
who wanted
custody
to
thing
vote
is the
for
better
Kari
issue
Lake
because
would
it's where
never
tampering could
have
have actually
that
occurred.
vote tabulated. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that a shrink to fit,
Oh, we've got to get back quick.
which Mr. Garrett just testified, sends the print job to the printer. Therefore, it can't be accidental as all the employees that man the EMS are trained.
Whether it's accidental or inadvertent.
I
would-
gave the two options,
Let me
sir.
ask- Please allow me to ask the question. I'll allow you to answer. Whether it's accidental or inadvertent, if the shrink to fit 19-inch ballot has to be duplicated, once it's duplicated, would it be tabulated? To your understanding.
There are two technical ways that that image would be there. None of the ways you,
Sir, Your
it's
Honor,
not
I'm
even possible.
That's
It's
not
possible,
responsive.
Your Honor.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Parikh. That's not responsive to his question. If you are able to answer his question, you can do that.
Sir, are you able to answer the question?
No.
I'm unable to answer your question.
Okay. Let me ask a different question.
Oh, yeah.
Are duplicated ballots tabulated? Maricopa County, general election 2022.
If they're duplicated correctly and they're configured correctly, yes, they should be.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
That's all he was getting at.
Okay. We're at the
That was a
point where we
super
need
hostile
Craig.
witness at the
We're
end
going to
there.
take a
that
1
couldn't work.
hour, not 1.5 hour recess. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock to resume. So
Back at one.
Just come back at 1 o'clock, Mr. Parikh, and we'll resume where we left off.
Yes, sir. And I will realize I'm still under oath, sir.
You read my mind.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All rise.
All right. And with that, we will take a 1 hour break. See you all at 1.
and political prejudice. That they don't win because they're competent. Because I've met very few lawyers defending cities and counties that had an IQ above lukewarm. So I mean, it's just they're not, and you're seeing it live here. This was, I mean, he had a good, decent argument to make.
I'm so
whether
glad that he's bringing this up. This
it
is
doesn't
exactly
really
what I was
rebut
talking about
this
on my
expert,
stream.
but
Is
it
that
rebuts the
obviously this
consequence
guy
from an election
was a
contest perspective if
terrible
he's
attorney.
right.
This county attorney has been terrible since the get-go. And he's right about which argument is actually stronger.
And
he did set it up. He did get it across. I think everyone heard it.
Okay,
The judge heard it, understood what he's saying. Is that these ballots, even if they were done wrong, originally they would have been duplicated and they would have been tabulated. Therefore,
because that might
nobody
make
missed
sense
out
of what
on
they
their
said.
vote.
By the way, I'm screen grabbing all of the Rumble rants. I'm gonna
now
get
they
to
still
in a
have the whole
second.
like people
But
turned
that might have
around
made
because they were
sense.
delayed
When
from
we watched
going,
that
but that's
video
not really
of,
what this expert's
Richer
focusing
and
on, which
Gates
is why they're
saying,
questioning
we're
him
having some
here.
problems with the tabulators.
And they were questioning the
If it
earlier
doesn't get
witness
read, you
about
slip
the
into this box, and it's
early
signature
votes.
verified already, and we count it later.
I'm glad that these guys are
so that in theory
seeing,
would be
or
their
at least
best
Barnes is
defense.
seeing the
Is,
same
okay, so there's an
incompetency as the
it raises
local
the issue
county
of what
attorney.
that second issue is for people other than this expert.
Mhm.
His first, they're trying to say, well, just because even if we assume your expertise is correct, these ballots were still counted because of our duplication process. But that's not what he's testifying to. He's only testifying to this was intentional at the tabulator process. They have other witnesses to attest to whether or not that meant the ballots weren't counted. Now, that still goes to suppression issues and other issues that of people who left because of the long line, because of how the tabulator issue created that. So they don't solve that problem with duplication. They only solve the duplication problem. The duplication probably only solves part of their evidentiary problem for the county.
Well, and Francis Tom, I think he makes a decent point because I think we picked up on this earlier where he says, did you ask to see the duplicates? And I thought the proper answer would have been, I shouldn't have to ask. They should be stored together. You can't store the duplicates apart because then you can count them twice. And then the idea, trying to discredit him because he was at a Mike Lindell. He's surely a pro-Trump or MAGA Republican who thinks Dominion had servers in Germany. If he went to a Mike Lindell event, trying to discredit him that way.
They didn't really have any good argument about intentionality, at least not that cross-examination.
And
so it looks like, I think they've met their burden. You never know what I think the judge is a wuss. So I think the chances the judge issues remedy is still low. He proved that by applying latches in a preposterous manner. So the judge confuses the will of the politicians with the will of the people. Like he's like, oh, I can't overturn an election. That's overturning the will of the people. The point of an election contest is to figure out what the will of the people actually was. You're affirming the will of the politicians when you affirm an election that is against the will of the people because of what took place here. But I thought this guy testified competently and effectively. They tried to go to an area outside of his expertise. Probably could have been prepped a little bit better on that. They'll say, here's where they're probably going to go as to why they solved the problem. And you can just say, that's outside my expertise. That aspect. I could testify as to how this problem occurred and whether the duplicates were present when I was there. That's it. I don't know what happened elsewhere. There's other, that's outside my expertise. So the
error couldn't be corrected in a third round duplication is what he's saying, but there wouldn't be a third round of duplication. I just don't understand how the ballot would get duplicated if it couldn't be read in the first place. But at the risk of complicating it too much, the bottom line, the defense in the cross, or I guess it's the cross, is suggesting, well, it could have been a shrink to fit. That wouldn't be intentional. Someone in the chat said, well, it needed a password supervision, whatever.
It would still have to be intentional. Yeah. Because that's the point he's putting, is that they put in all these protocols so that you couldn't use shrink to fit. None of those things could happen without somebody going in and changing it at the administrative level. So the mere fact that he's talking about shrink to fit tells me that they know somebody did it intentionally and they don't have a defense.
Well, it's my first day. I didn't realize I'm not supposed to hit shrink to fit every time. I do that with every picture I print.
Again, that would mean it. And like I said, that's just as damning. Right. The whole point of election security in the digital space with digital roll is that can't happen without a high ranking administrative person ordering it to happen. That mistakes like that can't happen because your security protocols prevent it. It's like having a lock on the door, right? That someone just can't open it up. If you don't have a lock on the door, That's a security deficiency. That's its own level of intentional bad action. It doesn't matter whether you unlock the door yourself so that someone committed a heist or you failed to lock the door. Either way, you're as culpable for the heist.
This is the question, because the judge in the order, which I went over briefly yesterday, he said, at least with respect to the ballot on demand issue, the allegation is that it was intentional. And in his last paragraph, he says, look, it'll be an issue to be tried on the facts. Was it intentional? Was it done intentionally for the purposes of affecting the outcome? And three, did it did it actually impact the outcome? In law, Robert, and this was my question, intentional, will willful negligence be deemed to be intentional?
He's wrong on the first part. That's not Arizona law. Arizona law is inadvertence, mistakes, negligence, it doesn't matter how the election was impacted. All that matters is that it was. So like he was conflating two standards. There's one standard that says if fraud, intentional misconduct occurred, you have to void the election altogether, regardless of whether you can prove consequence. The idea is that because it's intentional and fraudulent, you won't be, that if someone did it well, you won't be able to prove how it impacted it. So the law says in the election context in Arizona, if it's intentional, if it's fraudulent, void the election, period. It then says, if, however, it wasn't intentional, then you have to prove it impacted the election. He conflated the two. He got the two totally wrong. He cites them right at the beginning and then gets them wrong the rest of his argument.
Well, is that going to be
wrong on, like, that's why in the Attorney General's case, his judge isn't requiring intentionality be proven. Because that's the proper law. He misquoted the law. The judge or misunderstood it, even though it's right there in the beginning of the case. It's very quotes.
But that's the question now. Hypothetically, he comes to the ruling that, okay, they shrunk to fit. It was intentional, but not intentional to impact the election. It was just intentional because they're idiots and didn't know you shouldn't shrink to fit. It would be a legal
error by him.
And so then for appeal.
It might be reversed. That might be the kind of thing that could be reversed on appeal. I don't have a lot of confidence in the Arizona appellate courts either, or the Arizona Supreme Court. When I've dealt with election contest and election issues in particular in Arizona repeatedly. It's the number one state I've sued because of their multiple election violations all the time. So I sued him for Ralph Nader back in 2004 in a case that lasted 6 years. Sued on behalf of the Green Party and sued on behalf of other people in Arizona. They know. So I think on the issue of what the judge's burden is, I think they've met it on two of the three parts of their first count. This was intentional, and two, that this was. I mean, what other reason would there to do this other than to impact the election?
No, they're just because they're idiots. Like we didn't know.
But once you grant it's intentional, the only purpose. In other words, the idea of the judge has misstated the standard, but let's go with the judge's standard. The idea of intentional and to intentionally to impact the election is to exclude things that are intentional conduct but weren't intended to impact the election. Like you have a plausible alternative purpose. What a plausible alternative purpose do they have for this? I don't think they have it. So then the only question is number 3. Did it impact the election sufficient to warrant, to bring in doubt? Are there enough ballots that are in doubt? And that's their real defense right now by the state. You can hear their defense is duplication solved this problem. There aren't more than 17,000 ballots that weren't counted. Now, it doesn't solve the problem that the tabulator issue created voter suppression. Doesn't solve that problem at all. But and it doesn't solve the in terms of voters who left and just didn't vote at all. Otherwise, it just goes to the issue of credibility of the state on some other issues as well. But so I think that this guy mostly lived up to expectation. Could have been a little bit better prep for cross-examination where they would go. But again, this is all being done on rapid timetable turnover. This is very hard for election contest lawyers to do. They're constantly put under the gun, required to basically try a case in a week that normally you would get a year of discovery and information to develop. And here you have an expert, and you're trying to get the expert up there. You're trying to prep the expert, trying to get the expert time to review everything. You're the expert was spending all day yesterday doing evidentiary review. So, there's only, and then you debrief them. Not a lot of time probably to prep them for cross, but it's a good example of where you can do so. It can help.
I'm going to bring up a bunch of chats after this, but I want to bring this one up. This is from Rumble. It says, "Oh my God, Viva, they're claiming they had to duplicate them because they weren't being read properly. So they made a duplicate, but how do we know they didn't change the duplicate? That was the point." I thought they duplicated.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, I think he's arguing that duplication, but here's the thing. I think the expert was kind of confused by the questioning. The expert's point was whether duplication, he wasn't there to testify whether duplication solved the problem. He wasn't there for that. He was there to show intentionality in creating a tabulator issue in the first place, a printer issue in the first place. And I think he thought the cross-examination was saying, your expert testimony about the tabulator issue could not be true because we could duplicate later. That's why you're seeing him confused by he's like, no, that what you're talking about doesn't fix the problem, because actually the issue was beyond the scope of the expert's witness's testimony, which would have been the better objection. Also would have given a heads up to the expert as to where
stop
to go.
talking. Yeah,
right. And say, Your Honor, he has testified as to the intentionality of the issue of the tabulator printer problem, which we argue consequentially caused issues with voter suppression and ballot exclusion, but he is not testifying on the issue of voter suppression or ballot exclusion. And these questions go to issues beyond his expert witness testimony, and frankly, beyond the subject matter of his expertise. And that is not appropriate cross-examination. Even though the court had a very liberal definition of cross for experts. What my view is his liberal interpretation of that reflected that the judge wanted information to go against the guy. I don't think he got it. If the judge issues an opinion that says this wasn't intentional and this expert testimony didn't establish it, that's not a credible interpretation by the judge. That's the judge's bias showing through, in my opinion. Where the better, if I was the state, the better out is clearly arguing that duplication solved the problem. That yes, this problem existed, but either in voter suppression or in voter ballot exclusion, it's not 17,000 plus ballots. Because it's interesting that how do they not know this is what caused the problem? How do they not publicly disclose this fact? Why are we only now finding out this problem existed? If they were sincere in wanting to see, hey, how did this screw up occur? How do we fix this? How do we remedy this? We would have already heard about this. The fact it's having to come out in a hearing shows that they knew about it and covered it up. And then you have to, doesn't that raise questions about everything else that took place? It's kind of like my O.J. Simpson argument. Once you know the cops planted a bunch of evidence, how do you convict him? You say, well, I still think he's probably guilty. But how do you trust any evidence when you know those people forged or fraudulently or intentionally did anything wrong? And here, independent of what happened here, the fact we haven't heard about it throughout this entire from the county tells us that the county is culpable and complicit, because the cover-up is evidence of as much of the crime as anything else.
Yep, cannot disagree with that. Let me bring up some chats. We'll get these before we come back. Could we get a video of you explaining the difference in types of fish you are fishing in Florida versus Canada? Yes, I would love to do that. I'll do that. It would give me pleasure to have a day where I do something other than, watch the rapid descent of the world into madness. Shrink to fit makes a large image smaller. Yes, this is an image smaller than the paper. Shrink to fit doesn't apply anyway. What do we got here?
And that's, by the way, the sign of a lazy state to county defense lawyer. I mean, these people are not even that good at what they do, right? I mean, if I was there to help cover up a corrupt election, I would have come up with a better explanation than that.
Robert, two questions. So the big news yesterday, Mark Elias was taking a victory lap on Twitter. Kari Lake withdrew the Katie Hobbs subpoena. My understanding is that Katie Hobbs was making a motion to quash the subpoena. They withdrew the subpoena. People are saying, it was all for show. They knew that it was just blah, blah, blah. And Kari Lake, who was at an event saying, we're going to get Katie Hobbs down and grill her. It's a victory that they're not doing it. My initial reaction was that if they announced they were going to contest the subpoena to quash it, they only have 2 days of trial. They don't want to waste time debating quashing a subpoena when they only have 6 hours. The other explanation is that given the judgment, which maybe, the subpoena might have gone out before the judgment, now Katie Hobbs' testimony is actually irrelevant, not the object of the 2 remaining claims. So they withdrew it. Is it a victory? Was it a strategic ploy, or did they withdraw it for lack of reason now that the judgment came?
So I just need to clarify for them really quick, and link in the description for the actual county documents. But effectively, the judge actually didn't quash
clear proof of that.
Didn't quash the subpoena, meaning Katie Hobbs was supposed to go there, and then Katie Hobbs' team filed an emergency reconsideration motion. Effectively, maybe like what Viva Barnes is saying, they were trying to waste their time trying to say like, hey, don't focus on the actual thing and focus on this. But yes, Kari Lake is not going to get the win of dragging her there. They went ahead and withdrew their motion to make the issue moot in order. So yes, Katie Hobbs doesn't have to show up today. But I mean, was that really that important?
Let me text this person your text.
Not really. It was a political stunt, as they mentioned, and whatever. They probably would have won it, but it wasn't worth fighting. Exactly.
Okay, so what else? So Hobbs is not going to testify.
So who testified before this guy?
So we had Richer, or Richer, as I like to say, the guy with the reddish stubbly beard who kind of looks like Prince Harry.
It looks like the annoying accountant or whatever from the show The Office. That guy.
I think that was another one that people said. The guy in the video with Bill Gates. That's
what I think of as. He looks like the guy in The Office that's like the HR guy or something.
It's
real annoying. He reminded me of him.
Well, I'm going to be embarrassed to say that I've never watched The Office, or I only know Steve Carell and a couple of the other characters. He testified on vacation from Panama City, apparently, and apparently he hadn't taken vacation in 4 years.
Hold on a second.
Yep.
In the middle of an election that he helped run, he takes off to Panama.
Robert, they did not.
Panama City, Florida, or Panama.
I think they said Panama. I think he said Panama City. People in the chat.
So Panama City, Florida. So he takes off to the Gulf Coast in the middle of an election contest.
Not just
what a joke. What an embarrassment.
So he's testifying via Zoom. There's a delay and a lag, which makes it borderline unwatchable, let alone unquestionable.
By the way, because Richard Barris was told he couldn't testify by Zoom. So he had to fly all across the country to be there in Arizona. So the county and the state's not letting someone like Barris testify by Zoom, but their main witness is because he suddenly gets inspired to take a vacation in the middle of in the biggest election contest in recent American history.
Oh, and Robbie, I wish that we had a direct line to the lawyers, because that came out in cross. So they call him up as a witness. They ask him a question. He looks very defensive. He reminds me of somebody I know in real life. He looks very defensive and almost angry to be there. In cross, they say, "Where are you now?" He says, "Panama City. I'm on vacation. Haven't taken one in 4 years." In redirect, they didn't ask him when he booked his ticket. It would have been very nice to know, did you book that ticket? First of all, you book it 3 years ago, you cancel it, period. You book it after, when you know that you're going to be called to testify, that's suspicious. And whether or not he was properly served with a subpoena to testify. And then someone else said, hold on one second, what does it say? Panama City, also Viva Recorder makes $170,000 per year plus bribes. Let's scratch the bribes part. 170 grand a year is a decent salary.
All these government people get paid way too much. Maybe that's something we should propose. A rule that no person in the government makes more than the median income in America.
Well, I was going to say pay them well so they do their jobs well, because there's nothing worse than having a job.
The military. Military people deserve better, but that's it.
170. Well, what does press secretary get? She gets 180 a year, I think.
Absurd. I mean, it's about top 1%, top 1% of all income.
Fauci
government
gets
employees.
400.
It's kind of a decaying country.
No, your taxpayer, the taxes that people who are breaking their back to work hard every day go to pay lush salaries for government workers.
For people who can't even figure out how to prevent shrink to fit from ballots on the computer. According to the government's own defense.
They sure do. And actually, the grants coming out of the federal government have just been increasing, creating more like basically private companies that are taking almost entirely federal money in order to do the same bullshit
got a great meme
high
on
rates. So it's not even just public employees, it's private employees taking public money.
They already got witness memes.
Happens all the time.
For the tech expert.
I think I can. So let me see if I do this. If I go to StreamYard, I'm going to take down, not add to stream. I'm going to take this down. I'm going to go present. I'm going to go tabulator. Here we go. This one, Robert?
Yes.
This is from locals people in our locals live chat, vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Your technical description is not possible. It would have been better in a Russian accent.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, I can bring those up as they come up. I don't know who they
those
have.
are some of the memes we can show.
Let's see which ones we can show, Robert. Here, I'm going to go back up here. Let's see here.
That's
Okay.
the most. There's one back a little bit back, definitely much substantially further, probably, but that was pretty good. We have the best meme makers. You know, Talix, Florida Man, 4 or 5 others that make great memes.
This is the guy. That's Richer on the left and Bill Gates.
Yeah, that's the dude from the office. the HR guy from the office.
Well, look who's behind the tabulator. I think that's Katie Hobbs.
Oh, yeah, it's a great meme.
It's a doctored image, people.
That is a great meme. Katie, that's perfect. Whoever did that is excellent.
I'm going to take this one out of here. Stop screen. Now, I'm going to bring up some more of the rants, if I can bring those up from time to time here. I figured out a way now. It's not in real time.
I found a way to get the Rumble rant.
Nah,
For those people that wonder why they can only do the Rumble rants online, it's because otherwise 30% would go to Apple and Google. So that's why there's not mobile availability. That's why you got to do it online.
So here's one. And now the way I'm doing it is I think if I just bring them up here, he said, this is Il Sarto. I'm going to try to bring up as many as I can, but not all of them. He said, it cannot be accidental. We got this part because it fit the parameters. Now, if I click on another one, that one's not coming up. So then I have to go back here. And then try this again. It's a big pain in the neck to try to bring them up because I have to go and share the window for each one. Here we go. Millie Mouse says, Viva and Barnes commentary is epic. Love you guys. Thank you very much. What time do they come back after lunch?
He said 1 hour.
So 1 hour, that was from...
Oh, he's going to do it 1 p.m. Phoenix time.
Yeah, just let you guys know,
noon,
Barnes is correct. He
time,
bumped
which
it
would
up.
be
It was
3
1:30
Robert,
originally, and he
Richard
screwed these
also
out-of-state
started a
attorneys
political
one
action
more
committee that
time by
ran
killing
against the
another
MAGA
30
candidates.
minutes of their
Wasn't
prep.
that a conflict? Being
And
a
we'll be
counter
back at
reporter,
1.
also thoughts
So
on
stay
Georgia Ruling
tuned.
as well. Robert,
Hit the Rumble button.
they said that he was asked,
share
Richard,
the
were you
link
ever
and hit
involved
subscribed.
in
We will
a
be
political
watching
action
day
committee
2 tomorrow.
that,
And again,
ran
Judge
against
also admitted that starts
Kari
30
Lake
minutes
and
early,
other,
screwing
I
over
think
Kari
they
Lake's
said
attorneys
MAGA
once
candidates. I
more
forget exactly how they said
with a
it,
procedural
and he said
change.
no,
And
categorically. So,
join the stream
I don't know when the
8:30
proper
a.m.
time to raise
tomorrow as
that
well for
apparent,
day 2.
Inaccurate
We'll be
answer
back
on the
at
oath
1
would be,
p.m.
but it seems that he...
Well, they can usually, whatever evidence they have for that, they should find a way to present to the court.
well, after
if he lied about that's perjury.
Well, do they do that after he testifies he's off the stand and then they raise it in closing? Or
No, I would. They need the evidence. In other words, what's the evidentiary foundation? Right now, a lawyer's questions aren't evidence, so they don't have any evidence in the record at this point, given his denial. So they need to find somebody who can attest to it. There also it depends on how he how well the question was phrased. If they use the words like involve, that's a smart word to use because that's real broad. If they said founder, officer, member, et cetera, then he might have some weasel words out.
Yeah, we'll see what they have for that evidence. But
shrink
to fit. It's my legs are hurting me. Okay, so what else did we have, Robert? So we had the Hobbs subpoena being eliminated or being withdrawn
that
or
was the only
quashed.
one. Risher was first, probably because he's on vacation or whatever is why. And he was called by Lake's team to basically kind of cross right out of the gate.
Before they had someone before chat. No, who did they have after Risher? It was the guy who looked very defensive. Oh, you know what we could do? Here, let's just go back here and see.
Was that the their tech guy? The county or the state?
No, it was definitely the state, and he was definitely uncomfortable. Well, let me just take this chat down.
So was he being called as an adverse witness by Kari Lake's people?
Definitely a witness in chief. Here, let's get the second one just because I got 2 things here. I'm going to take this out. For elections, those are enterprise level printers where individual.
The guy didn't even wear a tie for this thing. Just
So
showed up in a t-shirt in his condo.
Robert, they asked.
That's how seriously these people take elections.
It was the first question his lawyer asked in crosses. Oh, you're on vacation, and if you came to court, you would have been dressed in a suit.
Really? I mean, there's judges that. Well, I mean, he's a witness, so he doesn't have to. But I mean, what a slap in the face to the court. That's what I would say. They take this so seriously they can't even show up for the hearing.
Here,
Who would be your next witness?
Your Honor, plaintiff would call Mr. Jarrett.
Jareth. So who is
Jareth.
Mr. Jareth? Okay, I forget who he is as a function, but let's just get this going. So I get the Alex Jones vibe of the lawyer with the guy with the long hair. He was pretty good. Yeah. Okay, he's coming up.
Sir, if you'll make your way in front of my clerk, she will swear you in.
Okay. Just to get his guest title, although I think the chat might have already gotten it.
Thank you, sir. If you'll just make your way over to the witness stand.
So Barris is testifying this afternoon, Robert.
I think so.
That'll be very nice.
I mean, I don't know if his testimony will still be considered relevant given the court's exclusions, but
As soon as you're ready, Mr. Olson,
but
you may
he had
proceed.
evidentiary testimony that supported
Morning,
that
Mr.
the voter
Jarrett.
suppression was real.
Morning.
Okay.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
And just who you are.
Robert Scott Jarrett.
And what is your occupation?
I am the co-elections director. I oversee in-person voting and tabulation.
Okay. So
How long have you held that position?
What do you think of? Did you see his testimony?
Oh yeah, no, he was totally defensive, totally nervous. I don't know if it was. Let me see if I can find some of the highlights of his testimony.
And is that analysis performed in-house? Or do you outsource it to, an outside?
It's performed in-house.
Look, he looked very nervous and had glazed eyes.
And is it fair to say that you rely on those forecasts in planning for the election?
Oh, that's right.
correct?
So they were saying they got him on. They were forecasting the amount of votes, the amount of voters to turn out, expected delay time, et cetera, et cetera. He refused to acknowledge that if people had to wait an hour to vote, that it was an interruption or an interference. I forget the word. In cross-examination, they said, "Were you aware that some politicians were encouraging everyone to come vote in person on the day of, which might have added to traffic?" And he says, yes, I was aware of that. They said people should come down and vote in person, as if to suggest that added to the delays. But then they went back to his forecasts, one of which actually forecast 290,000 day voters, as opposed to the 272 that actually voted. So
that's going to be part of their evidentiary inference for the number of votes in dispute.
Do you want to?
So he himself believed there would be 18,000 more voters than actually ballots were cast.
Oh, no, I'm going to be doing this all day. This is a long day. I'll come on for a few minutes. Get out of here. Let me see if I can find the part where he refuses to acknowledge.
So you don't believe that what happened on November 8th was not a disruption?
A disruption was the word.
In the election process?
I do not couch it as that.
Are you aware that Supervisor Gates came out on election day and said 20% of all vote centers were affected by these issues with ballots being rejected by the tabulators?
Again, we didn't have ballots rejected by tabulators. They were not being read in by tabulators, but that's not a disruption when voters still had valid options to participate in dropping in those ballots in our secure door number 3, which is a similar process that 8 other counties use as their only option for voters to be able to return their ballots.
Only option
Jerry,
with
you're
the
not
added
answering my
delays.
question. My question isn't what other options existed for voters. My question is, would you agree that there was a disruption of at least 20% of the vote centers in Maricopa that caused delays in the voting process?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already answered this question as to whether he characterizes it as a disruption.
Okay, I'll overrule. If you can answer it, you may, sir.
I'm not changing my response.
Okay.
I refuse to call it a disruption.
Do you believe that did you hear of any reports of wait times to vote of over 60 minutes?
Yes, I did.
And what is the target wait time for in your model? Do you know?
On average, a half an hour.
I think in their model it said 6 to 8 minutes per vote. I think they're going to get to that. This was the.
Please turn to Bates stamped 047. It's page 17.
Still Exhibit 2, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You see the section entitled Time Needed to Vote a Ballot, Mr. Jarrett?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the second paragraph under that section where it says, on average, we estimate that it will take voters between 4.4 and 6.4 minutes to vote in the 2022 primary ballot, and between 8.5 and 10.5 minutes to vote the 2022 November general election ballot?
That's to complete and fill out the ballot.
So is it your
what a crock? So why
testimony
would
then
it
that
take
30
longer
minutes is
so it take 10 minutes to fill out a ballot? Come on.
6 to like I don't know how many issues were on the ballot. How many check boxes? What reading material is
10
there on
minutes?
a ballot?
10 minutes? Why is it going to take 10 minutes to fill out a ballot?
So even if it takes 6 to 10 minutes to fill out the ballot, then you're waiting in line for a half an hour. That's 40 minutes to vote. I mean, I don't know, Robert. Historically, what have been unjustifiable
It varies,
disruptions?
but usually it's 20, 30 minutes to get in there and out of there.
See, in Canada, I've
And you
never.
wait 10 to 15 minutes, give or take. Takes you a few minutes, most of maybe 2 minutes, fill out a ballot. Rarely takes more than that. I don't see anybody takes much longer than that. It's not like you get to go in there and deliberate.
We get to look at it. We can even read it. Time needed to vote a ballot. The length of the ballot or a limited number of voting booths can also create wait times at voting locations. We have
limited
evaluated
number of voting booths. So I mean that means his time estimate. He's not talking about limiting number of voting booths because of how long it takes to fill out the ballot. Go ahead.
I know. Okay, so we have to evaluate the time that it takes to vote a ballot and establish sufficient capacity in our voting locations to reduce bottlenecks. For the August primary, this was retrospective. We anticipate 10 to 14 contested offices and 4 to 6 additional contests on the ballot. For the November general election, the majority of the ballots will have between 65 and 75 total contests. It's a big ass ballot. On average, we estimate that it will take between 4.4 to 6.4 minutes to vote the 2022 August primary ballots, and between 8.5 and 10.5 minutes to vote the 2022 November general election ballot. Based on these time estimates and the amount of time we have calculated to check in, we can determine how many voting booths are needed to eliminate bottlenecks in our voting centers. We've established the following voting location guidelines for the room size of a voting location and the number of check-in stations and voting booths to accommodate voters and minimize wait times. And then they go here. 14 to 2,000 square feet, 8 sites, 25 voting booths. 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, 12 site books, 30 voting booths. It's interesting.
The
here, listen to this.
Time allotted projected for a normal election to enter into the vote center, cast your ballot, and leave.
No, our average was 30 minutes in line to check in, and then to a few minutes to receive their ballot, upwards of 8.5 to 10.5. So in the 2020 general election, 8.5 to 10.5 minutes to complete the ballot. And then there could be some time to then wait in line at the tabulator, put in their ballot and feed it into a tabulator.
Did you ever become aware of multiple reports at various vote centers in Maricopa County where wait times exceeded 2 hours?
Listen to this.
Exceeded 2 hours? No.
They didn't exceed 2 hours.
You were not aware of that?
Our data shows that we had some voting locations approaching 2 hours, not exceeding.
Even at some locations approaching 2 hours, would you consider that a disruption?
That's why we post wait times on our website, which was highly publicized and advertised. And all of those locations, we had close by locations. So for example, Biltmore was approaching 2 hours in the last hour of the voting day. With 2 miles away at Faith Lutheran, there was a voting location that had a 1 minute wait time during that same time, the longest time that last hour of the day. So there were options for voters to be able to participate even at those other voting locations.
What are you basing the accuracy of the reported wait times on?
On information that poll workers return to us. So it's the number of voters in line At that point in time, they report those every 15 minutes, and then we can calculate the wait time based on how long it would take someone to check in at a voting location.
So if those poll workers were testifying under oath of wait times over exceeding 2 hours at multiple locations, how would that square with what the county was reporting on its system? Are they just mistaken, or making it up?
People can make estimates, but unless they're actually timing them, they could be inaccurate. Our wait times are based off exactly how long it takes a voter to check in through that process and have a ballot printed, and based off those numbers of voters that are standing in line at that point in time.
And how is that figure calculated? You say it's
This is
based
the part
off of
I didn't
how do you
understand.
calculate it?
Based off prior elections, and so we can gauge how long it takes a voter to get checked in. Then we can also see how many voters are checking in at a voting location throughout the day.
Okay.
Robert,
So
I'm going to put this on pause. I've been told there's a locals tip. Let's see if I can do this. If I can,
We have 5 or 6 of them.
Here, I'll read the first one, then you can get the other ones. I just lost it. Oh, hold on. I can do view more and I can see them all. Okay. Deb and Dogs. I don't know if there's a way for me to bring this up. Deb and Dogs sent a $5 tip. She says the ballot for the general was 2 pages. It took many people 30 minutes. I worked the polls with 2-hour-long wait times. That is Deb and Dogs. Mighty Pay with a $2 tip says, glad you're here to give your input on this, Robert. Thank you very much, Robert. And then we got a good meme. I can bring up the pictures, but I can't bring up the comment quite as easily. Hold on, I'll bring this one up. Although this is risky because I didn't look at it close enough before doing this. Tim Burton, Eat Your Heart Out. A Christmas film that's so good, for goodness sake. All right, Robert, what you want to read some of the other tips?
I mean, the others were mostly just comments or ones that I've already addressed.
Okay.
So my takeaway is that they established one component that they needed to establish, that a good evidentiary foundation for intentional printer tabulator issues at Maricopa County. And now the only question is consequence. And then the other big area that they have is ballot chain of custody that they've been allowed to. For those that don't know, the court did not allow them to present evidence of all the signature match problems, which would by themselves easily granted their right to a new election. And that's why, in my view, the court turned it down and applied a ludicrous laches doctrine.
Robert, you know what I can do here? Check this out. I have an idea. Boom. This won't be the most ideal way of doing it, but it'll be screen and screen. NJ2 Fla. I thought the security tech witness said the 19-inch image was visually different from the 20-inch, therefore shrink to fit would only appear smaller but not different. No, I think he meant visually different as in he could see more borders around the 19-inch that was shrink to fit. And then Joseph Kasky says, I love your work, Barnes and Viva. Went out of the app so I could send a few bucks. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. Thank you very much, Joseph. And let me see if I can scroll back up here to see how many, if I can, this might be the easy way to do it. Okay, we got Viva. This is Ken Media Reader. Why not challenge word button? It's just an attempt to color and mislead. There is no button, only secure access application option.
Right.
Who do we have coming up in the afternoon? Is going to be
the lawyers trying to play off idiots. In other words, everybody knows that there's a bunch of ways in which various technical errors can happen, and shrink to fit is something that people commonly do. And so that's what he's trying to play off of, is ignorance of the reality that in the election context, these things can only happen at the administrator level because everything's secure and password protected. If he's right, their security was a complete crock, right? I mean, there's no good defense they have. Either their security was so bad that some idiot could put shrink to fit and screw up all the ballots, or somebody at the security level intentionally made changes that created problems. Either one is a complete indictment. It's a confession that the heist could have been committed, and you're only arguing about whether you left the door unlocked or whether you unlocked the door yourself. So I thought that defense was very weak. Where the court will try to go is the other area, is my guess. The other area, which will be that it's not enough ballots that they can prove weren't counted for that reason. That's where the court's likely to go. But I think the court's wrong on that. But that's because the court doesn't want to overturn the election. And that the court admitted he didn't want to overturn it. Said so in the order. He'll find any excuse not to overturn it because he, and that's what happens when outsiders bring election contests. When insiders bring election contests, when it's a Democratic Party, when it's George W. Bush, courts are all ears. When it's an outsider like Kari Lake, they find 100 excuses not to overturn the election. But I think the best evidence of the day was the expert witness testimony. The fact that the government's witnesses, or government, even though they're witnesses for Kari Lake, or Kari Lake called them, they were government witnesses. The fact that one of them is hiding out in Panama City to help run the election, and the other one is a sneaky, dodgy guy that was running apparently all the technology aspect, which tells you another big problem, and was not even admitting basic things like 2-hour plus delays or 2-hour delays.
Is it
is a disruption.
A
Not
disruption.
being able to have your ballot counted is a disruption. Saying that's not a disruption, that's incredulous.
What's incredible is that someone pointed out, like the digital machines take longer to vote than paper and pencil ballots.
I don't like machines. Machines create all these risks and all these problems. Otherwise, they have to, they can still do it the old-fashioned way, literally stuff the ballot, literally destroy ballots, literally replace ballots. But what machines do is they allow 100 other creative ways for somebody to screw with an election. That's why I don't like machines' involvement. I think they should be a backup mechanism for digitizing ballots after ballots are already counted, after everything goes through. But all of the rest should be in paper. Isn't that the way they do it in Canada? Isn't most of it on paper?
It's all paper. You have to check in, show 2 pieces of ID if you don't have proper ID.
Man, the Canadians are racist.
Totally. It's outrageous. Here, I'm going to read these. I'm going to scroll up and get a few more. Urison 3030 says unreadable ballots are recreated by someone else for counting. 2, can this 19 to 20 open the door to a chain of custody or other charges or other dismissed charges?
The chain of custody charge was not dismissed. It's the other big issue they have.
Okay. Okay, this one I read already, and let's go all the way down. Look at this. I figured out a hack of sorts. I know that there's an external software that I'm told that could allow you to bring up the chat like you see in StreamYard, but did we read this one? Okay, we read that one. Let's go a little more down because there was another one here. Not that this is driving everyone crazy to see. Oh, here we go. No, we got that one too as well. There was a new super chat that came in at the bottom. No, we saw that one as well. How far up did I go here? Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer lied under oath. PAC pro-democracy Republicans of Arizona shrink to fit gates. Here's a bunch. No, not password protected. Shrink to fit is unavailable to the election parameters it was specifically attested to.
Yes.
Puzzling says if the court claims the print issue was resolved by counting the duplicates and chain of custody not of a concern, does Lake have a route to appeal to a higher court?
Yeah, Lake can appeal to both the Arizona Court of Appeals and the Arizona Supreme Court. But it's very unlikely, given their history, that they'll do anything better. Sadly.
Just Thinking says a ballot style is a specific ballot layout. Maricopa response to Attorney General page 2, or AG, page 2 said they had over 12,000 ballot styles. How can anyone justify that many different ballot layouts?
Agreed. And that's why, the old system, for those people that don't know, is they come up with the ballot. I mean, I'll give you an example. They have used this excuse for years to prevent third-party and independent candidates from getting on the ballot late. So they create ridiculous deadlines for when a third party or independent candidate can get on the ballot way in advance of the election. Their excuse has always been, we have to send the ballot to the printer. And, and because we got to send this out, it has to conform. We have to have it approved by everybody. We have to make sure there's no error, risk of issues, et cetera. So obviously that's a crock in the modern era. I mean, if they're printing, changing, styling ballots digitally, whatever they want, however they want, such that, according to Maricopa County's own lawyer, they could just shrink to fit and screw it all up. But the way the process is supposed to work is everybody agrees on that. They show what the ballot will look like printed. Everybody agrees on it. Now you can have different ballots because you'll have different state, where you're voting will dictate whether certain elections are available in your local community. and you'll county offices, state offices, city offices, etc. But and then they have ballots that get mailed out for the purposes of the military. Now, of course, mass mail-in balloting. But what's supposed to happen is you have strict chain of custody. Here's what our ballot's going to look like. Number one, everybody agrees on. Anybody who wants to contest it can. Then it goes to the printer, and they print a certain number of ballots. They come back, and then they either mail them out or give them out, and you have strict chain of custody on all of it. And if you, for some reason, the ballot has some problem with it, as was attested to, the traditional protocol is you print and then you give them a second ballot, but you attach the two so that there's no double counting of the ballot. And so that ballot 1 matches ballot 2, that you don't replace a Kari Lake ballot with a Katie Hobbs ballot. Now, one of the reasons why Lakes people were all concerned is because on election day, she should have, by everybody's expectations, including media polls, she should have won by a bigger margin than she did. And so the question was, okay, could this have happened by some means other than voters' intent? And some of that's voter suppression and ballot exclusion and double counting ballots. But one way you could do it is to create a system that would create mass duplication. And the duplicate ballots either don't get counted or the duplicate ballots change who the vote was for. And be honest with you, that's the only reason a duplicate ballot wouldn't be attached to the original ballot, is because you would look at it and say, hold on a second, this ballot says Lake, this ballot says Hobbs. I mean, that's what it looks to me like what happened in Arizona.
I'm looking now to see for the live feed because I want to make sure Right Side News has music playing, and it says they're ending their broadcast at 7 minutes. So hold on.
Yeah, because it will be coming up in it will be live at noon my time.
They say
live, the trial should start back up in about 8 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying now. And I think Right Side News, I think they said programming alert broadcast ends on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter in 7.5 minutes. I think that means they're broadcasting, and then they're going to take it over to Rumble. Let me just cough for 1 second. But I'm trying to find a live.
Don't worry about any of these issues here on this channel. We are getting the direct source from Maricopa County Zoom feed here. We're not going to use any of these third-party sites in order to get a feed. We're going to go ahead and get that direct feed. We will be live here at 1 p.m. Barnes is correct. 1 p.m. Mountain Time, I should correct if you are familiar with Arizona time.
This used to be the live Zoom feed. It seems to be.
Go ahead and do the adjustment to your own. It is Mountain Time. 1 p.m.
Yeah, they probably don't. Some courts,
stay tuned.
Just shut it down for
7 minutes from now.
All right, and then this is Right Side News, which they're going to end on YouTube and go to Rumble. So if I have to go back and pull someone who gets the feed from Rumble, we can do that. And I'm just looking. Where was I looking? Here. And I don't see any live right now, but they might have just killed the stream for lunch. So, okay, we'll see what happens in 7 minutes. What do you have this afternoon?
Nothing particular.
Okay, so we'll keep going. While we're streaming, I might go and walk the dogs and maybe play with a kid who's been home with the sniffles today. Last day of school, and we're supposed to be going back to Canada for a little over a week. So we'll see if what happens crossing the border. So we're gonna have. We don't know who the witnesses are this afternoon. Barris is slated to testify, but we don't know for how long or when necessarily.
Correct.
Okay. Laura was in the chat before. We brought up a couple of comments from her. And then tomorrow, do we know who's on the? Do you know who's on the witness list?
Tomorrow is the government's side.
Okay. Oh, it's going to be amazing.
I mean, the ballot chain of custody issue is the big next issue for Lakeside to get into.
So the ballot chain of custody, I mean, I guess explain what that means. They were getting at it a little bit in that they were saying, people vote at voting centers.
So they actually were getting at it with the
they got into it with the second guy,
early voting, the recorder who is in charge of early voting, because that's where the custodial.
Do you know how many there are when it goes from the voting
the ballot boxes at the voting centers were
the problem with all the
supposedly sealed and then given to private company trucks to be taken to Central, in which the seal is broken and counted. The
is they
big
can-
issue
anytime the
being is
computer
you
can
don't know
remove
how
print
many
ballot
were
from the
actually
computer.
in the box before you sealed
so
it.
that
You don't know
it
whether the
interrupts
seal
the
was
whole
tampered
ballot
with.
chain of
We
custody
heard
by
from actually the
itself.
expert that the
And-
quote unquote
and
seal
and
was
what they detailed
tantamount
in the
to a
complaint
red piece of
was
tape
a
with
range
a
of issues
uh,
about ballot chain of
barcode on it
custody,
for scanning.
particularly involving a
So he
private
described it as
vendor,
this isn't a seal,
that
this
has
isn't a
its
security
own
seal, this
issues
is
and
just a red piece of
ramifications.
tape, which I thought was actually
And
the
so
best testimony coming out of that
we'll see if they
expert
can prove
early on,
what
because
they
again, it
presented
went to
as
the chain of
evidence
custody
concerning
issue,
that. And so
if
that's
possible.
what I'm most, that's their
That
other
is their strongest claim at the moment.
evidentiary claim that the court allowed to go forward.
All right, let me see something here. Let me keep looking for. Is there an update on the Viva merch store? There isn't. There might be an update on the merch store coming during the stream. If there is, I'll pull it up, and if not, I'll just show the standard merch. And the idea of what is? Do you know what the protocol is for the chain of custody? Like, I appreciate it. It's very-
There's a bunch. I mean, the problem with the way they do with machines is there's a bunch of opportunities for interference with ballot chain of custody. But here's the traditional ballot chain of custody: you limit the printing of ballots. You give them out at certain precincts on election day. People come in, you hand them the ballot, and you have a limited number of ballots that have ever got printed. Then duplicate ballots get attached if there has to be a problem with the first ballot for the purposes of counting the ballot, and then those ballots are stored in a secure manner. And as he was talking about, sealed, not Scotch tape kind of thing, but with better, more effective means, so that the reason for what he was saying, the witness at the end about sealing, what he means is there's certain ways to preserve access such that you will know if somebody breached the seal. When you just Scotch tape it, someone can just cut it up, open it up, do whatever they want with the ballots, and then re-Scotch tape it. That's not a secure system at all. And that's what he was saying he witnessed. So and they got back into that after the judge had excluded that evidence. It's kind of dumb on their part. I think he thought he had some genius point. Oh, we had tape on it. It was actually sealed, wasn't it? I mean, that's somebody who appears to not. You see both the arrogance and the incompetence of Maricopa County in their very defense. The way the witnesses have testified, how they've arrogantly taken the proceedings. One going on vacation and showing up in his T-shirt in a condo. The other one denying that a multiple hour delay could possibly be called a simple disruption on election day. And then you see it in the questioning by the Maricopa County lawyers that they don't take it seriously, and they're utterly incompetent in the way they go about this process. So arguing shrink to fit is somehow an excuse when that's as damning as anything else about the ineptitude of the Maricopa County election officials. And this is why courts never want the world to see these proceedings, because people see this, they see the arrogance, they see the
all right,
incompetence.
folks, it looks like this might be starting here.
And this was the question. Thank
it's
you,
been pulled
Barry
up.
Cam. Yes,
I don't know
please.
if you'd prefer.
Viva,
let me go ahead and
please
mute
mention the chain of
Viva's
custody
here.
issue mentioned by Stephen Richer. It was Richer, not the second guy. No one.
I'm sure Viva and Barnes will actually be switching over to the stream here in just a moment. I'm not sure if you guys would rather watch it here on the direct source or through them to have a couple extra legal minds discussing what's occurring. So far, they've been pretty accurate with what they're discussing. I think they're fixated on a few things that are incorrect, as I don't particularly care that he wasn't in a suit while testifying as a witness. He wasn't there to be an expert witness. He was there to be dragged in as the recorder. And ultimately, I think the most damning evidence there was that they attempted to elicit the fact that he's an unbiased witness, although he was hostile, by suggesting that he was a Republican, and he did say that he's part of the Republican Party. It'll be interesting on whether the information that's coming out from some people that they were talking about, that potentially he was part of the PAC, a super PAC of Republican funding that went against Kari Lake. He was asked basically directly, like, do you support Kari Lake? And he said no. It was only on cross, which he was asked, are you a Republican? I'm a registered Republican, to try to build that credibility.
All right, this
back.
is CV
Looks like we are about to
2022.
go. I'm going to zoom in, as when I go full
095403,
screen
this is
here,
Lake versus Hobbs
it tends
et
to
al.
cut out and take longer
Continuation
to
of
get
the
the stream
hearing
back
on the
live
election challenge.
when they do get flooded with
Present for the record,
too many
our
viewers.
Parties or representatives in their respective counsel. We have Mr. Parikh still on the witness stand under
Ultimately,
oath.
there's not
and
much to
we
watch.
are ready to continue with the cross-examination. This will be by Ms. Khanna, I believe.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the opportunity to
And feel
streamline
free, the
over
link
the
is
lunch
in the
break, we have
description
no
if you'd
further
like
questions at this
to
time.
watch
Thank
on
you.
your
Well
own
then.
screen.
Okay.
I have a very brief redirect. Got a few points, Your Honor.
No,
To
that
update
is
you,
fine.
this is the,
Get redirect. I'm smiling because I have a lawyer characterizing something as brief.
Oh.
Every time.
I'll do my best, Your Honor.
I believe this
Excuse
is
my
still with the
smile.
expert witness who is
But
pertinent
this
to
is
their count
redirect.
2 claims,
Mr.
although I
Olson,
think he
you may
was very
proceed.
relevant to his
Mr.
red tape
Parikh,
key point on the early voting
Mr. Liddy asked you some questions
seals
about
as being
duplicate
not
ballots.
actual security seals, but just being
And kind of
fraudulent
like,
red tape
hey, if
that
there
could
was
easily
a
be
shrink to
tampered with.
fit, that was no big deal because the duplicate would be captured or accepted by the tabulator. What happens during the duplication process?
The
Pointing out
original
that maybe
ballot
there
is
could be
examined.
some
Another
tampering that
clean
occurs while
ballot
the ballots
is-
being
is set
duplicated as they
beside it,
weren't
and
stored
those-
together.
The ballot is duplicated.
Playing
All
towards
those
count
votes are
2, the
transferred
failure of the
and
tabulations
verified.
causing
In
intentional
the
tampering.
duplication process, could the image of a 19-inch
I don't think it's a good point to
image
stick on,
from the
is they've already
original
proven
be
that there was
transposed
clearly
onto
some
a
sort of
20-inch
intent
ballot?
in the printer level
As the
because of the
duplicated
settings.
ballot?
Or no security at all.
Yes.
One or the other.
In other words, if you had a 19-inch image on 20-inch paper, the original image, and then the ballot is duplicated and run through the scanner, could the duplicated ballot be brought up to a 20-inch image? Or could the
Yes, it should be. If the ballot was originally 20-inch ballots, the blank ballot that they would bring to put the votes, transfer the votes to, would be 20-inch. So yes, it would be tabulated.
it would necessarily be moved to a 20-inch image in order to
Yes,
be tabulated?
that's the only way it could be tabulated.
Yes, and at the point of duplication, anything could happen to alter or not the original ballot, correct? If you're duplicating a ballot,
Yes.
what's to stop somebody
be
from
altered?
altering the ballot from its original?
Objection, Your Honor. My
Calls
apologies.
for
This is beyond the
speculation.
scope of direct
Yeah.
and cross, I believe. He's asking for new opinions that he never offered.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Liddy is the one who brought up duplication and that it was no big deal. This is
This is
directly relevant
true.
to his examination and implication that duplication means that no harm, no foul.
I agree with you in terms of the scope of redirect.
Should have objected to that
I'm a
expansion.
little concerned about foundation, but
Yes, Your Honor.
go ahead and ask whatever questions. You, Mr. Liddy?
Lay a little
Excuse me, Your Honor,
foundation.
I
He can do that. He can do
apologize,
that. Lay a little
The
foundation.
duplication process is in Title 16. It's a very important part of the process. I would never and have never characterized it as no big deal. And I object to his mischaracterization of my
Wow.
description of that important
Wow.
process.
Okay.
Not a problem. So noted. Mr. Olson, you
Yeah,
have
he
another
said,
question, please.
okay. I'm offended.
Mr. Parikh,
Noted.
Mr.
Judge
Liddy
handled it
asked
well.
you if you had asked for the duplicated ballots. And you said in the beginning, your testimony is that you had asked Mr. Jarrett and were given an answer that there was no way to trace. And then subsequent to that, when you were asked the question again, you said you did not ask. What was the distinction that you were drawing in terms of asking for the duplicated ballot?
I thought Mr. Liddy was asking me if I had planned on, if it was in my plan of what I selected and wanted to see as far as the sample size. And I did not plan that. I did not plan that. It was made clear there was time taken to ensure that all the inspectors were aware of how the process would be, the amounts we were allowed and all that. And they were provided to us. And when they were, I asked I did ask where the duplicated were, but that was as part of the court order process to look at those.
Okay.
Yes.
And so that the record is clear, when you asked for the duplicated ballot while you were there at MTech, and who did you ask again? Was it Mr. Jarrett?
Mr. Garrett, yes.
And what was his response?
He said they would have to get techs and it would take up to a week to trace that down.
Okay.
And
So the duplicates weren't with the
You
original
heard Mr.
ballots.
Jarrett
This is
testify that there was no way
who knows whether there's tampering.
that a 19-inch image was placed on 20-inch paper in the November 2022 general election, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is there any way that a 19-inch ballot image placed on 20-inch paper in this election in Maricopa, whether it was tabulated by the vote center tabulator or the tabulators at MTech, that 19-inch ballot image would be accepted by the tabulator?
There's no way a 19-inch image on 20-inch paper could be accepted by the tabulator.
Right, because it's
You
set for
also
20
examined
inches. Okay,
early votes, correct?
gotta make that real
Yes, sir,
clear.
I did.
Apparently,
And you testified that those were votes that were printed by Runback.
so this is the early votes. This goes to
Did you
count
see
4.
out of any of those
The
early
better one, the
votes
chain of custody
that you
one.
inspected or observed a 19-inch image on 20-inch paper?
No, sir, I did not.
So the 19-inch image on 20-inch paper was only an existing condition on the ballot on demand printed ballots, which were the day of the election. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that's accurate.
This is leading towards that the impact was, broadly speaking, more on Republicans as people who go out on the day of. I believe they have to actually call another witness to pull out that information in order to get it on the record here.
Did you took a
Let me
picture
check
of
that
those
for you
ballots
as
side by side?
I've
in your
done
report,
my
correct?
I did not take the picture physically. The photograph was provided to me.
Okay.
When I initially saw it, it may not to a normal voter or user that looks to pick this up, but again, I examined all types of media in all types of ways, and it jumped out at me, and I requested to get a copy of that image because to me, that was very damning. And then that
So this is going to have to be
photograph
from the
was an
Barris
overlay,
declaration. So
and
this is the one that
it did
Barnes
confirm my
actually mentioned
conclusions
as
that
being
it was a
potentially
shrinkage
today.
and that it was a 19-inch image printed
after
on a
this
20-inch
expert.
ballot.
Should
And that'll
there ever
complete,
be, as Mr. Liddy characterized, a shrink to fit ballot that comes out for some
I
people's
believe the
ballots
witnesses that,
and not
that they'll
others?
be having for these 2 counts
I'm here to
that
state
remain.
the technical scientific facts. I gave the options. Mr. Liddy's assumptions of a shrink to fit is inaccurate, and to boot, or to further on add, that if the ballot definition is 20 inches and you print it on 20-inch
But we will also have
paper,
Runbeck.
shrink to fit will do nothing. The margins
Most
will be
likely.
exactly the same as they are on a regular ballot, and they should be tabulated. But what he referred to cannot happen. The only other technical possibility for that happening is if somebody messed with the print drivers and made, even though 20-inch paper was loaded, made the printer think it was 19 inches, and that would cause the shrink to fit. Those are the only technical, that's the only technical option that would address Mr. Liddy's scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Parikh. No further questions, Your Honor.
Well, may we excuse the witness?
Right, so that's going
Yes, Your
towards
Honor.
intent for their count 2.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Parikh.
You're welcome, sir.
You're excused, sir.
Again, if you want to find the filings and stuff, description has a link to the court filings. They did actually get
Well,
updated
Mr.
this
Olson,
morning.
who's your next
recently.
witness?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to call Aaron Smith.
That's how I know Kitty Hobbs will not be at the hearing, as Kari Lake and her legal team were trying to fight for. It wasn't worth the fight. It was a good decision
Your
to
Honor, I'm
drop
not
it.
sure that we have Mr. Smith on the witness list.
Absolutely was disclosed.
On the witness list, we just filed with the court yesterday?
I'll have to look, but I know that we disclosed him. We just,
I don't see a Mr. Smith on the list from yesterday.
what happened?
With what?
He's saying that he's not on the list.
I'm also not. I'm not sure who this Mr. Smith is and what kind of relevant information he's going to have. They're referring to the Barris declaration as the other information they needed regarding count 2 allegations. I'm also very confused by this. Turning round tables.
The list I'm looking at, Your Honor, does show Aaron Smith designated as a witness. If Your Honor wants to give me a few minutes, I can go through my emails and
Looking at what the court was given, and
I don't know that we've provided that list, Your Honor. I mean,
I think you followed it. We also, I think there was an email communication from plaintiff's counsel expressly asking us to take Mr. Smith off of the list.
no, we did not take
Well,
Mr. Smith off.
we're now burning time
Okay.
trying to find out who Mr. Smith is and where he is. So
Can you show me that list then?
What's going on? Is he here? We gonna hear from him? I think at this point we can just say emergency notice taken, right? Come on, court. Move us
Can I
along.
see the list? Or not? This list?
Witness list
Yeah.
that we filed.
Procedural issues noted. Continue the hearing. If he's here, is he present? Why are we even bothering?
I don't think I have it. This is your plan.
I need this.
I guess it's not fair to the defendant. Although at this point, I mean, what kind of notice is being provided? 24-hour notice? They keep cutting the hearings shorter and shorter. They were supposed to have until 1:30 and they only had till 1. They're supposed to start at 9 tomorrow and they're going to start at 8:30. It's not like they're too concerned with the speed at which the case is going.
Your Honor, at this time, we would call Bradley Benincourt.
very well.
Bradley Benincourt. I wonder where this guy comes out. Perhaps that was part of the Barris declarations.
Pull up his declaration. Benincourt's declaration.
Did he have a different name? What is happening? So we heard from the expert Parikh for his Parikh declaration. That was starting to prove their kind of the expert that they needed to prove that this was intentional, which I think they did. And I think they also got a great piece for their count 4 on the red seal tape. My favorite line of the expert testimony. But the next testimony they need is actually the Barris. And now they're calling a
I
Heather
couldn't
up.
catch that. I heard change of plans and he turned around.
We're going to call another witness, Your Honor, Heather Honey.
These might just be some of the other declarations that weren't included.
Or is the witness?
For which witness
waiting
is here early,
outside?
right?
Yes, she's coming in now.
Could you just hold on 1 second, have her stay
Because
outside?
they
just a second?
made it half an hour early.
Thank you. This was another issue that was raised in the 807 notice by plaintiffs that they were going to use hearsay. I apologize, Mr. Olson, you're having a hard time hearing me, and I'll try and speak up. The disclosure that I received had listed Exhibit A. There was no attachment. So all I have is information that this witness is going to testify about a voicemail from someone with a first name, no last name.
Well, Your Honor.
Doesn't have any substance.
These lawyers haven't gotten sleep in
it's a
days.
voicemail from somebody by the
Missing
name of
attachments. They're losing
Well,
it.
Identifies
Election
herself
lawyers
as
are hard.
working at the Department of Elections for Maricopa County.
Okay.
The
Department of Elections.
voicemail was left to my client in response to a FOIA request, a Public Records Act request that was made for chain of custody documentation. And the voicemail, we believe, Your Honor, is a statement against interest. Because they basically say, well, don't know.
All right.
Okay.
It has been disclosed, Your Honor.
Because under count 2, I believe that is actually
Okay.
felony class 5. Yeah, class 5 felony if
Who's
it was
gonna respond?
intentional.
Your Honor, I will. Number one, I'm going to, thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to object to calling this witness for
That's
the
fair.
purposes of testifying about hearsay testimony by somebody named
You have
Betty,
to make the
who is not a
objection.
party in
There's
this
someone
case, and
named
therefore
Betty.
cannot
Well,
make any
good
statements,
framing.
admissions on the behalf of the party. And this so-called voicemail has no
So-called.
authentication, so I would object on foundation as well, Your Honor. And Your Honor, we don't have it. Hasn't been disclosed.
She can authenticate it herself.
Disclosed, Your Honor.
They have the
Court
witness
even
there.
has it as a trial exhibit. But Your
Hasn't
Honor,
been
Betty
disclosed.
identifies herself as someone working in the Maricopa County Department of Elections. She also identifies that
Oh,
she
on
is
the voicemail.
responding to my client regarding a Public Records Act request that was, I'm sorry, I said my client. She was responding to my witness regarding a Public Records Act request. It was my client who made that Public Records Act request. And Betty is explaining in the voicemail that they're still looking for the records, but they have no idea, and she's got to go on vacation, so she should call back and talk to somebody else. This is a Public
We're all
Records
going
Act
on vacation.
request, Your Honor.
Send them all on
that is
vacation so they
directly
can't be
relevant to the
subpoenaed.
trial
This
here
is
today.
fantastic.
That's not my problem.
They're
I
laughing.
agree with you. I see the relevance.
They're
of
like,
what you're
good, we sent them
arguing.
all on
My
vacation.
problem and where I'm focusing my questioning is the
These kitty houses, their
authentication and
boss.
the disclosure of
That's
this, because
fantastic.
you're asking for this under 807 as an exception, because there's not another recognized exception to the hearsay rule, and I didn't see anything disclosed. You're telling me this today.
Ooh, and this is why we keep it off of full screen for the quick
is the-
snapback. Pop that volume.
Well, Your Honor,
You're asking, this is 807 is the exception when everything else is gone. This is the Hail Mary that says,
understood, Your Honor.
I've got nothing else, Judge.
Put it in 807 just in case, but I believe it is a statement against interest,
You're on interest.
especially in this
So you're
case.
raising a new.
We have pending litigation between my client and the county regarding their operation of this election, Your Honor. And it is a statement made by Betty identifying herself as an employee
Betty
of the
admitted to a
Maricopa
class
County
5
Records
felony?
Department.
Is that
My-
what you're saying?
My witness, Your Honor, will get on the stand and testify
It's
that
just
she deals
unknowing.
with
I don't
Betty
think it's exactly.
with respect to public records.
Okay.
requests.
Very well then. Okay, so that's your offer of proof that your
client,
client will, not
Or
client,
the
your
witness.
witness was
Your-
going to testify
business-
that this is a
Well,
known
authenticate.
person to
Yeah.
her. In other words, she could recognize a voice. She knows
Witness
this
can
person. She has
authenticate.
dealt
I
with
said
this
this
person
already.
as a
Let's roll.
representative of the defendants with other public
Bring her
records
out.
request. Did I get it right?
You got it right, Your Honor.
Mr. Liddy?
Your Honor, first, we have not received this, so we'd object on that basis. And
It's
second,
tough.
there is no Betty that's a
You're
party.
moving fast.
We
You gotta
can't
deal with it.
authenticate who she is, and she
Yeah, see
cannot
what-
make
see
an
what comes out.
admission on
You have
behalf of
cross.
any of the parties in this litigation.
You'll have a chance.
And the fourth point, Your Honor, is a public records request is not one of the two counts before this court at this time.
The public records request, Your Honor, is specifically aimed at Mr. Richard's testimony this morning that they have documents related to chain of
All right, folks,
custody
give
for
me a
election
moment
day
as
activity.
I
When they
go ahead
don't,
and shelter
Betty says on this voicemail, Your Honor,
Objection, Your Honor.
Legal Mind Studio here.
Now counsel's testifying.
I'm not testifying, I'm making argument, Your Honor, regarding the evidence.
What you're making is an offer of proof, correct, Mr. Lem?
I'm doing that as well. And I can submit one formally if you would like, Your Honor.
Oh,
But in terms of offering proof to this court, my witness will testify that she is familiar with Betty. My witness will testify that her employees are familiar with Betty. My witnesses will testify that she works with Betty in getting records from Maricopa County.
Okay.
In response to FOIA requests, Your Honor.
and you've also told me that this was disclosed previously, yes?
I am, Your Honor, yes.
When was it disclosed to? the-
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this last week has been like 4 months. And if you want, Your Honor, it's going to take me
Yeah,
a
this is
good
tough.
45
No.
minutes to look for our disclosures.
You're,
Are we-
stop 1 second. You're an officer of the court. I'm just asking for your word. If you tell me it was within. the
I'm
last
telling you it
week-
was disclosed, Your Honor.
You're telling me within the last week,
Yes, Your Honor. I
close to this
believe-
morning,
I
something
believe,
like that.
Your Honor, that I have created on 2 separate occasions at their request that I
that why they
give
were
them
laughing at him?
access to all of our records
Who's even dealing with
via
this?
a link so they can go online and download them. And I can show this court that I provided them at least 2 links to do so.
Wait a minute. I don't want to waste a bunch more time on this. We've already spent a lot of time on it. I'm just down to the last little consideration, which is disclosure, so they're not shocked by this. Disclosure is different than saying, here's where all my stuff is. You can dig it out, or it's in there somewhere.
Yeah,
This
it's actual
would be
notice.
a specific. You did a specific notice under 807, and so you realized that there's an issue with the authentication and the hearsay. So all I'm looking to do is verify that this is not something brand new today in terms of identifying
be
this
brand new
witness
today.
in court today.
Oh,
It is not, Your Honor.
looks like
Thank
the
you.
Lola Bear is
Mr.
here. My
Liddy?
dog.
Your Honor, we've been able to find under 73 and
I
74,
may have to deal with
document
her.
titled
You'll
placeholder
just
for
give me a moment.
voicemail.
I will be
And
listening.
then E, document titled placeholder for
For an update.
voicemail. I would, Your Honor, that does not fit the requirement for disclosure.
You're going to play the voicemail?
Yes, I am, Your Honor, but that is the court's exhibit list. I am not allowed to upload audio-visual files to the court system. I had an assistant come by and drop before noon, it was just before noon, a flash drive, which was rejected. They have these audio recordings, Your Honor. I would guarantee you, as they stand here today, they know who Betty is. Oh,
Wait, stop.
somebody knows who Betty is because she works in the elections department.
When I say stop, that means stop. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
First of all, your understanding of the website uploading links is different than mine. You can upload those. Second of all, you did bring a flash drive by yesterday, but your office was told we can't do that. The clerk of the court uploads and the exhibits. And so those have to be uploaded through that website link. And apparently there isn't anything uploaded there.
Your Honor.
Is there uploaded today?
They were uploaded to this. We took everything we had in our disclosure and we uploaded it to the system.
It is uploaded on.
The clerk is telling me that they don't have your exhibit uploaded. So what you would be doing is playing something extraneous that you have that's not been uploaded into the system. Okay.
Right.
I'm not doubting you, Mr. Blem, in that regard at all. Coming back to this, what I wanted to focus on is whether the defense had notice of this or not. Have you heard the voicemail before?
No, Your Honor, I have not heard the voicemail. None of the attorneys here have heard the voicemail. And we can avow that there's no one in the Department of Elections, Public Records Department named Betty.
Well, here's what I'm going to do, okay? Because it's taking too long. You can call your witness can testify, and cross-examination can happen, but not play the video or the audio clip because it's not uploaded, it's not in the system. I don't have that disclosed.
Your Honor, based on representations by counsel, we could always play it real quick before I bring the witness in. Counsel represented that there's no one by that name who works at the elections department.
No, we're not going to go there. I'm not going to have an evidentiary hearing on this issue. Okay, it was raised earlier in your notice. I told you that the attachment wasn't there. Now it's not in the exhibits. We're just going to move on. You can go ahead and call your witness. There'll be cross-examination. You can redirect, but we're not going to play a clip that's not uploaded and not previously disclosed under 807. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would your honorable court reconsider if I can go online at some point today before I'm done with my witness and show something that says you cannot upload audio-visual files to the system from this link? I tried anyway, Your Honor.
No, I don't have no doubt you tried. Okay. I'm listening to two sources. The clerks, since statehood, the clerk of the court has been separate from Maricopa County Superior Court for whatever reasons were decided at the time of statehood. So they have a separate system. I cannot tell the clerk of the court how to do business. They run the exhibits, and so I'm looking to that website and my understanding of it, my clerk telling me what can be uploaded. I am not doubting you, Mr. Blem, that you tried to upload the exhibit. The operative question is whether or not it's a surprise to them, meaning the defendants, because they have not heard the video clip. That would be something, whether it's uploaded or not, you would have given them previously.
All right.
So your question to me is whether I would reconsider that ruling after having heard the evidence, if you'd make an offer of proof separate and apart from the witness's testimony, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll accept that. You can go ahead and make an offer of proof. Do you have that
Hey,
right
welcome
now?
back. That's actually a very
The auto recording?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, we
at
can
the
pull it
moment.
up.
I was
Well,
gonna say,
that's I
honestly,
want
what
you
it
to
should
do
say is,
for your
hey, if
offer
it's a
of proof.
3-minute voicemail, boom, listen to the voicemail real
All
quick,
right, and may I
outside
play
of
it,
the
Your Honor?
scope of the witnesses, and
Playing
boom,
it for me.
here we go.
Yes.
Let's
Yes,
listen.
that's what I mean, Your Honor.
This is part of your offer of proof, Mr. Blem.
Let's see, do we have? Yes, go with 74. This is what's listed as exhibit 74, Your Honor. For defense counsel's sake, it is listed as Q1.1.
That's placeholder.
And now, Your Honor, I'm hoping she didn't say she was Betsy.
Hi, Michelle. This is Betty. Hi, Michelle. This is Betty calling with the Maricopa County Elections Department. I'm so sorry that I'm calling you back so late after getting your message yesterday. I still don't have information. Christy is waiting to receive information as to where that document is. We haven't forgotten. We just haven't heard back. And I just wanted to give you that update, which is really not an update, but it is still on our to-do list to see where we can get that for you. Once we do have it, we will call you and let you know. I am actually going to start my holiday tomorrow, and I'm going to be off all through the following week. So if you need to touch base, I would say go ahead and touch base directly with Christy. And then, she can provide any updates, but she knows that we need to get you that information and reach back out to you. So that's all I have. I know it's not much, but I wanted to at least get you that information. Okay.
So it looks like
All
that's,
right. Well, thank you so much.
maybe it was
and if I don't
Getty?
talk to you,
Not Betty?
have a fabulous Christmas and New
sounded
Year, and
pretty authentic.
and perhaps we'll talk in the New Year. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay.
That's pretty
Hi,
authentic. Come
Michelle.
on,
This
Judge.
is Betty calling with the Maricopa County Elections Department.
Is that the same one?
It just looped, Your Honor.
Looped. Okay. Very good. All right.
And that would make an interesting crank phone call, Your Honor. That somebody identifies
Christmas.
themselves from the Maricopa County Elections Department, stating their name and saying, we're still waiting for records responsive to your request, Your Honor. My client will testify as to
It's
who this individual
self-authenticating. Is that what he's claiming?
I'm sorry, not my client, my witness. My witness will testify, Your Honor, that she interacts with this individual
Okay.
and she's
I think
fulfilling
you gotta
FOIA
give it to him,
requests
Judge.
from the Maricopa County Recorder's Office.
Let him appeal
Very
your
good.
decision.
Okay.
You're going to.
Go ahead and call your witness. I'm going to give it the weight I deem appropriate, and when all the dust settles. But you can go ahead and call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So this must be a witness for information that they've discovered since their filing of the complaint, as this isn't included in their original complaint.
Ma'am, if you could just come forward, if you would, and stand in front of my clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll swear you in. Ma'am, if you could just move your way, make your way around to the witness stand and have a seat. As soon as she's situated, you may proceed, Mr. Bond.
Good afternoon,
Hopefully
Miss
they've
Honey.
edited
Can
this
you
witness.
please state your full name?
This
for the
could be
record?
bad.
Heather Honey.
What do you do, Miss Honey, for a living?
I'm an investigator. I'm also an auditor. I do supply chain consulting as well.
How long have you engaged in that type of work?
Perhaps.
Uh,
Call her. Yeah, she does.
Over 30 years.
Over 30 years. Yeah. And so, what do you do as an investigator? You just investigate?
Yeah, I mean, I do corporate investigations. I do, as I mentioned, supply chain investigations, counter diversion, those sorts of things. And recently, over the course of the last about 2.5 years, our research has sort of expanded into, sort of
Sorry,
government
my chicks might be
accountability,
getting loud enough
transparency,
to
and
Pick
elections.
up on the mic every once in a while.
Do you also conduct a great deal of open source research?
I do.
What is open source research?
Open source investigations, open source intelligence is just the use of publicly available information, public records to do investigations or research.
All right. So like Maricopa County Elections Department records, would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can get those through how?
In Arizona, it's a public records request that you submit.
All right. And so in terms of your work doing open source investigations and things of that nature, I know you're shy, but I also know you teach people. Can you give me some background in that area?
Yeah, I do training on open source investigations, open source research. I've been doing that sort of training for about 5 years now, and I instruct people.
Who do you train on behalf of?
Well, I'm a small business owner. I own my own company, and I wrote my own curriculum, and I train clients, military clients, special forces. I train law enforcement. I train private corporations, and I train journalists as well. Right, so that's an awesome use of open source investigation skills for journalism.
And I think you said special forces.
Good marketing opportunity for her.
Do you do any work
Really
with
is.
the department?
This is gonna be fantastic.
Or the DEA? I'll just abbreviate.
I don't believe I've ever had students from the DEA. I mean, like Secret Service, like I said, law enforcement agencies, local police departments, those sorts of things.
All right, very good. And so you said you also got involved in election integrity issues. How long ago?
About 2.5 years ago now.
2.5 years ago? Okay. And just what states have you done research in?
Well, some of our research has been in all 50 states. Specifically, we looked into vulnerabilities in the UOCAVA, the non-military UOCAVA voters. In addition to that, we've done very specific types of research in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Arizona, and a little bit of stuff in Georgia as well.
All right. And so with respect to your work in the state of Arizona, do you know what is the EPF?
Yeah, the Election Procedures Manual. I'm familiar.
And I would like to pull up the Elections Procedures Manual right now, Your Honor, Exhibit 60. All right, and can you see the monitor in front of you?
Ken?
Does that appear to be the Elections Procedures Manual?
It does.
Are you fairly well versed in that document?
I mean, I haven't committed it to memory in its entirety, but I'm familiar with the relevant statutes as they relate to the research that I've done in Arizona.
Thank you. And so let's talk about just generally, explain to this court how you became not knowledgeable about Arizona elections as it relates specifically to the issue of chain of custody.
Yeah, so obviously the idea here, I mean, I do
This is
like
count
vulnerability
four. This is by far
assessments.
their
I do
better
supply
count.
chain
Chain of
consulting. So what you're looking for, right, is researching what are the vulnerabilities in the election system, for example. And so one of the areas that we looked at was the Dropbox chain of custody. And the election procedure manual specifically has guidelines on starting on page 61, item number 7. There are about 8 specific requirements that the recorder is required to do regarding the chain of custody of Dropbox ballots. So in addition to the EPM, when we were researching this, we spoke with representatives who had actually participated in the process. We talked to ballot couriers who had actually retrieved ballots from Dropboxes. We spoke with Celia in the Maricopa County elections department. She was very helpful. She provided a lot of really useful information in terms of their process. The EPM is sort of the guideline for the entire state, but how each county implements the process is different. For example, we did research and investigations into the chain of custody in a couple of elections in Arizona. Several in Maricopa, but we also looked at the process in Pima County as well.
So you've spent a great deal of time talking to people in Arizona that actually work in the elections department?
Yes.
That actually work at Runbeck?
Well, I spoke with Jeff Ellington.
Perhaps this is their
about, I want to say nearly a year ago or so, and he was able to answer a bunch of questions that I had about how Runbeck works. Jeff Ellington is the CEO of Runbeck. And recently I had the opportunity to talk to a Runbeck employee who provided a declaration in this case.
Okay. And you also have
so
the
that's the
opportunity
Runbeck
to work
whistleblower.
with
That's what this is
other
going towards.
election
It's all count
integrity
4 here with the
experts
chain of custody.
and attorneys
Yes,
in the state of Arizona?
I do.
All right. And so let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. Pennsylvania is where you got your start, isn't it?
Well, I'm from Pennsylvania, so that's what definitely piqued my interest in sort of the vulnerabilities in the election system and what can be done to fix that.
In Pennsylvania, I believe it was 2020, wasn't it?
Yes.
What did you identify as a particular vulnerability in Arizona at that time?
Well, in Pennsylvania, I think you mean.
Yes, Pennsylvania.
So
Objection, relevance?
Sustained.
Your Honor just gets
Sustained.
Oh, sorry.
Uh,
All right. So with respect to the state of Arizona again, how many elections have you looked at in the state of Arizona with respect specifically to the chain of custody issue?
3.
3. Which ones were those?
It was the 2020 election. It was a 2022 municipal election, and then this 2022 general.
Okay. And so I've got a demonstrative presentation, Your Honor, I would like to pull up. And it has citations to all of our exhibits.
Ron, I'd like a moment to review this with my co-counsel before it's published to the witness.
That'd be fine. There's signatures on there. Signatures on there.
Believe it or not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object in that this exhibit, it seems to be more of an exhibit than demonstrative, contains many signatures from individuals whose signatures should not be published to the public, Your Honor.
Your Honor, signatures are routinely published. And
let me ask a question, if I could. please.
Yes,
Mr. Flynn, are these signatures related to the 2020 election in Arizona?
You know, I believe these are,
May I answer that question?
yes,
No, not to me.
these are related to 2022. This is the 2022 election, Your Honor.
So the one
The
thing
documents
the
contained
judge did
within
in
this
his order
PowerPoint
with
are
count
from the
4
2022
was he
election.
limited any
They
of
were
the
all
allegations in
provided
there regarding the
either in
2020
response
election, basically
to
trying to limit
my
the scope of the
client's FOIA
discussion?
request,
Probably what he's getting at
or
here.
they are public source documents that are published online, including, there's a citation right off the bat, Your Honor, for the EPM. And so there's nothing in here that's been a surprise. This chart made by my client has also been disclosed. And with respect
You
to
meant to say
signatures, Your
witness
Honor,
there again?
signatures are public all the time. Signatures of voters, people check their lists, their roster lists. I'm sorry, I'm not active in politics, so I don't know what it's called when you run for office. You got to go get whatever it is, enough signatures to get on the ballot. Those are always used. Those are accessible to the public.
Excuse me.
Okay, I can go on the county recorder's webpage right now, today, this very second, and I can pull up titles, deeds,
moment as I
financial
take a quick
documents,
break.
all kinds of
I'll be
records
listening
that
in.
specifically contain signatures. These documents, Your Honor, which I'm going to move all of the underlying documents into the record, contain no PII. We're not talking about birth dates, social security numbers. We're not talking about driver's license. We're talking about Maricopa County's own documents.
Mr. Liddy?
Your Honor, if I heard counsel correctly, he wants to move these in as exhibits, so therefore they're not a demonstrative. And they have not been provided on his exhibit list.
I'll tell you what, the moment I come across the document that has not been provided on my exhibit list, this court doesn't have, and I'll stop with a demonstrative. Demonstrative exhibit into the record. I may do so after my witness testifies, Your Honor. But right now, I would like to walk through this demonstrative, which is based on documents received from open source. The EPM, you can go online. You can documents that were provided by Maricopa County.
If I may, Your Honor,
Yes.
these documents appear to fall under Title 16-168. Any person in possession of precinct register or list in whole or in part, or any reproduction of precinct register of list shall not permit the register or list to be used, bought, sold, otherwise transferred for any purpose other than otherwise authorized in this section. And this is not the use authorized in the section for these documents.
Was that section F?
It was section F. It's for
right.
government, excuse me, it's for election officials or perhaps expanded by court to government officials. And the witness is not a government official or an election official, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if the entirety of section F were read, there are very clear and very specific exclusions, including the media, Your Honor. The media have access to signatures. Elections, Your Honor, is an exclusion. It does not say government officials running elections. And this case, Your Honor, is about an election.
What's the statute again? 16 what?
Your Honor, it's Title 16-168F. If I may, Your Honor, I would ask that the counsel direct his comments to the court and not to my co-counsel.
Sorry, I look around when I talk.
His co-counsel is a female. He literally was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna white knight my female co-counsel here." What a guardian right there. I'm pretty sure we'll see how this statute reads. The judge is gonna take a close look, and if he was fudging that citation, they're pretty screwed. And I believe that is the county attorney who has been screwing things up this entire time.
Okay. Your representation is that there's none of the information prohibited in the form of month, date, and year of birth, social security number, driver's license number, non-operating identification license number, Indian census number, father's name, mother's maiden name, state or country of birth. None of that is contained at. And then signatures and voters' email addresses. And then none of that's contained in the information, or are you saying it's an exception because it's available to the media?
It specifically carves out exclusions, and one of them are for elections. If we didn't have these exclusions, Your Honor, candidates wouldn't be able to get on the ballot because they couldn't do signature. Okay, there are exclusions for the media. I believe it goes elections media, Your Honor, but I may be mistaken. I tend to forget.
This is limited to 16F is limited to persons in possession of precinct voter registration or list. And then it says can't be bought, sold, or otherwise transferred for any purpose except for uses otherwise authorized by this section. And you're correct that it talks about authorized uses, including newspaper, radio, television.
I would also point out, Your Honor,
Yes.
that none of the documents contained in this within this presentation are full lists. Your Honor, none of them.
What are we going to? What is the demonstrative exhibit in the testimony going to demonstrate?
It's a demonstrative exhibit, Your Honor, prepared by my witness.
Yeah.
Walk the court through the various chain of custody documents used by the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, as well as the court, as well as the Board of Supervisors. I think this
To show.
just to show Your Honor and the court and the witnesses. The media deserves to know, Your Honor.
No. Show what?
To show the process, the documents used. Okay, how the flow of ballots moves. And
Okay.
I will tell you, Your Honor, it's one of our contentions that because Maricopa County does not adequately maintain chain of custody of drop box and mail ballots, that it becomes much easier to infuse ballots into the system. And that's one of our allegations, Your Honor.
Okay. I understand what your offer of proof's about.
Your Honor, the signatures contained in this proposed demonstrative are not voter signatures. And so I would withdraw my objection based on that.
Very good. Then we can proceed. Mr. Blum, you can proceed with your demonstration, and we'll get to that other part later about the exhibits you want to admit.
I love it. Once more, county attorney
After
proven
you're
wrong.
finished.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Misciting a statute.
Did I
Oops.
move to admit Exhibit 60, the EPM? If not, I do so now.
The objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Objection, relevance.
At least he was
The
courteous
EPM,
enough
not the
to
demonstrative
withdraw it
exhibit.
ultimately.
Oh, no objection, Your Honor.
I didn't think so.
Thank
All
you.
right, 60's admitted.
All right, and so your familiarity with EPM came from you reading it and talking to other people, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the extensive research we did, yes.
All right. And the EPM has guidelines, I'm sorry, I think I misspoke, didn't I? They're not guidelines?
I believe they're requirements. It says that the recorder shall develop and implement the secure ballot retrieval and chain of custody process.
Okay. So the county recorder or officer in charge of elections shall develop and implement secure ballot retrieval and chain of custody procedures.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's 8 guidelines. This slide only has a couple of them on there, but the requirements
includes
are
the following.
things like, 2 couriers
So they're
of differing
basically saying that
parties.
this isn't enough
Date
because
and
they're
time
not
of
counting it
arrival
before and
at
after.
the drop box, date and time of
They're
departure
just
from
counting
the
it
drop box,
after.
and the date and time you arrive at the county. But most importantly, it requires that when that transport container is opened, that the number of ballots inside that container shall be counted and noted on the retrieval form. And of course, these retrieval forms are specific to one specific drop box. So it's a one-to-one.
Boom, and we dropped it. Quick recovery. Oh no, because we are in
Go to
non-full
what's
screen.
designated as Dropbox
We're back.
P57 and retrieve the ballots from there. I would create a chain of custody record that identifies the two people who went to get the ballots. It identifies the time they went there. And more importantly, it identifies the number of ballots contained within that box.
Well, to be clear, the form is called the early voting ballot transport statement. And it is the ballots are not counted at the time of retrieval. Instead, what happens is those couriers, they go out to the drop box, they open the drop box, they retrieve all of the ballots, they put them inside. Again, I'm going to tell you how Maricopa
Where's my
County does it.
popcorn
It's
at?
not
That's what I need to be
necessarily
doing
how
right
all of the counties do, but specifically in Maricopa County, the two couriers put the ballots in the box. They close the transport container. They zip tie it with security seals, and they document the fact that it was the two of them, the location, the time, et cetera, as I already mentioned. And then that secure container is transported back to the county.
Okay. And does that sound like a pretty secure process when that is done?
Yeah, I mean that's the process, and that's compliant with the laws in Arizona. So.
But do you think it's important to have the number of ballots in each box?
Well, what the law requires is that when it's transported back to the county, and when the recorder or the recorder's designee opens up that container, that at that point, when the container is open, the recorder must count those ballots and record the precise number of ballots inside the container on that retrieval form. And again, the retrieval form is required in EPM.
Okay. Really quickly, let's sort of interrupt your PowerPoint time to time, because I think you said EVBTS.
Yes.
Early vote ballot transport statement.
Right. I actually have that on one of the slides so that you can see it.
Understood, but I want the court to be able to see a standalone of that document, and then we'll turn back to your slide. Is that fair?
Understood. Sure.
Can you pull up exhibit? Now I've got one. Look. 75, the R1 on this side.
Na, 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 na. Finding the exhibit is difficult, apparently.
All right. Can you see the document that is currently on the screen?
Yes.
And that's an early voting ballot transport statement, correct?
Correct. It's the retrieval form used in Maricopa.
Does that look like it's completely filled out?
Yeah, it looks great. It has all of the required fields. If I was doing an audit of that, I would say that is a perfect score.
So you'd say perfect score for this one, Bates numbered 009916, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you happy with that?
Oh,
Yeah.
we are about to see a
Good.
not perfect score.
So you're not here just to criticize, are you?
I'm not here to criticize at all. I just want to sort of shed some light on the vulnerabilities in the system in the hopes that they'll be fixed.
And how many, in response to my client's FOIA request, or I keep saying FOIA, I apologize, Public Records Act request.
This is
how
the
many
thing that
of
the
these
county attorney
specific
objects
documents
to.
did
Like,
you
what's
get?
the difference?
I apologize. The precise count has escaped me, but I will tell you that they produced. They said that they produced all of the documents that they had. We specifically asked for these documents as well as a bunch of others, but they said that they provided all of the early voting ballot transport statements that they had for the entire election. And we had them for every day that drop boxes were open. So we compared that to the list of locations when they were open, and we did have these transport transport
Ooh, not a good time.
day that they were open, with the exception of Election Day. There were no early voting ballot transport statements provided for Election Day.
And that's where I was going next. The exhibit we have currently on screen, exhibit number 75. And really quickly, I'm just going to move to admit exhibit 75, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, we can go back.
71's admitted. Wait, is it 75?
75, Your Honor. It's yours, your 75 are what?
No, there's only one number. It's the court's number that we're referring to, not mine, yours, his. It's 75 and 75's admitted.
Understood, Your Honor. I say R1 for their bet.
Got it.
Very good. 75, Your Honor. All right. And, you know, I'm going to sort of divert a little bit here because do you have any problems with any of the early ballot transport statements that you reviewed for the beginning of early voting until Election Day?
No, I think that they actually, compared to previous elections, they did a really significantly better job with the documents this time around. But again, there were no documents produced for Election Day, which amounted to a significant number of Dropbox ballots.
All right, and so let's go back a little bit to talk a little bit more about your history as we sort of go through this. But what did you find when you did the 2020 election? You looked at all the documents they had for chain of custody, correct?
Yeah, so we made a couple of observations. The first one was that there were a significant number of these early voting ballot transport statements that were not properly completed. Specifically, I would say the biggest issue was that there were quite a few of them that did not.
Objection, Your Honor. We're just testifying about 2020 relevance.
Exactly.
Yes, she is.
Yes, Your Honor. It's
limited
just relevant to my clients. I'm sorry.
My witness is, how many times are we going to call this lady his
Richard's
client?
testimony. he
Almost
said he
wondering if
came
she's
in
his
and he
client.
Made it better and changed forms. And it was my witness, Your Honor, that sort of led that effort to get the forms changed.
Okay, but that count was dismissed. The process changes. They could have
No,
been
that
done
portion of the
either
account.
by
Okay, I get what you're saying,
the
Judge.
Arizona House,
He did say
Senate,
you can't talk about
Governor,
2020. We're into 2022.
working together,
That's it.
or the Supreme Court. Might have been, whatever could have been, that is dismissed. So I understand. I'm not going to debate with you endlessly back.
Understood. And Your Honor, I won't go there, but
you are now.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything. If we get the end of our presentation of evidence and defendants stand up here and raise the laches allegation.
They won't be doing that because the motion ruled on that. There was the laches argument that was upheld with regard to the 2020 election and the other part of the case.
Yeah, this is towards their
So today we're
complaint,
talking about
claim
hopefully she's
161
shedding
or
light
paragraph 161
and
where
her
it says,
statement
especially in light of
shedding
Maricopa's
light on
documented chain of custody
vulnerabilities to be
violations with
fixed is
respect
exactly
to the
what was
2020
dismissed.
election,
I'm
repeating those
looking at
violations
today
in the
what
next
happened in the
election renders the
2020
result
election
uncertain, especially
and
when the votes in
understanding
question
that.
affect
And
the
to that
canvass
end, I've
margin of victory.
allowed this presentation.
Now, this is basically because
and so
they,
far,
like,
even though she
redressability
said
arguments,
that,
things like that.
you're explaining how
The
it's
court meets if
how
they
the
try to knock
process
them out on
works, and that's
standing, being
fine.
like this
But
isn't a
going into the
redressable thing if
2020,
you just keep knocking us out.
we're out of that.
You know, we didn't
Understood,
fix it in
Thank you.
2020. We're not allowed to
All
fix it
right.
now.
Can
When the
we,
hell are we ever supposed to fix
change the
this?
slide?
But the judge is correct. He already basically ruled on that. Said no,
Thank you very much.
Doesn't matter. Not going to
Can you
rule on
please
that. Don't talk
explain
about
to the
2020. We're here to talk
court,
about 2022.
What
You're perfectly
this,
fine talking about it.
this all means.
Yeah, so
they don't need to go
this is
into
a
it.
diagram
Judge
of
is already on
Maricopa
their side.
County ballot chain of custody from the voter to tabulation. And so what
That's
you
why
notice
I
is
do
if
the
you vote on
homework here,
election
so
day,
you
you
don't
put your
have to.
ballot in the tabulator. But if you vote early in person in Maricopa, or if you vote by mail, there are several transfers of the ballot and therefore
If you want to check the
requirements for
sources,
chain of custody.
link in the description.
And what's
The second link
interesting
provides
or
you
unique
to the
about Maricopa
case
County
filings.
is, to my knowledge, they are one of the only counties in the country that outsources the intake or the receipt of their ballots to a third-party organization. So for example, we talked about the EPM and the requirement for chain of custody from the drop box to the county. In most counties, that's the end of the road. You know, you retrieve the ballot from the drop box, you transport it securely to the county, and it's tabulated there. That's not the case in Maricopa County. In Maricopa County, they then have to, after they've received it in the county and processed it according to the Arizona law, then they must again maintain secure chain of custody as they transfer it from Maricopa County to Runbeck, and then again when it comes back the other way.
We have a Runbeck whistleblower
And,
supposedly that we're going to be hearing from. That'll be the most interesting testimony, most likely.
How many steps are there? If you vote, let's say you get you either, I guess you get a vote by mail, couldn't you? Or you could go into a vote center and get it out. Sure.
Right. So on the next slide, I kind of just point out the fact
So
that
there's
a drop box
mail-in-
in
either
Maricopa
way, they go to
County
Runbeck.
does not just contain mail ballots, right? So mail ballots that are, sent to the voter and in the mail through the U.S. Postal Service. You can go to, it was the next slide.
I'm not done asking you questions, Ms.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me about the different ways that I'm sorry.
All right. Why is it that chain of custody, when all of these transfers takes place, is so important?
Well, I mean, chain of custody, first of all, it's the law. And secondly, it's what allows sort of the security of the ballot, right? If you have 10 ballots and you have 10 ballots and they're transferred to the next location and there's still 10 ballots, then, you feel like that's a pretty good secure chain. But if there are ballots added or subtracted, you become aware of that if you are properly managing chain of custody.
Okay. So it's what you're saying that at each of these different points in this process where a transfer is made, there are vulnerabilities in the system that could either induce or reduce the number of ballots.
Well, I mean, I think the reason that you maintain chain of custody, the reason that it's part of business, it's part of elections is because if failure to maintain chain of custody presents a situation where ballots could be added, but ballots could also be removed. And so that's why this whole chain of custody is important enough to have its own laws written about it.
If you target certain counties,
And can you pull up exhibit 1?
excited for the Runbeck whistleblower. We should see what they have to say. And the cross might be interesting on this lady, although it seems like it might have been a bit of a surprise to the defense here, so they might not have a lot prepared. If the county attorney gets a shot at it, I'm sure they'll fudge it up quite impressively. But Katie Hobbs is attorney.
Is there another exhibit they're pulling up?
Knows when not to speak.
Is there another exhibit they're pulling up?
Yeah, he's pulling up exhibit 102 right
Oh,
now.
yeah, it's not in my eyes.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, then.
Did he move? Try to move this? I don't.
Okay. All right. And so you can see the screen, Miss Honey?
Yes.
And is that the chart you made that is that we marked as exhibit, the court's marked as exhibit 2?
It is.
I move
Straight
to
from the
admit exhibit
PowerPoint.
2, Your Honor.
Foundation. Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
What?
102. You got me
I'm
confused.
sorry,
You said 2. Now you got,
Did I say 2?
yeah.
I apologize, Your Honor, it's 102.
That's why I had this look on my face.
I'm sorry.
102?
102, Your Honor.
And which, is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this was offered as a demonstrative and we're fine with that. But if it's going to be offered as an exhibit, it lacks foundation and no authentication.
Well, okay.
Miss Honey.
Wait.
Was
me
she
roll.
not just expert
I
testimony
think that
given?
that's what the witness has done, is she's testified as
Yep.
her under.
Thank you. Oh. Well, at least we do know the judge is making the correct ruling here.
And your objection next might be,
My objection is I'd like to know where she got it, who created it.
Did you make
What's
this
more foundation?
chart, diagram, whatever you want to call it, Miss Honey?
I made it in PowerPoint.
And did you make this based upon your?
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on that, no objection.
great, 102 is admitted. Thank you.
Let me sit down. Judge made him sit down. All right. Again, that
All right,
county
can we go back to
attorney.
the slide and
It's like
move
they're
on to
throwing
the
all the
next one?
terrible objections on him so that
Which
the other
is-
attorney still looks good.
Which exhibit?
Oh, the demonstrative is the, I'm sorry, the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry.
I gotta say, this judge has been rather fair with many
All
of
right,
their
can you tell us
evidentiary
what this slide
rulings.
shows, Ms. Honey?
Yeah, so
Thus far.
this slide shows that in a lot of counties, a Dropbox is only for a place for people, an alternative to returning their mail ballot by mail. But in Maricopa County, the Dropboxes are in fact a repository for a ballot that's mailed to a voter that they choose not to return by postal service. But it's also where people who vote early in person, who go into a vote center, show their ID, they they get their ballot printed, they vote, put it in an envelope, and they sign the envelope and they drop that ballot envelope into a Dropbox. So when we talk about Dropbox ballot retrieval for early voting, it includes early in-person and mail ballots that are deposited in a Dropbox as well. So it's those two different types of Dropbox ballots.
Okay. And so I believe you had testified previously that you have reviewed all of the early ballot EVBTSs. And it's my understanding you praised Maricopa County for having improved their documents and actually followed their procedures?
Yes, on the documents that were completed, but again, there's the absence of documents for election day ballots, which again is a significant number.
Okay. Well, your FOIA request, well, my client's FOIA request requested all of the chain of custody documents for Maricopa County on election day, correct?
Correct.
Have they provided any to you?
Yes, they actually provided all of the documents that we requested, with the exception of the Maricopa County delivery receipt form.
Okay. The Maricopa County delivery receipt form. Can you please tell the court what that is?
So the Maricopa County delivery receipt, as I mentioned in that previous sort of thing, if you can go to the one that actually has it on there, it is the document, the chain of custody document that is created at Maricopa County to record the precise number. That's not this slide. It's, if you go to two more, the precise, that's the one. Perfect. Thank you. Oops, back one. There you go. Perfect. It's in this diagram here, it's the number 2, right? So when the Dropbox is, when the ballots are retrieved from the Dropbox, the early voting ballot transport statement is used to document the chain of custody from the Dropbox to Maricopa County. Again, when it gets to Maricopa County, what the law requires is that they break open the seals and they count the number of ballots inside that transport container, and they document, they record that precise count of ballots on the early voting ballot transport statement. From there, again, this is unique to Maricopa County. Maricopa County election officials then create this delivery receipt form, which is like a half sheet. And that has on it the precise count of the ballots that they are then loading on a truck and transferring to Runbeck. The larger thing there, the thing that has the number 3 on it, is a document that's created at Runbeck, basically just saying, hey, this is how many ballots were dropped off.
Okay.
So to answer your question, what we did not receive is the number 2, the delivery receipts.
PowerPoint, you can really open exhibit number 67.
So we have no idea how many.
I couldn't hear you because you turned
I'm
away.
sorry, Your Honor, 67. All right, Miss Honey, you were talking about the early voting ballot transport
The
station.
judge is
This
so
it?
happy he allowed this witness.
I mean, that's one of them. This one
Right
is
about now,
from
he knew none of this
ASU
stuff.
West from October 25th.
Okay, by one of them, you mean there were many of these?
Yes, so there's one of these forms for each day that a Dropbox is open. So if there are 50 Dropboxes open on a particular day, there are 50 of these forms created because there are 50 retrievals of ballots.
And you reviewed all of these?
We did.
And already moved this one into evidence?
I don't have that you did.
I don't believe I did.
No.
Move it 67 into evidence, Your Honor?
No objection, Your Honor.
67's admitted.
Do you have any problem with any of these statements for the early voting period?
No.
No, you've reviewed them all.
Yeah, I mean, I think they like I said, they did a much better job.
All right. So could you actually go through all of these, add up and figure out exactly how many ballots Maricopa County retrieved from drop boxes up until the day of the election?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, and you can do that.
Yes.
Is that what you're supposed to be able to do?
Well, I mean, on a daily basis, yeah. I mean, you have to do it for each and every retrieval according to the law.
All right. Thank you very much. And so transport receipt again, that, what is that?
So the delivery receipt is, again, that half sheet that I had on the display there, which is created at Maricopa County at MECTEC that accompanies the ballots as they travel from Maricopa County to Runbeck, so that when they arrive at Runbeck, Runbeck knows precisely how many ballots are on that shipment.
Do you have all of Maricopa County delivery receipt documents?
We do not have any. We requested them, but they said they had misplaced them.
And those are the ones that were for election day, correct?
Well, actually, we didn't get a single one of those for the entire election. It is the testimony of in the declaration of Runbeck employees that no such documents existed for election day.
For election day.
Right.
Okay, what about prior to the election?
Yeah, so this form was actually created for all of the days prior to election day.
I'm sorry, but my question was specifically related to election day. Okay. There were none.
Well, we did not receive any. They said they misplaced them, and the Runbeck employees said none existed.
Okay. All right. Have you been trying to get
There's
the
some
record?
hearsay there.
We
They're
have.
probably smart for not
Is there
objecting.
somebody by the name of Betty that works at the Maricopa County Department of Elections?
So we as in response to our public records request for these documents on behalf of Kari Leak, some of the documents they provided to us electronically, and others they said were in binders, and we had to go and copy them ourselves.
Okay.
So we had a couple of representatives go down to Maricopa County Elections Office to copy them, and Betty and Christy were sort of overseeing their copying of the records.
Have you met Betty?
I have not met Betty.
Then I got to correct a misrepresentation to the court, Your Honor. I believe that my witness had. So I apologize and I correct that.
She's already in.
Are you
You're glad
familiar
to
with
have
Betty's
her.
voicemail?
Well, I called Betty a couple of times to try to get the records, but when they were there actually scanning all of the records, she exchanged business cards with Michelle, who was one of the representatives.
Have you spoken with Betty?
No, she's not responded to
Never
my
been able to
emails.
get a hold of her.
No.
All right. And can we go to the next slide, please? What is this document again?
So this document is created at Runbeck, and this records the total count of the ballots that are received from the MECTEC delivery truck. And so we break this down into a couple of different ways. The post office inbound is separated because, of course, those are slightly different ballots, and we're not really talking about those today. But the regular MOB is the mail ballots, right? So that would be the green envelopes. And then you'll see down at the bottom, the CTR, that's the vote center ballots. Those are the white envelopes for early in-person voting.
Okay. All right. And what do these documents really tell you?
So these documents record the number of ballots that are received at Runbeck. So again, this is created at Runbeck, and you'll see like in the line here, this document is dated 11/6, and it is the precise number of pieces of regular MOB and the precise number of pieces of the CTR. And that's because they copy this information from the delivery receipt form, that half sheet that's generated at MEC, and then this form accompanies it. And again, they keep a copy of it, and the other copy goes back to, with the driver, to Maricopa County to document that, in fact, he did take the ballots as he was supposed to, delivered them to the possession of Runbeck, and completes that chain of custody.
Okay, so these then are created by Runbeck when Maricopa County officials drop ballots off at their third party.
Correct. It's the driver, though, so it's not like actually the recorder, anybody doing that delivery.
Understood. And so Runbeck employees, they simply estimate the number of ballots?
No, just to make distinction. For the post office inbound, what happens is the driver, if they're, stops at sometimes he makes a special delivery, but sometimes he also stops on the way. So he'll go to the U.S. Postal Facility. So the post office doesn't deliver the ballots to Runbeck. The post office doesn't deliver the ballots to Maricopa County. The driver goes to the facility in Phoenix, and then he loads the trays of mail ballots onto the truck. And then that is taken to Runbeck. And for those ballots, they count the number of trays, number of postal trays, and they estimate that. There is a receipt that accompanies the post office ballots, but Maricopa County does not use that to record the precise number. However, they started preserving that at Runbeck.
Okay, so Runbeck has started preserving documents obtained from the United States Post.
Runbeck.
Okay, so Runbeck has started preserving documents obtained from the United States Postal Service. We know how many ballots the U.S.
Ooh, snap back. Stay tuned.
There's an objection.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness said the post office provides estimates, not counts of the number of ballot packages.
Shaking her head, no, Your Honor. That's not what she said.
Well, he's objecting to the form of the question. I think what he's saying is it's leading.
That's fine. I'll ask the question.
Rephrase it
another way.
That county attorney is just ridiculously terrible. No, are we crashing the website? Are you guys all crashing the website instead of watching my stream? You can just watch it here.
That they do, they tuck them into trays. So it's, again, my understanding that they're difficult to find, but that's how they base how much they're going to charge. That's like how they bill for the postage. So that's how they count it. And of course they have like machines that do that at the post office.
Okay. And so Maricopa County then gets a receipt, or at least the Maricopa County driver gets a receipt from the Postal Service that says essentially how many pieces of mail ballots were delivered to Maricopa County driver, correct?
That is my understanding.
Does the county maintain those documents?
I will be listening.
So to my knowledge,
But
they
I'll
didn't
be
turn
right
any
back.
over to us. So let me just start with that. We didn't receive any in response to our request for those public records. But it's also my understanding that that the Runbeck employees attempted to return them to Maricopa County, and they said they didn't need them.
Okay. Other than this inbound receipt given by County driver, exactly how many ballots left Maricopa County were picked up at the post office and actually delivered to Runbeck?
Well, on this form here, on 11/6, you can see that they have a precise count. But unfortunately, on election day, because we're not using the other chain of custody documents that we described, this was the one and only form that was used to, again, the based on the the trucks coming with no corresponding documentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Honey. And so I would like to exhibit the 66. Oh, this is PowerPoint? Yeah, go to 66.
On 66?
66.
Thank you.
If you look at the screen, Miss Honey, these look like the Maricopa audit challenges receipts.
Yes.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 66 into the record, Your Honor.
No objection.
66 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, go back to the PowerPoint. Miss Honey, how many ballots the Maricopa County claim they received on election day that were not tabulated out?
So I think your question is how many drop-off ballots did they report?
Yes.
So initially, on the morning after the election, they reported that there had been 275,000. I think that Stephen Richer said approximately 275,000 drop-box ballots had been dropped off on election day.
Did that number change?
That number did change.
What's the number now?
I believe that the number went from the 275 on the 9th. They also had a press conference during which at the conference, Recorder Richer also talked about what an extraordinary number the 275 was.
Miss Honey, that was not my question. My question was, what is the number now?
I believe they ultimately said it was 292,000 that had been dropped off at drop boxes.
As you sit here today, how many of those ballots have legal chain of custody?
Based on the documents provided, none.
Your Honor, objection calls for conclusion.
Rule 701.
Wait. You're asking her, according to her understanding, from what she's experienced and observed, what's her number?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you can answer it, go ahead and answer it.
Yeah, so we reviewed all of the documents provided by Maricopa County in response to our requests, and the answer is that none of the documents that they created meet the requirements from the EPM.
No. You had the opportunity to talk to somebody from Runback following this.
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to read that Runback employee's declaration?
I did.
All right. And so I would like to, let's see here. Well, now if I can find her. Let's see here. Well, now if I can find her. $46. And while he's pulling this up, Your Honor, may I ask the court a quick procedural question?
Go ahead.
When we began this morning, Your Honor noted that it would be unduly difficult to get this many witnesses through, so it said it was going to admit the declarations, with the exception of Kurt Olson's, that were attached to the complaint, Your Honor. And
I'll say that.
oh, well, I'm sorry, then I misunderstood.
I know what I said, but I know where you're going. You want to admit those now?
I would like to, yes, Your Honor, admit Leslie White and
Ms. White's was
Denise Marie and Leslie White. And those are listed as Denise Marie is Exhibit 46, Leslie White is Exhibit 47.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Liddy.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
Very well. All of your objections were preserved. These are two of the ones that I had listed specifically this morning. and told you that I needed the numbers. Now I have the numbers for at least 2 of these. Okay, so your objections are all preserved. All 3 defendants have joined. They were in writing under the Rule 807 notice. And so over your objection, I'm going to admit 46 and 47.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Honey, the Rundeck employee, Denise, did she tell you that, did she tell you about any problems at Rundeck with respect to chain of custody?
Yes, she expressed her concern over the fact that the procedure that had been well established throughout the election was not used for the large number of election day Dropbox ballots that were received.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I want to object and move to strike everything that was just said there. While the declaration was admitted, now we have this witness testimony statements made by this Denise individual who allegedly used to work at Rundeck. This seems to me to be a separate issue from the admission of the declaration itself, and I just want to clarify that the hearsay objection extends to any hearsay testimony that this witness will offer in addition to what may or may not be in the declaration.
Your Honor, the county joins that objection.
Which exhibit was in it? This is
Denise
Marie or
yes, Denise Marie 46.
46.
And Your Honor, I'm not asking any questions outside the scope of this declaration.
Your Honor, if the declaration is in evidence, it's in evidence now over our objection. This witness shouldn't be able to repeat hearsay again and in a sense put Ms. Marie's words into her own mouth if Ms. Marie said them herself in the declaration. The court can consider Ms. Marie's declaration, giving it whatever weight it deems fit, but to have this witness repeat what is already hearsay again, I think is inappropriate.
Okay. We're not going to go back and forth. Here's, I believe, as I told Mr. Olson earlier, the court does not pronounce somebody an expert, but if they're testifying and they have information, experience or education beyond that of the trier of fact, it's instructive or informative. And this witness, I find, meets that. If she's relying upon this, which she has just said, to formulate her opinions, let her do that. I understand the objection is that it's hearsay, but that's something that you can cross-examine. For instance, if that's incorrect, then
I'm sorry, I'm eating chips at the moment, but this is huge. This judge is saying that they've just gotten her introduced as a expert, so she can start making some conclusions.
One of her concerns.
By the way, chips and salsa, delicious. But
You talked to Leslie.
fantastic news for the plaintiffs here.
Was lack of chain of custody one of her
I told you this judge was happy
So
he let this
Leslie was
witness
actually an
testify.
observer at MECTEC
So
on
informative.
election night when the ballots were received back from the drop boxes. And her concern was that specifically the seals were being removed from the transport containers and the ballots inside were not counted. That was a requirement as she understood it. And the fact that they were just taking those ballots out of the transport containers without counting them was her primary concern.
And then, okay, so we have 2 different people you have spoken to working in 2 different places, correct?
Correct.
One's here at Rundeck, the third-party vendor, and one's here at MECTEC, right? MC Tech? All right. And both of them are telling you that there is no chain of custody on election day for ballots being transported from MC Tech to Rundeck. Is that correct?
Correct. They weren't following the legal requirements for chain of custody. So there were seals on the containers when they transported them, but the specific issues were that they were just cutting them open, taking the ballots out, putting them in trays without regard to how many, and there was no documentation. There were handbags and purses where they were processing the ballots. That was
All right. With respect to sorry, I just lost my train of thought. With respect to Denise White, Did she have other concerns with you regarding potential vulnerabilities with our election system in Maricopa County?
Yeah, so two issues, right? So the first one was that the trucks were coming with ballots, that there was no associated count, right? So that was number one. They just didn't know how many they should have had. So she was concerned about that. But then after the election, on the evening of November 9th, right? So November 8th is election day, November 9th in the evening, she was called by her supervisor and asked to go down to the system and actually pull the total number of ballot packets that had gone through the system to provide a count to Maricopa County.
Why?
Well, I don't know.
Hearsay on this as well.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. Improper, I admit. Okay, and so. And that is to go find what the numbers are to report those to Maricopa County because they don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, again, foundation.
Is that what she told you?
County joins.
Great. What I told you before, I'm going to assume all the defendants join the other objections that you've made, okay? And your objection is speculation or?
Your Honor, I guess foundation and speculation, and I just want to make clear that we have a continuing objection to any of these continued hearsay conversations that this witness is relaying.
So noted.
I'm almost done, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
I'm almost done, Your Honor.
And
That doesn't take care of this question.
I was just going to say, Your Honor, that the question was, what did she say and then why? And now we're getting into this witness's motivations, which is now beyond hearsay and pure speculation and lacks foundation.
My understanding was it was calling for this witness to speculate about why Maricopa County did something. And so rephrase the question.
Did this witness tell you that she was concerned about how Maricopa County was conducting operations with respect to drop box ballots?
Yes.
Did this witness, Denise, did she also tell you about possible vulnerabilities where people can inject ballots into this system?
Right. So what she said that Runbeck employees were permitted, almost like it was a perk of employment, to bring their ballots from home. So their ballots from home, their family members' ballots, bring them from home and add them to the inbound scans.
She called the AGs.
Is that consistent with Arizona law?
No. So
You're asking for her understanding, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your understanding, ma'am, if you can answer it based on that?
it is my understanding that ballots must be returned to an authorized drop-off location. Maricopa County publishes a list of those authorized drop-off locations, and Runbeck Elections is not one of those.
All right. Are you familiar with it, with these social media posts I put up here?
I am.
Okay. And this is, these are tweets by Maricopa County Elections Department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd move to admit these are, Your Honor, Exhibit 63.
Mr. Blem, can you bring those back up on the screen? I want to be sure.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't take it off, but I think we need to go back and take it. I'm looking.
Give the defendants a
Yes,
moment to look at them. Any objection?
Mr. Blem, I'm sorry, I can't read it. You're averring that that's an actual tweet from
Just
Stephen
walk up there,
Richards, is that right?
I can have my witness read it. Just
walk
walk
No,
up.
I
I'm just a little bit 11. Come on. 63. Maricopa County at Maricopa vote. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. No objection? No objection.
He might have been.
very well. That was 63 that will be admitted.
It's 70.
Are you familiar?
Your Honor, hold on. Can we?
We
be
believe
sure
it's-
about the number.
You believe it's 70, Your Honor?
That's 63. 63?
Those are not, that's not Stephen Richard.
Did I say that was Stephen Richard?
70?
I'm
Is there,
looking at 63. I pull them up as you discuss them.
that's 70. Yeah, 70 is Stephen Richards' quote. Okay.
Which one are we,
It's numbered on the sheet we received. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
which one are we moving, Mr. Blem?
I am, I think I might have written these down backwards, Your Honor. I'm going to move in Exhibit 70.
Well,
And then
before you're going to get to 63, I think that you looked at 63 defendants, correct? Did you have any objection to 63?
Your Honor, I have not looked at 63, but I did look at 70, and we have no objection to 70.
Take a look at.
Oh, is this 63 right here? Okay, just one moment.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Are you moving 63 and 70 into evidence, Mr.
Yes, Your
Blem?
Honor.
They're admitted.
Thank you. Okay, and so this is a, 63.
70 or 63?
63, let's just go to 60.
That's 63.
It's 63. Are you familiar with the tweets that are up here from Stephen, Recorder Richard?
Yes.
And is this where he was saying there were 275,000 ballots?
Yeah, this was a series of tweets, after the day after the election, where he explains that they had processed all of the ballots and transferred them to Runback. And again, it was 275,000 was the number. He says over 275 plus. Obviously, it's a round number, right? It's 000. So and it's not an exact.
May I approach her?
You may.
In this tweet, Recorder Richard says, last night from midnight to 5 a.m., we sorted those 275,000+ documents for ballots so they could be scanned in and image captured at Runback.
Correct.
Signature captured. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does that indicate that those ballots had already been sent to Runback at some point, at that time or some point after?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation and foundation.
If
Speaks
they
for
had,
itself.
wait,
Tweet speaks for itself. And Mr. Richard was on the stand. They could have.
I was going to withdraw the question.
That'll work. Withdrawn. Thank you.
Did they count these ballots before they put them in a truck and sent them to Runback?
There are no.
Foundation again.
Which ballots? Rephrase, please.
275, Mr. Richards talking about.
Same
Just-
objection.
I'm sorry. Rephrase the whole question for the witness, please.
Okay. Do you have any evidence they counted these ballots before they put them in a truck, departed from the Maricopa County facility with ballots from Maricopa County residents and delivered them to a third party?
No, there's no record that they counted any of them.
Thank you. Did Maricopa County, knowing we had these claims, come here with their exhibits saying, hey, look, no harm, no foul. Sorry, we got them to you late.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes or no?
Hold on.
Okay, I'll strike that.
David
I'll
for
go back.
closing. Sustained.
Did you, Ms. Honey, have a chance to review the documents Maricopa County submitted as exhibits before this court?
Yes,
Did they provide those missing documents?
they did not.
Did they provide any documents that will allow them or their witnesses to sit up here before this court and do the math?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation and foundation.
She has reviewed,
You can rephrase it by saying to her knowledge.
to your knowledge, Ms. Honey, will they be able to put witnesses up before this court and do the math based on their own disclosures and exhibit?
No, to my knowledge, no. And I will like to also expand that we looked at the chain of custody documents that they did use on election day, which are those are called the precinct ballot reports. And the precinct ballot reports are really the chain of custody for those voted ballots that come from the vote center on election day. And it also includes, by the way, a count of the door 3 ballots. Those documents, which I on one of these exhibits here.
objection, Your Honor, I want to move to strike everything that witness just said about the precinct-based ballots as being completely non-responsive to the question.
I'm,
Re-ask the question. I'm too busy trying to follow, take notes, and keep up with the two of you. Re-ask a question.
the, well, to use an old adage, that's a road we're getting ready to hoe, Your Honor. So we'll just start from scratch and then we'll go down that road. And so I believe we pulled up what has been marked as Exhibit 65. What is that document, Ms. Honey?
This is an example of a precinct ballot report. These are for training and the poll worker manual. These are the documents that are used when they close the polling places to provide chain of custody for the voted ballots that are voted on election day. In addition to that, the poll worker training requires the poll workers to empty the drop boxes of all of the early voting ballots and place those in a container. And of course, there's no counting of those ballots. There's nowhere on this form to record a number. Is the point of this?
Ms. Honey. Anywhere in this form can you find? Well, I'm going to withdraw that. Strike that. Did you have a chance to review each and every one of these documents?
I did.
You did. On any one of those for election day, did you see any documentation of drop box ballots and the number of ballots contained within the drop box?
Definitely not the number of ballots. The seal numbers that were put on those containers are on here, but there's no ballot counts.
All right. And so if I look at the vote totals for tabulator 1, 494 in this example, and tabulator 2, 384 in that example, that's how many ballots were contained in the black bags. Is that correct?
Correct. If they followed the procedure, the misread ballots, the 101 would have been transported separately in that blue tote as well.
All right. If Recorder Richer hypothetically were to testify that, oh no, I'm not responsible for drop boxes on election day, would that be accurate?
It's my understanding, according to the EPM, that it specifically makes the recorder or the recorder's designee responsible for the secure retrieval of ballots deposited in drop boxes. So it would be my understanding that that applies to election day. There is no exception to the requirements for election day.
All right. Thank you, Miss Honey. Oh, now I forgot what exhibit it is, Your Honor. Exhibit number 65, I move it into evidence.
Any objection?
Any objections? No objection. No objection, Your Honor.
65 is admitted.
Thank you. You had an opportunity to review some of Recorder Richter's emails. Is that not correct?
Yes.
All right. And I'm looking for them on my list right now, but
They're on the PowerPoint.
what?
They're on the PowerPoint.
Oh, they're on the PowerPoint. Thank you, Miss Honey. Did you want to finish your PowerPoint? All right. I just don't want Miss Honey to be duplicative for the court. But I do kind of want to, I think Recorder Richter's email is exceptionally important. And I believe I moved this into evidence earlier, Your Honor.
What is it? What number?
Richard, S. on M1 on our list.
What is the court's designated exhibit number?
It's 69.
69. I think on it early this morning.
Yeah. Oh, these are 69, Your Honor.
I think it was a minute earlier this morning.
Okay, yeah,
I think so.
they're right.
This morning, Your Honor. Yeah. I think it's already admitted this morning.
Go to the last page in this exhibit. Miss Honey. Aside from making guesses, did Recorder Richard, based on documents, really know exactly how many ballots Maricopa County had in its possession?
Objection. So it calls for her speculation, and Recorder Richard was on the stand this morning. He could have asked the recorder that.
I believe it did, Your Honor. And my question was related to based on county documents. Does Mr. Recorder Richard have any clue as to how many ballots he has aside from an estimate? Based on county records.
And I make the same objection that it calls for speculation, Your Honor, as to what Recorder Richard, how he understands county documents.
Right. I believe the question can be phrased in terms of, does any of the documentation show or provide a method where someone, any county person would know?
Does any of the documentation show that Recorder Richard had any idea how many ballots he had on election day other than, mere guesses?
No.
The exhibit on the board, what does it say?
It's an email from Stephen Richer. It looks like it's Thursday the 10th, so 2 days after the election. And he says he's unable to reconcile. Basically, there's a 15,000 difference somewhere.
Okay. Unable to reconcile. The number he throws out is 15,000 though, right? Yeah, don't know where these come from. Is that any way to run an election, Miss Honey?
Objection, Your Honor. I want to the extent the editorial comment was embedded in that question, it should be stricken.
Which part of the question?
Your Honor, I can't even remember what the exact wording was. It was.
I can't either, Your Honor. It's been a long week.
Maybe if could re-ask the question, we could avoid the.
I don't even remember what it was, Your Honor. I'm not sure how I'm going to re-ask it.
Go ahead.
All right, Miss Honey. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Oh, really quickly before I stop, I want to move in Exhibit 69, Your Honor.
The objection to 69?
I think not. I think it was already admitted this morning, but I don't believe we have any other objection.
You're correct. It was admitted this morning.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Miss Honey.
Hold on a second.
Sorry.
I think that we should be taking an afternoon break for the sake of my court reporter's carpal tunnel syndrome if we don't. So I would rather take the break now than start in and then take a break in 10 minutes. So let's recess for I'm not going to do the math, whatever until 3 o'clock, we'll come back at 3 and resume with the cross-examination, okay?
Thank you.
Go off the record until then. Thank you.
All right, we will be here back at 3. We'll see you then.
No, I get it. I tell you what, I do another job on hard.
Something like that.
All right, folks, it looks like we are starting back up. The videos have just turned back on. Thank you for joining me. Hit the rumble button if you want more information that you don't get in the mainstream news. Hit the subscribe button for my previous videos at some of my discussion of the 2 claims that have survived. Without further ado, let us listen in.
All right, we are back on the record in CV 2022-095-403. This is Lake versus Hobbs et al. Present are the parties or the representatives in council. We have Ms. Heather Honey on the stand remaining under oath, and we're ready to begin the cross-examination. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Honey.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for being here today. Appreciate your attendance. I just have a few questions for you. It's obvious to me that you've done a lot of work to try to understand elections, and that's, more than what a lot of citizens do. But would you agree with me that election law is a complicated area of law?
I would agree with that.
And there are a lot of complexities to running an election. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Have you ever taken the election officer certification course that's offered by the Secretary of State?
I have not.
Have you ever worked as an election official in Arizona?
No.
Have you ever worked as a poll worker in Arizona?
No.
Have you ever been an observer at McTech, observing the processes there? And by observer, I mean an election day observer or a ballot count observer, an observer in official capacity at McTech.
No, I've never been a credentialed observer at McTech.
Okay. You've been to McTech though, correct?
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of.
I've not gotten a tour, if that's what you mean. I mean, I've been there, but I haven't gotten a tour.
Okay, all right. Now, you testified that you didn't receive certain forms in response to your public records request, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that because you didn't receive those forms, you're assuming that they do not exist?
No, quite the contrary. I know they exist. They exist in more than one copy. I know that they exist at Runbeck because I've seen photographs of them. So I know they exist. And in fact, the email correspondence between the attorney for Ms. Lake and your office was that, hey, if you can't find your copy, could you get the copy at Runbeck for us?
Okay. So you know the forms exist, they just haven't been provided to you.
They haven't been provided in about 3 weeks.
Okay. And Ms. Honey, I will let you know that we believe you're being honest, that you don't believe you've received them. We take a different position. Do you think it's possible that you were provided them and you simply missed them in the large stack of documents that you were offered to review?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Have you ever observed the ballot pickup at the post office when the Maricopa County employees come, the elections department employees come and pick up the ballots to transport to Runbeck? Have you ever been there to observe that?
I'm sorry, when they pick up the ballots at the post
office?
No, but I did actually speak to 3 people at the Phoenix Postal Facility.
But you've never personally observed that?
I have not personally observed, no.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting, but I believe we have the rule to exclude from the courtroom any testifying non-expert witnesses, and I believe one of those witnesses just entered. Mr. Sonicler,
Okay.
I believe.
I have to rely on counsel for that. I don't.
What's the question?
You need to leave.
He's been sitting there for the last hour.
I did not see him, Your Honor. I was focused this way.
I believe the attention was brought to opposing counsel and he thought it was Mr. Barris, but it was not.
I don't know who the gentleman is. I wasn't privy to your conversation. I just know that gentleman's been sitting there for the last hour plus. But so I don't believe it was intentional. I believe you're like me. You're intent and focused on what's in front of you. So I'm not casting any aspersions. I'm just, let's all be more astute. I guess that's the best I can do. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Honey, I believe you testified earlier, correct me if I have this wrong, but I believe you testified earlier that the United States Postal Service provides an exact count of the ballots that are picked up by the Elections Department staff. Was that your testimony?
So I think what I said was that in the trays, they include a receipt, which basically is like a bill. How many ballots were, and it includes like the total amount of postage on that form, and it's actually tucked into the trays. I have some photographs of that as well.
Okay, and you said they put it in, you mean United States Postal Service employees?
That is my understanding.
Prepare the receipt and put it in. Okay, and is it your understanding that that receipt includes an exact number of ballots for that tray?
I don't believe it's for the tray. I think it's for the entire like pickup.
For the entire pickup,
Right.
okay.
So however many trays are included, it's not a one for one, like this is how many are in this tray. I think it's the whole, that's my understanding.
Would it surprise you to learn that the United States Postal Service actually weighs the trays and makes an estimated determination based on the weight of the tray?
Well, obviously that's a great way to do it. Weight counting is a very effective way of a method of counting paper.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk with you for just a minute about the woman who I believe is identified as Denise Marie. Do you know who I'm speaking about?
I do.
Okay. And I believe you testified that she was an employee at Runbeck. Is that right?
She still is an employee at Runbeck.
Okay. Do you know how long she's been employed there?
I think probably close to a year, but you'd have to look at her declaration just to be certain. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Do you know what her position is?
I know what her position, well, no.
All right, I want to talk with you about Leslie White. And again, when I say Leslie White, you know to whom I'm referring.
I do.
Okay. I believe you testified that she was an observer at McTech. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was a first-time observer, whether she was a repeat observer, what her background is with regard to the observation process?
I believe she said that was the first time that she had been credentialed to observe that particular process, right? So that was a little bit different than like the McTech observers who are watching, say, signature verification, for example, which I believe she also witnessed that process. But this was unique in that she was credentialed to watch that sort of incoming close of election night process.
But your belief is she was a first-time observer?
I believe that was the first time she observed that process, if that's what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Did she, by any chance, mention to you that from her assigned location where she was at, she did not have a clear view of the activities on the truck or on the dock?
Right.
Okay. Do you agree with me when I say that Leslie White did not actually say in her declaration that she was worried that ballots were not being counted? That she didn't actually say that? I'm worried ballots are not being counted?
Are you asking if those were her words specifically in
I'm going to
her?
object, Your Honor. The declaration speaks for itself.
You can ask the question related to the to this, her statement, but I thought there was testimony as well about conversations with people. So re-ask it, Mr. LaRue.
Would you agree with me that Ms. White, Leslie White, never actually said in her declaration or to you that she was worried that ballots were not being counted?
She most certainly said to me that she saw the seals being removed, the transport containers being opened, and there was absolutely, that's in her word, absolutely no counting of the ballots. They were simply picking them up out of the transport container and putting them into trays, and then putting those trays onto like what she was calling a cage or a cart, and that they were just moving these through. She was concerned about that.
Yeah. So in her declaration, she doesn't say that. She says, and I'm wondering if she said any of this to you. She was concerned with the disorganized way the ballots were being handled. She said, I did not see any person count any ballots or record any information. I didn't see it, but she didn't say it didn't happen. When she spoke with you, did she talk about what she saw and what she observed, or was she making statements beyond that?
So I think you're mischaracterizing what she said, but if you would like me, if you have a copy of her statement, I'd be happy to point out what I'm talking about.
It's all right. We'll move on. I want to come back to Denise Marie. You testified that, I believe you testified that she told you that Runback allowed, or maybe it just happened. I don't remember exactly what you said, but employees brought in ballots from home. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
Okay. And Denise Marie was concerned about that, correct?
Denise was concerned that this was basically announced as though it was a perk of working at Runback and that they were permitted to do it. She thought it was, in her conversation with me, she thought it was, questionable practice, but that, people did it. She saw people do it.
Did she tell you how many people or how many ballots she estimated might have been subject to this?
Yeah, so she said she personally saw at least 50 that were brought in by employees and added at that point.
Okay, thank you. Now, continuing on with Denise Marie, there was some back and forth between Mr. Blem and someone for the defense counsel, and some objections were lodged. And so I'm not sure if you ever answered the question Mr. Blem asked. I believe he asked you if it was true that Denise Marie was asked to go get a ballot count because Maricopa didn't know. Did you answer that question? Do you have knowledge as to whether Denise claimed that she was asked to go get a ballot count because Maricopa didn't know?
I don't believe that's what she said.
Okay, very good.
But to clarify, I mean, she was asked to go get a count and report it back so that they could call Maricopa and say, hey, this is how many ballots we scanned. And subsequently, the number that the county was reporting increased by the same difference. Okay. He was reporting 275. She counted the actual number of inbound scans, reported 298. And subsequently, the number that Maricopa was reporting as the total ballots in the election increased by 25,000.
Let's talk about that for a minute. In your experience, just based on your knowledge in working with elections, is it typical for elections departments to do reconciliation of ballots, make sure that they have the numbers right?
The reconciliation should happen at multiple different places. For example, you reconcile the number of voters who check into a vote center to the number of ballots cast in a vote center. Those types of reconciliation are incredibly important.
Okay. And Well, let's move on from that. I want to talk about what happens at Runbeck. Do you know what happens to the ballots actually at Runbeck? What the elections department and Runbeck employees do with the ballots there?
Yes.
What do they do?
So they they load the ballots on the inbound machine. And the inbound machine, by the way, is only operated by Runbeck employees. So they load them on and they go through and they cut them off at about a 11,000 batch size. At that point, they stop, they create the paperwork for that particular, batch of signature verification files, right? So they're scanning the signature on the envelope, they're creating a file for that is then transmitted to Maricopa County so that they can start that signature verification process.
Mm-hmm. All right. So they go to Maricopa County to start the signature verification process. Is it your understanding that before an early ballot is tabulated, the elections department has to examine the signature and determine whether the signature matches a signature in the voter registration file?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah. Is it your understanding that before an early ballot is tabulated, the elections department looks at the signature on the affidavit envelope and must determine whether it matches a signature in the voter registration file for that voter before it's going to go to tabulation?
Yes.
Okay. So if employees at Runbeck put ballots into the stream at Runbeck, now let's say hypothetically that did happen, is it your understanding that those ballots would then go to McTech to be signature verified?
Well, to be clear, the ballots don't go for signature verification, the ballot images do. And yes, when they go through the inbound scan, they would be, but I don't believe that's the point. The point is that it's Arizona law says they're invalid ballots if they're not returned to an authorized location. So that's an opportunity to insert ballots. And if Maricopa County was aware of the precise number of ballots, then if they inserted 2, they would know they inserted 2.
So if Arizona,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This court would not let us come before it with evidence of signature verification. We wanted to. And now he's going right down that road, Your Honor. And if he keeps going down this road, I'm going to ask for a couple days next week to come to this court and talk about signature.
So you mean about the process?
The process is part of it, Your Honor. the word harvesting. Now, more than happy to talk about it. And as a matter of fact, I believe it was defense counsel who brought up 2,000 mules. I haven't said anything about it, Your Honor. I'm talking about chain of custody, the legal documents the county has
Your Honor, let me
to prove how many ballots they picked up from drop boxes and took to Runbeck.
Right.
let me change my statement. I understand it may have inadvertently irritated Mr. Blem. I didn't mean to do that with my choice of words, and I apologize.
Well, it's not about irritating Mr. Blum. It's just about making sure we're getting it right as far as what each side allowed to go into. So if you want to.
Yeah, so let me amend my statement. What I was attempting to say was that Mr. Blem is making a legal argument that a ballot that is not deposited into the United States Postal Service mail or dropped off in a drop box is an illegal ballot, I believe is what he said. And that's a legal argument.
No, I think we're talking about chain of custody, if we could distinguish things. And he did discuss chain of custody very thoroughly with this witness. I believe I understand what you're asking about, but he's correct that what you're discussing is the process for validation of signatures as it would relate to possible injection of ballots in the system without the chain of custody accounting for them. Have I got that right, Mr. Blum? Did you listen to what I said?
I did, Your Honor, but I'm kind of hard of hearing.
Well, I'm speaking soft, maybe. Do you want me to say it again?
A combination of both, if you would, please, Your Honor.
Okay, sure. If I've understood your objection, Mr. Blum, it's that you've limited your direct examination to chain of custody, and what is being talked about here by Mr. LaRue, the questioning is to elicit testimony about the handling of ballots that might violate the chain of custody if they're into the system, and why those ballots would still be subject to verification through the signature validation process, regardless of how they came in. Your point is that you are saying, wait, it's only about the chain of custody, and if it violates the chain of custody, that's the analysis that you're end of story. That's where it goes.
Yep, what I'm saying is, Your Honor, the direct the importance of chain of custody.
Got that.
So that there are no points of access of illegal votes into the system.
Well, he's taking umbrage with the word illegal, and he's talking about the legal argument. What you're talking about, that there are votes that are not accounted for under the chain of custody that are placed into the ballot system or the election system.
But
go ahead.
I can go that road, Your Honor. It's illegal for a county elections official not to do a job they are legally required to do. So if we want to talk about illegality, we can go into that point.
I understand your point, but you're objecting to Mr. LaRue going into his argument that separate and apart from your position there, that if in fact ballots were somehow put into the system, in this instance, where I think we're talking about the Runbeck ballots.
And Your Honor, that's fine. I'll let him go down this road because it's my understanding that what he's saying is, yep, their ballots were counted. And so I'll let him go down this road, Your Honor. But I'm going to reserve my argument.
Well, certainly. And I'm going to talk to you all about closing arguments at the end of the day today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. LaRue, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few more questions, Ms. Honey. You're not an attorney, correct? No. Okay. So I'm going to ask you a legal question, but you only have to answer if you have an understanding about it. If you don't have an understanding, it's perfectly fine to say, I don't know. Are you aware that under Arizona law, a ballot is not actually unlawful if it is the term that's used sometimes is harvested or ballot collection, but if somebody who is not authorized to handle it deposits it, or like what happened at Runbeck, if somebody brings it and inserts it into the stream, but not into a designated authorized drop box. Are you aware that under Arizona law, that is not actually an unlawful ballot?
I think the term in the law is an invalid ballot.
Okay. Just 1 minute, Your Honor. No more questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Honey.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, we just have a moment to confer on this side to see if we have any other questions.
Sure, you may.
Good afternoon, Ms. Honey. My name is Andy Gao, and I represent Secretary Hobbs in her official capacity. I want to echo Mr. LaRue's thanks for being here today. I'm going to be, and I may surprise Judge Thompson as well. I'll be very brief. First of all, as you sit here today, you have no evidence that anybody intentionally interfered with the chain of custody of ballots in Maricopa County for the 2022 general election, do you?
Well, I don't think I said that anybody interfered with it. I said they failed to maintain their legally required chain of custody.
So your answer to my question then is yes, you have no evidence that anybody intentionally interfered with the chain of custody for ballots cast in Maricopa County for the 2022 general election, correct?
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Well, I didn't hear it. So if you can answer, if you understand it, ma'am, you can ask it. Answer it, excuse me. If you need it rephrased, I'll have them rephrase it.
Well, I think you're asking a question and sort of saying it in a way that I didn't say it. So if you would ask it in maybe a different way, that would be good.
Sure. You have no evidence that anybody intentionally did not obey the law with respect to the chain of custody in Maricopa with respect to any ballots cast in Maricopa County in 2020 for the 2022 general election.
I believe I understand your question.
Okay.
And I would say that somebody, a person, and it's my understanding that the recorder is responsible for maintaining chain of custody. Somebody made the decision not to do it. And I would say that when he made that decision, knowing what the law is in Arizona, that was
And
an
I'm
intentional decision.
and I'm sorry, Ms. Honey, but again, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what evidence? You have no evidence that anybody made an intentional decision to do anything here, correct?
Well, I think that
Your Honor, I think this is a yes or no question.
Yes, it is. If you understand the question, if you don't understand it, ma'am.
I don't understand the question. I think
Okay.
I felt like I answered it, so I'm
Okay. And then other than the 50 ballots or so that were mentioned in one of the declarations about family members at Runbeck, you have no evidence that any other ballots were quote unquote injected into the system at any point in time, correct?
Well, unfortunately, because of the
I'm sorry, Ms. Honey, again, it's a yes or no question. Other than those 50, you have no evidence of that, correct?
Can you ask the question in a different way?
Certainly. There was some discussion earlier that the employee at Runbeck told you, and it's reflected in her declaration, that she estimated that there were approximately 50 ballots of either Runbeck employees or Runbeck employee family members who dropped off their ballots at the Runbeck facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And my question is, beyond what that particular person told you with respect to those approximately 50 ballots, you have no evidence that any other ballots were quote unquote injected into the system at any point in Maricopa County for the 2022 general election. Is that correct?
I could say that's not an answerable question.
As you sit here right now, you have nothing else to say on that issue beyond the 50 ballots that were specifically mentioned to you by that individual, correct?
No, I have something to say.
No, I'm asking about evidence. Do you have evidence?
Yes, I think that the failure to have chain of custody makes it impossible to know how many ballots were not transferred.
But as you sit here now, the only ones you know about are the 50 that were mentioned to you by the one witness, correct? The only identifiable ballots that you can speak to today are the 50 that were mentioned by the Runbeck witness.
I can't identify those 50. I don't know who they are.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Done with cross?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. We have no further questions, and we have no objection to the witness being excused.
Miss Honey,
Go ahead.
you recall the last question you asked, you were asked? All right. Is your point that it is impossible to know if any and or how many illegal votes were injected into a system without valid chain of custody?
Correct. You can't tell how many potentially were added or how many were removed even. I mean, that's the whole point of chain of custody, to have that sort of security, and that without chain of custody, there's no way to know. And, coupled with the, the sort of changing numbers, it's very concerning.
All right, defense counsel asked you if there was any evidence of intentional conduct. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. If I, hypothetically, have a choice to get a cup of coffee or a cup of water, and I choose coffee, I didn't choose the water. I have a choice.
Yes.
Did somebody choose either not to make these documents, or B, to produce them to my client's attorney?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I'm assuming you're asking the witness to the extent of her knowledge.
The extent of your knowledge, Miss Honey. Yes, I am. Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can you ask the question again? Sorry.
I forget these real quick, Miss Honey. I'm sorry. All right. And so, Miss Honey, A or B, to the extent of your knowledge, would it be an intentional act for somebody to choose not to make chain of custody documents to count the number of ballots? Or would it also be an intentional act to choose not to produce the documents that had been created?
Well, again, to the extent that they didn't count them, I think that there's no reason to believe that they did count them, or that any doc exists. I believe somebody made a decision not to maintain the chain of custody, not to follow the laws as they're written in the EPM. Somebody had to decide that.
Just as I chose to come to court today instead of stay home on the sofa. I made a choice. Thank you. They have a legal requirement, though, don't they, to choose to make these documents? They don't have a choice not to make them, do they?
Right. There's no exception in the EPM to
I believe, wasn't it? Where's my exhibit list? I believe Secretary of State Hobbs, as a matter of fact, in a recent matter involving Cochise County. And I think we got correspondence on that as an exhibit. And did you see correspondence from Secretary of State Hobbs
I did.
to Cochise County?
Yes.
Okay. What did she tell them in that correspondence with respect to Arizona law and the EPM?
Objection, Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination or the direct at this point, and irrelevant.
It is not, Your Honor. They asked my client specifically if she had any evidence. And I want to make the point, Your Honor, that even their client says you have no choice. You must follow the law. When she told Cochise County, you must certify your election, Your Honor.
They're two different questions.
In her letter.
There's just to clarify, I'm not sure what the letter says that you're referring to. It says you must what?
She told the Board of Supervisors for Cochise County that they have no choice but to do their legal duty and certify the election to make her governor of the state of Arizona.
And that
my argument here, Your Honor, that same legal duty applies to Maricopa County with respect to their obligation to follow Arizona law and the elections procedure manual.
No, okay, you are correct. They're obligated to follow the procedures in the manual, but the question that was asked is whether she has any direct evidence that there was an intentional decision to not make the documents or not produce the documents is what I recall.
Okay.
And she didn't answer it directly. What she said in response was, they're supposed to do this, and the fact that it didn't get done tells me somebody must have made a decision. And that was the answer. So I think it's been asked and answered. To the extent that you're going to ask her about a conclusion of law, that's
Fair enough, Your Honor.
inappropriate.
I only got a few more questions anyway.
Please proceed, Mr. Blunt.
I think if I recall cross-examination correctly, I got the impression that defense counsel was sort of downplaying the injection of 50 ballots into the system. You recall those questions?
I do.
I believe they were. Do you have any evidence those 50 votes were not counted or something along those lines? You recall that question?
I do.
You don't have any evidence that those votes were not counted, do you?
I don't know which ballots those were.
Is that the point?
That is the point. I mean, Denise said that she personally observed 50. She's not there all the time, so we don't know what that number is. And the reason we don't know what number that is because we don't know how many there were supposed to be.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, foundation.
I agree, Your Honor.
That's your point. That's your point. So sustained.
Can't believe we got for trying. That's all we can do, isn't it, Miss Honey? Is speculate, isn't it?
Well, I strongly dislike speculating, but I think there's just no way to know the answer, and that's the problem.
Any question I ask you about how many ballots it could have been would be nothing but pure speculation, isn't that right?
Correct.
And isn't that the problem? Okay, you testified earlier, and this gets back to their questions about chain of custody being complicated. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is it complicated?
I mean, it's more complicated in Maricopa because they outsource it, but chain of custody is chain of custody. I want to know how many ballots I'm transferring from point A to point B. And, if you understand, I mean, the EAC says it's incredibly important. It's critical for.
All right, now let's go back to your history and your background just very briefly so I can wrap this up. Supply chain management, what you do in that area?
I do consulting in the supply chain space. Again, a lot of it is counter diversion, but it's also in terms of loss prevention.
Okay, loss prevention. All right. And so do companies pay, and let's talk about widgets because everybody likes widgets. Do companies pay millions of dollars every year to consultants to help them with their supply chain management?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It seems to me that this is on the scope of the cross-examination.
It is.
Your Honor, he asked her specifically, he asked her, is chain of custody complicated?
Your Honor, I don't believe that was my question.
Hold on.
And my argument is this, Your Honor.
Wait. I'm not in the habit of debating objection or rulings on objections.
And understood. I'm just going to make a legal argument.
Which is an argument with the judge about the ruling on the.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to argue with the judge. I want to make a challenge to his objection.
It may be a distinction without a difference, Mr. Platt.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
But if you're ever in a position where I make a ruling and you think that you need to make a offer proof to show that I may be mistaken, I will let you do that. Okay, but not a back and forth discussion or argument. Okay. So
I'd like to make a quick offer of proof right now, Your Honor.
Then go ahead and do that.
All right. Heather Honey, do companies spend millions of dollars a year?
Wait, you're just continuing the questioning. As far as an offer of proof, I want you to tell me what you expect to prove. and how that would make a difference with regard to my ruling. That's what an offer of proof.
I guess, Your Honor, I would expect to prove that,
All right, this backup attorney for Carrie Lake
that,
is nowhere near as good as the first one.
you know,
I just have
companies,
to
big
jump in and
companies
say that. This is
spend
just
millions of
embarrassing.
dollars every year,
Gotta
you know,
work
to
with
get
the judge
5,000
if it's
widgets
not.
to your local Ace Hardware store. And they do it successfully.
I'm not arguing.
And so,
I'm not arguing the concept. I'm arguing that whether or not your offer of proof is going to show me that this is something that was touched on in this cross.
understood, Your Honor. And I'll just move on to my last,
Yeah,
my
just
last
move on.
point.
You've bungled this.
You were part
Now
of the
the judge is gonna be like,
2021
"When are you
Arizona
just
election.
moving on
Isn't
now?"
that correct, Ms. Hunt?
I was.
Sorry, this has been hard to watch on mute.
This is relevant
Had to jump
to Mr. LaRue's question to you about the Postal Service receipts. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And Mr. LaRue was telling you, well, those aren't really receipts, are they? Those are weights. Is that true?
I believe Mr. LaRue asked if it was possible that they were weight counts.
Okay. And are weight counts a valid tool to count paper
Said yeah.
documents?
We're just re-clarifying.
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Scales are precise and you can determine the weight of a single sheet of paper. You can determine the weight of a single ballot and then weigh it. And, you know, you're within, it's a pretty accurate measurement. That's how that's what weight counting is.
Let me ask this question. During the 2021 audit, did you and your crew weigh all of the ballots?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I'm getting to my relevance.
I give them some leeway. Go ahead. If you can answer it, ma'am, go ahead.
We didn't weigh all of them, no. We weighed some boxes.
Okay. Now, the boxes that you did weigh, was the weight count consistent with the other counts?
Yes.
How many counts did you do? Different counts?
I can't say, so. I mean,
I think there was
half maybe?
the machine count, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand your question. Yes. There was a hand count, a weigh count, a machine count, and in some cases an audit count. And then there was a count of ballot images as well.
Ballot images, because you photographed each ballot.
Correct.
You could count those images. And were they all consistent with a weight count?
Yes.
And so if the United States Postal Service or some other large company wants to bill their client for 50,000 pieces of mail, it's an effective way to do so by measuring the weight. Isn't that correct?
If it's the same piece of mail type.
They mailed them. All right. I have no further questions. Your Honor.
Okay. Can we excuse the witness?
Sorry, my chickens are acting up
Dennis?
at the moment.
Thank you.
Objection,
He's
Your
acting
Honor.
a fool up in this
Your
office.
excuse. Your next witness. Wait. I think we're okay. Your next witness would be?
Your Honor, our next witness is Bradley Benincourt, please.
Okay.
Tell him to get ready with 58.
58? E1.
Sir, if you can just stand right there in front of my clerk, she will swear you in. Thank you, sir. If you'll make your way around to the witness stand, have a seat, please. Okay. Who's going to do this examination?
I am, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Olson.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Betancourt. Would you please
Oh.
state your full name for the record?
Bradley David Betancourt.
And what is your occupation?
Well, I generally work with real estate and I have my own company and work with my dad.
Okay. Did you have occasion to be hired by Maricopa County for any elections?
Yes, I decided to work as a T-Tech with them. They reached out, I had applied, and they reached out after.
And when did they reach out to you?
Oh, a little over a month before the election,
And you're referring to the 2022 general election or the primary?
the general election.
Okay. And what is a T-Tech?
Well, we would set up the sites beforehand and site watch on the days of polling.
And in terms of setting up the sites beforehand, what kind of work were you doing?
Well, we focus mainly on the site books, the printers, and the MoFi, which is like a Wi-Fi, basically.
Okay. And the site
Probably
books
gonna
are
go towards their count, too,
the device
the,
that's used to check
tabulator
in a voter
configuration
and have
thing,
their
the
ballot
whole, like,
directed towards whatever precinct they're in?
Correct, yes.
19-inch
And did you have a
ballots
case?
for 20-inch ballots print.
Did you participate in election prior to election day in any kind of fashion?
I was working with them for about a
I'm
month.
not sure they're going to meet the outcome determinative test,
In
even
election
with
prior
that
to
great
election day
expert
in any kind of
testimony from the
fashion?
last witness.
I was working with them for about a month, approximately. And we set up sites beforehand, some of the early polling
So
sites.
that is
And we
all
also
almost
site
based on
watched
Harris's declaration.
early. And we actually created a T-Tech group, a text group, to stay in touch while we were site watching.
How was that group set up? Was it through your supervisor or?
Yeah, it was through the supervisor.
And who was that?
That was Jose,
Do you have a last name?
Jose Luis Arbayo.
And is he an employee of Maricopa County?
He's a permanent employee, yes.
And what is his function at Maricopa County?
Well, he was basically our supervisor for the T-Techs. He had been a T-Tech previously as a temporary employee, and he wound up getting a permanent position.
And how many T-Techs were in this group that he set up?
Well, there was him as the supervisor and then 15 T-Techs.
And approximately how many vote centers would be covered by these 15 T-Techs, of which I assume you were one of them?
Correct. Yes, I was a T-Tech. So on election day, if that's what you're referring to, we all started out at one location. Some of us stayed at that location the whole day, and other ones moved around to multiple locations. If you actually look in one of the exhibits on the text messages, one person had well over 100 miles driving around to probably about 5 or 6 sites throughout the day.
Do you have an estimate as to how many vote centers were covered by the 15 T-Techs approximately?
I would say a minimum of 20 to 30. That's a bare minimum.
And at this point, I would like to bring up Exhibit 58, Your Honor. Go to the next page. And Exhibit 58 is a series of about over 54 pages of text messages. Do you recognize this document?
Absolutely, yes.
And what is it?
It's the group text from that day, on the election day.
And is this a group text chats from your phone?
Yes, yes, sir.
And did you provide a declaration in this case?
Yes,
And you swore under oath under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, correct?
absolutely correct.
They're trying to enter the
And
declaration
did you,
quickly.
in connection with this declaration, provide screenshots
Montel's
of your
familiar,
text
really, you
messages
should
with
move
the other
along.
T-Techs, the other 15 T-Techs that day?
Yes,
Redirect
correct.
one after the cross is over.
Do you believe this to be, and you can scroll through some,
All this witness is here for. To get this entered into the evidence.
and does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of your text messages?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
it does. There are a lot of issues that came up throughout the day. And including at times T-Techs would say that the ballots look pristine, but the tabulators aren't reading them. So that would really not have to do with the printers from our point of view. And that wasn't just one person. There were others that said similar things.
Do these text messages represent communications that were happening as they were occurring on election day?
Yes, in real time, absolutely.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd like to move for Exhibit 58 to be entered into the record as evidence. It is hearsay, however, under present impression and excited utterance. As you will see, some of them, for example, if we could go
Some of them. This could be challenged. This will be interesting how the judge rules. He's generally been fairly liberal about allowing things in as he wants
go
to
to
know
page
more
base
than
number
less.
367.
He can always challenge their credibility in
And
his
at the
order
bottom,
and ruling.
you'll see, Your
He doesn't
Honor, it
need
says
to
I'm being a
necessarily
911.
exclude them.
I would say that there are a number of, as you just can scroll through, these would classify or qualify as either excited utterance or present sense impression. Certainly, so we would move to have them admitted into the record under those exceptions, Your Honor.
They might have to try to go one by one here.
Any objections?
Your Honor, Christina Ford on behalf of
Yeah.
the governor-elect. We do
Any
object to these
Hobbs.
coming in. There are more than, I believe, 50 pages of these texts, and one text out of 50 pages that potentially qualifies for an excited utterance doesn't make up for 50 pages of text from this day of otherwise out of court statements that they're trying to enter for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor,
We're not trying to enter them for the truth
I
of the
also
matter.
submitted them, sir, with the under the present sense impression. These are real-time messages, text messages that are being typed in as the events are unfolding, the day of election, and I believe it falls under
He's
that
gonna
exception
let
as
him
well.
in, be liberal.
Okay. I'm going to allow them because I think
Y'all
that what they represent
do
is
it.
the correspondence
all
back
day.
and forth between the
Fantastic.
texts who are working with their immediate impressions of trying to resolve the problem. So go ahead. So what you're offering, what's the number again?
It's 58, Your Honor.
58. So I'll admit 58 over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Betancourt,
At least he noted
can
her
you
objection. It was
describe
well articulated?
what
in
was
her
going
defense.
on between you and your other T-Techs on election day? If you had to characterize it.
Yeah, they're consistently looking back and forth trying to solve the problems. And this group was really trying hard because there were a lot of issues that popped up. And actually our main fix turned out to be to walk up to the printer, open up the printer, take out the ink cartridge and shake it. So that was our main fix. That was the big one we were tending to do. I know the official county statement was that they changed the printer settings, but I'd say based on the text I saw, that was probably about 10 to 20% of the issue there. So I would say that'd be an incomplete description of the issues from my point of view, seeing the text.
Did the situation resolve very quickly, or did it last throughout the day with the problems?
That depended on the location. Some got better and some kept having issues. I mean, we had issues. I believe there was one even after closing time where they were asking someone to go over to Biltmore, I believe it is. You can confirm towards the end there.
How would you care? How old are you, sir?
34 years old.
Okay, and how long have you been in Arizona?
Well, I've been off and on. I've actually lived in 5 states, but overall, a little over a decade in Arizona.
And so you've been voting for how long?
Well, I've been voting for 16 years, and in some different states, but mostly in Arizona during that time.
How would you characterize the events on election day that you observed personally and also communicated with the fellow T-Techs that were servicing between 20 and 30 vote centers compared to elections even they participated in as a voter?
It felt a bit chaotic. I had people from the other places I've lived reaching out and saying, what's going on in Maricopa County down there? So it felt a little chaotic, I would say.
Were these problems that continued throughout the day at
Do you
many of
really
these
need
vote
to
centers?
stress,
Yeah, and like I said, we
suppose,
tried to shake the ink cartridge. They cleaned the corona wire. They would have the
just that
inspector
these
call over the
problems had a
troubleshooter to
massive
try to clean the
That's
tabulator
how they're going to
because, like I
outcome
said,
determinative standing,
sometimes
because
in
the
there,
rest of their
the
information
prints
is
looked
like
good,
their
but the tabulator
declaration is
wasn't
basically just on
taking them
speculation
anyway.
that it disproportionately affects Republicans and kind of this more subjective
Did you
sense that,
hear of any long
Republicans
lines outside
normally
of
are
the
election
vote
day
centers?
voters,
Oh
and
yeah,
that's
there
when
were
this
a lot of
occurred,
long
and voting
lines. And in
events
there,
went
it actually
around.
describes, there's at least one
So
in there that it describes, and I know of other
it's tough
locations
because the judge may
where
not like
they
that
completely
kind of
wound them
speculative
down
evidence.
for a certain amount of time. And they were basically sending people to other locations.
This is where their chain of custody argument
How
might
upset
be the
were voters
stronger argument.
that you interacted with or heard about?
Well, I heard some people being very upset, more so at other locations. We didn't have quite as many issues at our location, but it did shut down for about 5 to 10 minutes at one point with both tabulators being down.
Other chaining.
And that actually happened because one lady had put in a ballot, and I was standing there when I saw this. The tabulator took it through. It didn't reject it. It took it through, but it didn't have the green check mark or say that it had been successfully cast. So I hadn't seen that on anything else. So we called the inspector over, and she called the hotline, and they said she should open up the blue bin where the tabulator is, pull out the ballots. They were going to count those downtown and then restart basically from zero, restart counting the ballots that go into that tabulator from that point on.
Did the problems with the tabulators, did they, in your opinion, create the long lines and that you heard from different T-techs?
I would say it made it worse because we had lines to begin the day. And once those tabulator issues started happening, the lines backed up more.
And were there lines outside of the voting center?
Oh yeah, I
We
mean,
need
at
this
our
impact
place,
to
there
be
was a
huge, I
line outside
suppose.
the door all
But
day,
I don't
and
know if
we had less problems
the
than a lot
judge
of
is
other
going to buy it or
places.
not.
And do you understand the check-in process?
25,000 under the maximum 25,000.
That's more the polling worker side of it, the site book area. That's
in
more
the chain of
the
custody
poll
issue
worker
with
responsible
evidence
for that. I wasn't
suggesting closer
responsible
to
for that part of it.
10,000,
Okay.
which isn't enough to get you over the hump of 17,000. The outcome determinative.
Did you hear about long lines extending
So the
past
more they can press this,
8
the more
o'clock at
people
night?
they can say,
Yes.
turned around and went
It's
home.
it's in the text.
The voting.
Um,
The more
I know
likely
at
we can
least one
see
or
a
two
judge
places.
potentially
And then
ruling in
I
their
know someone
favor,
who wasn't in
but
this
is
group
gonna
because
be
this
a
was the East
difficult
Valley group,
challenge to overcome.
and there was a West Valley group as well. So I know someone in the West Valley. He didn't get home.
I wish I could say I had more,
I left
confidence in our
my site at
judicial
about
system,
10.
because this
and
is
we
an
had a
incredibly
short
put
line.
together
At the end of the night,
lawsuit at the moment.
probably wrapped up
compared
about
to the
8 p.m.
lawsuits brought in 2020 following the Trump
And
election.
then
This is just incredible.
This other guy from the West group had left about 10:30, 10:45. And I know there was at
And then
least one or
short
two
notice, as
people
all
in this
election
group
lawsuits are.
that left later than me.
Do you know whether or not any people who were waiting in line just simply gave up waiting in line or saw things on the news and decided that they just didn't have the time to come out and vote?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Yeah,
foundation.
there it is.
He can answer yes or no. He was asked, do you know? Sir, if you're able to, you can answer yes or no.
This judge has been so
I don't know
liberal.
that personally. As I said,
at least with the
my site
rulings
had
on
less
evidence.
problems than the others, so I
Love
can
it.
only speak for
Let
my
it in.
site, and I don't have any knowledge of that specifically.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Betancourt.
Cross-exam.
Okay, let's see how this cross-examination goes.
Good
This is
afternoon,
really
Mr.
key,
Betancourt.
whether they can
Good
stop him
afternoon.
or not.
I understand from your testimony and from your declaration in this case that you helped set up equipment in preparation for Election Day.
Boom, let's jump back. Can't miss this.
Correct.
You didn't intentionally cause the tabulators to reject ballots, correct?
No, actually, we weren't even specifically focused on the tabulators with our position.
Right, they're on the
And you don't
little
know of any
net
other
books or
T-techs
state books or whatever they're
who
called.
intentionally caused it?
They were temporary employees, so I don't know of any T-techs that caused that issue. No.
And you said here today that you were hired along with your other T-techs to help resolve problems that were occurring at
Give me one
polling
moment.
locations,
I'll be
correct?
listening in.
Yes, that was part of it, the setting up of sites along with resolving problems when they arose.
And then you were in fact deployed to help resolve these issues when they did spike up, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that sometimes tabulators cannot read a ballot due to the way that the voter marks the ballot?
Yes, and I actually wrote that in my declaration as well. That's part of it, but that wasn't the whole part. So I can specify that was definitely not the whole part. There were some that looked very good, and the voters had marked them very well, and they weren't being read.
Okay, well, I wanted to go through some of those. So I understand from your declaration that you and your fellow T-techs sometimes found that cleaning the corona wire and the printer would sometimes help fix the tabulator issue. Is that correct?
Yes, and the corona wire, that was on the older printers. I actually had the newer Lexmarks at the location I was at, so that wasn't part of the location I was at.
Okay, and the group also found that changing the toner or shaking the toner could sometimes make improvements to the tabulators?
Yeah, shaking the toner actually worked a decent amount.
And
It
I'm
wasn't
back.
perfect, but it
A little
helped
looser, a little
at
cooler.
times.
Okay.
This doesn't
And
fuck with
then
the camera too much.
you all also found that letting the printer warm up could also improve the situation?
We'd have to go back through the text and confirm that. I don't recall that specifically, but there were a lot of texts in there, so I don't recall every text.
Do you see how he's not a hostile witness? Unlike the recorder we had as the first witness here.
You have no
who was
personal
fighting
knowledge
back
as
to,
to
like, a
whether
question like
the
that,
printing
like,
and
"Hey, did you
tabulator
text this?" And
errors,
he's like,
the
"Or
outcome
did
of
you
the
tweet
collection.
this?" Which would be
Sorry,
public
the outcome
information.
of the
He's like,
election, correct?
If you say so. If you say
How
so.
there's any way I
It's like,
could
are you kidding me?
prove
Just
that
be
one
like,
way or
I
the
don't
other.
recall, but yeah.
But you have no personal
probably.
knowledge.
You know, I'm not gonna say you made up a tweet.
I just
In
said
this
I
case, you made up a bunch of
can't
texts
prove
here.
anything one way or another by myself.
Okay. So you
This is how
similarly
you know
do not
who's
have
the
any personal
authentic
knowledge of whether
and
the
who's
printing errors were
really
the
just
result of
bullshitting
an intentional
to cover
scheme to
their own
undermine the
ass.
election?
Well, I was just a temporary employee doing what I was employed to do there.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further? Okay. Can we excuse the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go.
Right.
Thank
So
you.
they got in the text. They got what they wanted. This judge has been super liberal with evidence at the moment. Like I said, he can obviously just attack the credibility of any of the evidence in this order. At the end of the day, it's likely what he's going to end up doing. Just saying that they, you know, even if there were all these violations, you know, accepting that fact, it's not enough to be outcome determinative. It's not 17,000 votes in Kari Lake's favor. You know, therefore, basically dismissed. On with your day. Be truly a disappointing show after all of this evidence has been brought out. But again, you know, nothing can point to what is the number. They specifically didn't keep track of this, it sounds like. And
How are you doing?
that's kind of the way they're getting away with it.
Next witness.
Your Honor, we next call Mark Sonnenklar.
Clark, if you could just come over in front of the clerk. You sworn in, sir.
Thank you for those who've been sticking around with me. You've made it this far, you might as well hit that subscribe button, join the cause.
If you could just make
keep
your
me
way over
going,
and have
just
a seat
support
at the
me,
witness
keep
stand, please.
producing videos, hopefully some edited videos, snipping out some of the best moments of this trial. Like, I'd rather have the Staples printer expert.
Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Coming from oral arguments in my previous
Good afternoon,
video
Mr. Sonnenklar.
from the county
Good
attorney.
afternoon.
County
Would you
attorney
please
has
state your
probably
full
had
name
the
for the
most
record?
epic
Mark
failed
Sonnenklar,
moments.
S as in Sam, O-N-N-E-N-K-L-A-R.
Right back.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a lawyer,
And how long have you been a lawyer?
26, almost 27 years.
Did you have an opportunity to, well, strike that. How long have you lived in Arizona?
Moved back to Arizona about 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago. I was here from age 9 through 21. So I don't know, 13 years total.
Did you have an opportunity to participate in the 2022 election cycle?
I did.
And in what capacity did you participate in that cycle?
I was a roving attorney in the Republican National Committee's election integrity program for the primary and the general election.
And what does a roving attorney do?
A roving attorney goes to the vote centers and just observes what is happening at the vote centers to determine if, things are going well or not, whether things are working in accordance with law.
And when did you first act as a roving attorney?
During the primary on August 2nd, 2022.
And can you describe what you did as a roving attorney during the primary?
The process that I used, which we were trained to use for both the primary and the general election, was to go to the vote center, talk to the inspector, go directly to the inspector of that vote center.
Who is an inspector?
The inspector is the lead person, the lead poll worker at a vote center. So
are they employed by Maricopa County?
Yes, I believe they are paid by Maricopa County.
Is that a temporary position, or are they a full-time employee of Maricopa?
They're temporary.
Okay.
So I would go to the vote center. I would ask for the inspector. I would ask the inspector if there was a Republican observer inside the vote center, because there's not, by law, we're not allowed to have more than 2 observers from any one party within the vote center. I would ask to speak with the Republican observer if there was one outside. I would ask that Republican observer how things were going, what he or she was seeing inside the vote center. I would take notes on what the observer, the Republican observer, told me. I would then ask the Republican observer to remain outside, and then I would go back into the vote center and speak with the inspector and ask really the same questions that I had asked the Republican observer. How are things going? If there were issues, I would ask more questions about those issues. And I was trying to determine whether, what the Republican observer was telling me was matching up with what the inspector was telling me. And I took notes while I was talking with the inspectors as well.
Did you create a report in connection after the election associated with that? And I'm talking about the primary.
I did. I had a sense that there was going to be litigation, and I knew that I had information that would be critical to that litigation. And so I reached out to, there were 17 or 18, I'm not clear exactly, but I believe there were 17 roving attorneys in the program with the RNC. And I reached out to all of them and asked them what their experience was. And they reported to me, and I created a report based on my own personal experience at 10 vote centers during the general election, and 105 other vote centers that the roving attorneys who responded to me, which I believe were 10, I believe, responded to me and were willing to, tell me what had occurred, what they had seen. So the 11 of us put together observed at 115 vote centers.
How many vote centers did you personally visit?
10.
10. And this is during the general election, correct?
Yes.
And what was your experience at what you personally saw at those 10 vote centers?
Well, it was really pandemonium out there, everywhere. I was within from Fountain Hills to North Scottsdale, or where my vote centers were. I started out in Fountain Hills, and immediately, there was a line of 150 people at Fountain Hills. the tabulators were not working. And that was what I saw at, I saw the same thing happening at 6 of my 10 vote centers. There were different things happening at some of the other ones too, but 6 of them in particular were really bad. Yeah.
And so you've been voting for a number of years, correct?
Yeah.
How would you characterize the events of the 2022 general election compared to other elections that you witnessed?
Oh, this was a completely different animal here. So I was a roving attorney at during the primary, and there were, some minimal problems there too. But the general election was a completely different situation. There were lines out the door, which you did not see during the primary at many of the vote centers. There were angry and frustrated voters who did not want to put their ballots into box 3. There, it was just, and then there were the poll workers who were extremely frustrated and really didn't know what to do. Most of them, I would say, were doing their best, to figure out a solution to the fact that the tabulators were down, were not reading the ballots. Everyone was just freaked out.
A question for you. There's been some testimony earlier about wait times. Do you have an understanding of how the county measures wait times?
Yes, I understand that one of the poll workers is supposed to check the line every 15 minutes and report back to MCTEC, is my understanding. It would have been difficult. I don't know where you're going with the question, but it would have been very difficult for the workers who were crazed trying to figure out just how to get the tabulators to read the ballots. I can't imagine that that there was time for any poll workers at the worst vote centers anyway to actually go out and check the line.
Okay. I believe you mentioned that you visited personally about 10 vote centers.
Yes.
And that the other roving attorneys that you were working with, it was a total of about 115 vote centers in total.
Yes.
And that's 115 out of about, I think, 223 vote centers, correct?
That's correct.
So that's a little over half of the vote centers.
I believe it was 52%.
How are you able to characterize what your the other roving attorneys were experiencing, whether it was similar to what you were experiencing or worse or maybe not as bad? How would you characterize?
Well, I would say that most of the roving attorneys had a similar experience to mine. I can't think of one that had a different experience. There may be, but for the most part, aggregated together, pretty much everyone had the same experience.
And if somebody were to characterize the events of that day as minor technical difficulties that should be expected in any election, what would you say to that?
I would say that's nonsense. When you have 132, we've been able to document that there were at least 132 vote centers with tabulator problems out of 227, which comes out to about 59%. I don't see how that could be characterized as a small matter.
You mentioned you created a report along with the other roving attorneys that you've worked with. Did you disseminate that report to anybody?
I did send that report out. Yes, I did.
Do you believe that report is accurate in its recitation of the events of Monday?
Absolutely. I was very careful not to exaggerate, overstate. I was careful to be factual.
And is that report based on sworn, your conversations plus sworn declarations from the other roving attorneys that were given to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you would call up Exhibit 52. What's going on? Oh, she's-
Is there a problem?
I'm being told that the person over here needs to do it. It's up on our screen here, Your Honor.
It's the podium, actually, is what you want to bring up.
Very good. Can you go to the top? And Mr. Soniclair, is this a copy?
For Maricopa County, I would object to this document to the extent that it's duplicative of this witness's testimony just provided in this court, and to the extent that it is intended to be admitted for the truth of the matter asserted for persons he's talked to, it would be hearsay.
Your Honor, we have submitted this report under Rule 807. It is one of the documents that we gave notice to. And I would say that Your Honor can judge the value of the weight, but given, as the witness has testified to, we're talking of about 105 vote centers. And so he and his other fellow roving attorneys gave sworn testimony about the occurrences there. I think it should go to the weight, Your Honor. I think it would be probative. And given the limited time we have to, talk about 105 vote centers, that we respectfully request Your Honor to admit it.
Well, he's here to testify about what he saw and he observed. And so it's cumulative as to that. I think this morning I told you that I was willing to admit under 807 the attached statements of the other roving attorneys. So you can choose. You can choose to either have those affidavits admitted under 807, or you can forego that and ask him questions about it and go with his report. But I'm not going to do both.
Your Honor, just point of
That's a
clarification.
threefer. That's him testifying, his report, and the affidavits that he's referring to in his testimony and his report. So I don't know if you understood this morning that I was willing to admit the affidavits attached to Mr. Soniclair's affidavit under 807, provided that you could, because I've read them.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I believe that under 807, the same analysis applies to what I told you this morning, that they appeared to also be very factual as opposed to advocacy, even though I believe that he's just said all of this was prepared as in anticipation of litigation, but the affidavits are sworn to and contain facts rather than advocacy or opinions. So after all my speaking, your choice how you wish to proceed, Mr. Olson, but I'm not going to do both. I'm not going to put in all those affidavits and have him talk about everything in his report and all the hearsay.
I think I know where I'm going, sir. We will forego. We will keep them into evidence, as Your Honor alluded to, and we will move on to another topic.
Okay, very good, sir.
Can you pull up? Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to open up Exhibit 91. Should be this. 91. 91. Mr. Sonaclair, up on the screen is what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 91. It is an exhibit that was part of a response letter by Maricopa County to the AG's letter dated November 19th, questioning some of the events around Election Day. Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes, I've read it multiple times.
And do you recognize this as a document that was produced by Maricopa County?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that it's a true and accurate copy?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit Exhibit 91 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
91 is admitted. I think it's a self-authenticating document.
Making sure. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Sonnenclair, do you see where it states on the first page of this document, in the paragraph beginning, while a few, you see that? While a few 2022 general election locations encountered 80 to 115-minute wait times on Election Day, Maricopa County posted these wait times on our website, informing voters of other nearby options that had shorter times.
Yes, I see it.
Do you have an understanding, based on your work, whether or not that's an accurate statement?
That's not an accurate statement.
And why do you say that?
There were many more vote centers. I mean, I must have had, I believe I had two, at least just in my 10, that had longer wait times than 80 minutes. And they're not included in the list in footnote 1.
And you're talking about footnote 1 on the page that's Bates stamped last 3 digits, 715, the first page of this document.
And in addition to that, you know, we documented through declarations that there were many, many other vote centers that had over 80-minute wait times.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the county has been trying to understate the extent of the problems at the vote centers that arose on Election Day?
Yes,
Your Honor, object to foundation and speculation.
All right. As to foundation, I'd overrule it. So if you're able to answer it, and I assume you're asking him based on his personal knowledge. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you're able to answer it, Mr. Sonderclaw.
thank you. Well, I mean, I was the one who oversaw the putting together of the issues spreadsheet, which showed how many vote centers had tabulator problems, how many vote centers had long lines. I've also read this Board of Supervisors report multiple times, and there are many, many mischaracterizations and flat out falsehoods in this. Now, So yes, I believe that they have not presented the truth here in this document.
We have nothing further at this time, sir.
All right. Cross-exam, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sonnenklaer. I'm here on behalf of the governor-elect. Your declaration gives some figures about how many vote centers were affected with tabulator issues and lines. And these figures were gathered from reports of yourself, other RNC roving attorneys, and Republican observers, correct?
That's correct.
Your declaration in this case concludes that 64 of 223 vote centers had long lines on election day, correct?
That's correct.
So you concluded that more than 70% of vote centers on election day did not have long lines?
You could infer that. But actually, what I would say about that is that we had time constraints in putting together our issues spreadsheet. And so I firmly believe that had we had additional time, we had to put it together in 2 weeks. So we had to gather declarations from a lot of people in order to prove what we wanted to prove, in order for the evidence to show 64. We showed on the issues spreadsheet that 64 vote centers had long lines. Had we had more time, I firmly believe that we would have been able to show that more vote centers had long lines.
The same declaration concluded that only 24 of 223 vote centers had long lines on election day after 3 p.m., correct?
I would say the same thing. Had we had more time to gather the evidence, we probably would have been able to find that more than 24. But what we were able to document in the time period that we had was that 24, which in my view is a lot of vote centers to have problems after 3 p.m., given the fact that the Board of Supervisors stated that the problem was completely resolved as of mid-afternoon, quote unquote, according to the Board of Supervisors report that it was just brought into evidence.
But the evidence that you put forward in your declaration was that only 24 of 223 had long lines after 3 p.m., correct?
That's all I was able to conclude in the time that I had to put together the issues spreadsheet.
Any voter in Maricopa County may go to any vote center they wish, correct?
That's my understanding.
You did not personally witness any voter who left a vote center without casting a ballot after encountering a tabulator rejection, correct?
I wasn't looking for that.
So here today, you can't tell me that you witnessed that?
I can't, but a lot of the declarations do indicate that that did occur over and over.
You have no personal knowledge as to whether these printing errors changed the outcome of the election, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Your Honor, I'm just asking whether he knows.
His knowledge, it's the same thing. If you know, sir, and you're able to answer, go ahead.
I would say, there's only 17,000 roughly votes separating the two candidates for governor. Based on what I saw on election day, I would say there's no question in my mind that had there not been tabulator issues at 132 vote centers, this election would have ended up with Kari Lake winning.
That's an inference you're making, correct? You just
asked me for my opinion, and I gave it.
I didn't ask for your opinion. I asked if you had personal knowledge.
I don't have knowledge of specific numbers. No.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Sonnenklaer, you testified that the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, in drafting its correspondence to Jennifer Wright at the Attorney General's office, intended to deceive her. Is that correct?
I don't see how you could,
Is that correct?
I don't see how you could view what happened on election day and issue that report in good faith.
Do you have any evidence that the authors of that wrote that report with an intent to deceive?
It's just common sense, sir.
Is that a yes or a no?
Common sense tells you that if they issued that report and they are the ones in charge of the election, then, and so many things in that report were false, that, yeah, they were trying to cover up.
So that's what common sense tells me. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, common sense tells me that there was a cover up here.
Okay, that tells you, but not me, as you earlier testified.
I don't know what's in your mind, sir.
But you do know what's in the mind of the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors.
All I can say is that I believe that they were trying to cover up here, because I don't see how else you could explain the Board of Supervisor report. It was blatantly false in so many ways.
But you have no evidence of that, correct?
Oh, no, I have a lot of evidence.
Evidence of their intent to deceive the Attorney General's office.
My conclusion is that there is an intent to deceive.
Okay, so your testimony today is you can't read my mind, but you can read the mind of the members of the Board of Supervisors. Is that correct?
I don't see how else you could interpret the statement on the Board of Supervisor report other than to conclude that there was an intent to minimize the problems on election day, because they probably knew they were going to be in this courtroom today.
Well, it's interesting that you've just responded to my query by saying problems plural, because when you initially testified, you said problems singular. And your testimony was about problems related to tabulators. Do you remember that testimony?
Do you mean in my declaration?
No, I mean in your testimony right here in this courtroom a few minutes ago.
Yes, I recall my testimony.
Okay. And you recall that you had witnessed at least 2 vote centers, and you've heard of a lot of others that had problems with tabulators.
No, there were 6 vote centers out of 10 in my that I observed at that had material tabulator problems.
Okay. Did any of them have printer problems?
Yeah, my understanding is that the printers were not printing dark enough. That is one theory, anyway.
Was that your understanding from your direct observation?
Yes.
So you were able to observe the printers putting in not enough ink in some of the ballots?
So my declaration sets this out. At one of the vote centers that I went to, I spoke with the inspector. They had a massive problem with the tabulator not working.
Okay, thank you. You've already testified about your conversation with the inspector. I heard that, and I thank you for that.
No, may I
But my
actually
question,
answer your question?
yes, please. My question was your observation.
This is
of
my
the excuse me. Your observation with the problems with the printers, not what you heard from inspectors. Can you answer that?
My observation was in relation to a conversation I had with the inspector.
So that would be, you heard it from somebody else who observed it, but you didn't.
I'm not a technical person. I don't know exactly what caused the problem, okay? But an inspector showed me the ballots.
Okay, so you don't know what caused the problem, right? But you know that whatever the Board of Supervisors said was intended to deceive the Attorney General, even though you don't know, correct?
I don't see what one thing has to do with the other.
Well, then there's a problem as well. How about wet pens? Wet pens that might cause problems with the tabulators. Did you observe any of that?
No, I didn't note that at all.
No. So you had testified earlier that you have voted several times in Arizona, but you've never seen lines like the lines you saw in the general election of 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you vote in the presidential preference of 2016?
No, I wasn't here in 2016.
Would it surprise you to find out that in many instances all over this country, there have been lines far longer than those to which you just testified to?
I would be surprised by that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Can I just have a brief question on redirect?
It's your favorite word. Go ahead.
Mr. Sonnenclair, would it surprise you if people in Maricopa County, voters in Maricopa County, heard about the problems at all the vote centers and simply didn't get into line to vote because they didn't have time?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, foundation,
Beyond scope.
beyond the scope
Abstain.
as well.
Do you have a belief as to, and it's a yes or no question, do you have a belief as to whether or not voters on election day, strike that. Do you have a belief that there were voters on election day that were not able to cast their vote and wanted to?
Same objections, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. I do have a housekeeping measure. I just wanted to make sure with our 807, I just want to make point of clarification. We had a summary exhibit, 2 summary exhibits that were attached to his declaration, and that we are moving those. I want to make sure that that was part of the evidence that Your Honor was.
Are you planning to rest?
Pardon
Are
me?
you planning to rest now? Okay. Can we excuse this gentleman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sonnenclair. You're excused, sir.
Yes, the rest in there.
Okay.
We should take a moment.
Can you hang with me for a little bit? Okay. I'm pushing my court reporter beyond what I should. What I'm hearing is plaintiffs are willing to
The
rest
judge is getting fed up with
with
them.
the exception of addressing the exhibit issue. You won't, I understand you need to address
Going to
the
rest,
issue
that's big.
before you rest.
We're not resting our case, Your Honor. I still have a couple more witnesses to do.
Okay,
I wasn't resting on that.
okay. Do you have,
Oh, yeah,
do both sides have worked out
Couple more
the
witnesses, that
exhibit
should be
numbers
interesting.
that would apply to my ruling this morning? No?
No, they need to before he
Okay.
can
I
do
don't
it.
think we've talked so much.
I
I don't,
understand why
here's
this
what I
judge
don't,
is
I
annoyed.
can't do at the end of this day. I can't put my court reporter through another hour of us going back and forth about whether a certain exhibit fits within my ruling or not. This is probably a poor question. In fact, I won't ask it. I'm going to restate what I told you this morning. I said that the 807 ruling was extended to admitting whatever exhibits are associated with. The following exhibits are attachments to the affidavit that you filed, Mr. Olson. Exhibit 6, Exhibit 7, Exhibit 8, 9 and 10 have already been admitted today. And that takes care of all the attachments to the affidavit that was filed by Mr. Olson. There's a more extensive list constituting what plaintiffs have labeled exhibits A1 through A220 that were attached to, I believe, Mr. Sonnenclair's affidavit. And I don't have before me the corresponding exhibit numbers for the exhibits that would have been the other attorney poll workers that were submitted, but those were included in that. So here's what I want you to do is I want you to get together, caucus, come up with an agreed list of what those numbers are. I've already basically told you what the ruling is. I just need you to make sure we've got clear which exhibits are coming in, okay? So I can spare my clerk or my court reporter all that back and forth. I need that by the morning. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I've been keeping track of the time, but I haven't got a grand total. Somebody else keeping track closely? Do you know where you are with regard to time?
I don't have, we have somebody tracking, Your Honor, for us, but I don't.
Okay. How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Olson?
Your Honor, I believe it's just one.
Which would be?
Richard Barris.
That's going to take a while. If it's anything like Mr. Parikh, which is your other expert.
Your Honor, I don't think it will take as long as Mr. Parikh. Famous last words, but
I'm smiling again because we're down to the brief and I've only got a few things, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, our records indicate the plaintiff has consumed 272 minutes, 22 seconds, and defense together has consumed 87 minutes, 27 seconds.
I'll have to check with our person.
Okay. If I
Yeah,
take
it'd be
his
nice to see
total, that
this,
puts you at 4.5 hours.
Barris is
Okay. So you'd still have another hour with Mr. Barris.
testimony live, but
Right. What about your
it's getting
case,
late in the
Mr.?
evening
Well, all
here
three
for
of you. What do you think
everyone,
about how
really.
many witnesses are you thinking about calling? And
He's trying to see if they can fit it all into tomorrow.
We have 4 witnesses that we intend to call if we put on our case in chief tomorrow.
part of my problem is that if you spent all your time, then there's nothing left for cross-examination.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor.
Okay. It's a strategy call. So you got 4 witnesses. How much time do you think? Again, I'm skating fast on thin ice, talking to lawyers about time estimates.
Well, I will, of course, promise that we're going
He's
to be
not
as
wrong
efficient
there.
as possible. We'll use tonight to make sure we have estimates in what we
Looks like
submitted to
tonight
the
is that
court,
they are
and we'll
gonna
go
end
back
here
and
at
see if we can
5.
pare those down to make sure we're staying within time.
Okay, that's fair.
See if he condenses, gives us a little
Here's
more.
here's my
night to
concern, and
case in
even
chief
with,
tomorrow morning.
I know what I said about the time, but I'm concerned about closing arguments. Okay. I do want to hear closing argument. Okay. So I'm not saying that means you got to go out and drag in more witnesses tomorrow to use up all your time. But we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
I know it's just estimates, but our estimate is that we'll come in below the time significantly. We probably only need another 2.5 hours.
Okay. All right.
We'll reserve time for closing.
That'll probably put us though,
With the plaintiffs and
realistically,
chiefs
we're going to
going
start at
into an hour.
8:30. We're going to come back at 1 mid-afternoon. I mean, that may be fuzzy math, but it's best guesstimate. So at that point in time, I do want you to prepare closings. How much time do you think you would need to sum it all up? That's a both I'm asking.
15 minutes each, Judge. Don't give.
Your Honor, I think that we
give
would
them-
not need any more than 15 minutes.
There we go. All right, good.
I think we'd be more like 20, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, okay. but they carry the burden. So I'm not going to hold you to the, 15, 20. If they have 20, you do 15.
Yeah,
If you want 5 rebuttal at the end, I'd give it to you.
that'd be
Thank
perfect.
you, Your Honor.
Sound fair?
Yes.
That's the good setup.
Yes, Your Honor.
too, 'cause
Thank
then
you.
get primacy and
Well, the goal is to
latency
get all of
effect
that done by tomorrow then.
on the
Okay.
judge here.
So tonight, you're going to put your heads together, come up with a list of exhibits for me by morning. Get the exhibits straightened out. We'll do that as a matter of housekeeping first thing. And I think that's all I've got for you tonight. I can let you go. Is there anything absolutely essential before my court reporter collapses?
This poor court
I'm not
reporter,
saying
it's been a
anything
long day. I'll give it
Nothing
to
for
him.
defendants, Your Honor.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All right, folks. Thank you for joining me for a long stream today. If you stayed in for the entire time, hit the Rumble button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get into the details in a future video. Let's keep this going. Keep the momentum rolling, so to speak. We will be coming to you live 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, finishing up the evidentiary hearing. Tuning in for the closing arguments. Let me know who you think's done the better job on the first day. I think it is plaintiff's case in chief, so they do have a little bit of an advantage as they get to call the witnesses. It did sound like the second witness there, the one in charge of election day voting, will be called by the defendants themselves tomorrow, so we'll hear from them again. Not one of the more interesting witnesses. However, it was a very adverse witness to the plaintiffs, as expected, since the defense will be calling them. I'm looking forward to seeing how this hearing plays out and what the defense puts together tomorrow. I don't expect much. I think they're going to most likely try to just pull down a few good characters that they say are on their side, who are going to tell them, oh yeah, everything went smooth and swimmingly, and that the other side is full of bullshit, and that this is perfectly fine. It actually went better than 2020. Will probably be the framing they stick with. I'm excited for closing arguments. I hope you are too. Fingers crossed Kari Lake can pull out a victory. It would be magical. Her chances of victory are close to 0%. So if she can do it, she will truly be a magic maker in the field. Thanks again for watching, and until next time, keep those legal minds sharp.